51. Pandoran War, Aerial Battle. Flying high within the giant floating rocks formation of the Hallelujah Mountains were dozens upon dozens of aircraft, of which all armed to the teeth with the only exception of a spaceship used as a cargo ship. It was the RDA force. Their formation was spread out and ordered as they rapidly approached their destination. A massive tree of souls growing from a cradle of twisted stone structure, as if those were the ribs cage of a since long dead behemoth of a creature. Since long, the entire area outside of the sound of rotor blades and motors was utterly silent, too silent even. Not even a single living creature could be seen. "Where are you hiding?" Colonel Quaritch wondered, his eyes surveying the outside, looking for any would-be Nasics. All from the security of the reinforced glass that his Dragon assault ship, of course. Nothing short of several moderately powerful rockets could hope to damage the glass, which was more of a type of transparent metal. "This is Papa Dragon. I want this mission high in thighs. I want to be home for dinner," Quaritch said through the intercom, his voice reaching everyone. Even an individual not under him whose face was hidden by a metallic helmet painted with what appeared to be a white skull. The entire formation lowered itself, and the colonel ordered the suits team, the ones piloting amp suits, to go down, and as well the infantry. And that is what they did. The two biggest vehicles, the one he was in and the Valkyrie, discharged nearly the entirety of their land force, while the rest was discharged by the Samson and Scorpion gunship. On the grounds, men and women ran in formation, each with their personal exopack, an assault rifle, and the regular SEC Ops equipment, with a few more original ones that had different types of firearms. With them were giants of metals piloted by men and women, SEC Ops, and civilians, all armed to the teeth, from big semi-automatic rifles rivaling and beating in power anti-tank rifles to oversized miniguns, blades, and chainsaws rivaling grown men in size. Their heavy footsteps were felt, and the sound of their hydraulic in their metallic limbs was heard by all close by, giving both a sense of security and danger. Unknown to them, a red tetrapteron was observing. It blinked as it received affirmation from Father. The small metallic oval object in its armored claws was held higher, a creation of Father, named Micro Arachtek version 1.0. The bird then jumped off, taking flight. In 2 seconds it arrived right in front of the closing trapdoor of the spaceship. The Valkyrie, a mastodon of metal capable of going in and out of orbit with ease, all the while capable of moving 35 metric tons worth of cargo, and all the while at speed rivaling and surpassing the fastest aircraft of the early 21st century. It wasn't a machine of war, possessing no turrets or any weapons, but it was still repurposed as such here, to carry tons and tons of explosives. Enough explosive to equate a nuclear warhead in sheer power. The red tetrapteron stopped midair and let go of the hold it had on the metallic object, throwing it within the closing multi-ton metallic door as it landed with a soft clank within, going noticed by none. The bird then flew away, but always kept its eyes on the ground force. None having seen the tetrapteron had suspected anything. After all, it's a regular alien bird. Why pay more attention to it than necessary? None even knew what it exactly was, and even less that it looked weird compared to the norm of its species. So they didn't think much of it at all. In the Valkyrie, 6 articulated metallic legs unfolded from the object throne, and a small triangular head in possession of 2 low-quality cameras looked around. The Arachtek, it was small and looked like the native critters. Its legs waved in the air before it flipped itself upright and rapidly crept toward the wall, a designated direction chosen. Nobody in the ordered chaos of the Valkyrie took off and noticed the arthropod-like drone as it skittered with haste behind a control panel. A long articulated tail with a titanium drill head at the end of its body hidden until now came out, and it did what it must do. It drilled a small hole within the alloy of the spaceship. The drilling sound was muted by the ones coming off the motors as the drill went deep, and it was enough that it literally popped off, taking a part of the tail with it. But it revealed 3 silvery metallic tendrils that then entered into contact with the panel's internal system as it transferred a small influx of data and burst before the battery ultimately ran out and the Arachtek shut down. Its job was done, and the one behind that controlled it smiled. All of this took but 40 seconds. Gun crews, keep your head on a swivel. Make no mistakes, people. They're out there. The colonel's calm and confident voice was heard by everyone under him, even the ones on land. He was patiently waiting for the moment he would be able to rain bullets and rockets down and above the native. All right, people, targets in sight. Range for clicks, 4 kilometers or 2.5 mi. Valkyrie 1-6, get your payload ready. He ordered and got a positive response from the 2 pilots of the spaceship. But a few seconds of silence later, he got something from one of the 2 pilots that made him frown. The ramp refuses to open. Are you certain? He asked for confirmation that the computer of the ship refused to let the ramp open. One of the few reasons for this would be if they were in the void of space. And even then, this was overruled with relative ease. And his guts told him something was very, very, very wrong. What he didn't know precisely, but something was. They did several checkups before taking off. No technical problem should have happened. None like this. None of such importance. This wasn't normal, but it was too late now, and he realized this much. Break formation. Fire on sight at hostiles. We are getting attacked. Quaritch barked orders in the microphone, surprising the pilot of the Dragon assault ship in front of him. Yet all of the ones under him heard, but up to the S of sight, as if the entire radio was cut off, but that was all. The holoscreen switched from what they were to light blue hexagons and an elegant metallic lozenge with swirling energy in its middle, almost as if it was a well of gravity. Confusion washed over everyone, and it only increased as the communication system was forcefully taken over and none could communicate anymore. And it only increased as a voice never heard before echoed within the ears of every RDA personnel in possession or close proximity of a radio. For all the ones listening, you have chosen your fate. Bear the consequences of your own choices and actions. The voice was deep, threatening. Anger could be felt, no, not simple anger. It was cold with a modicum of hate and a great amount of disdain and disappointment added. This blossomed even more confusion in all, but the colonel, whose face twisted in both comprehension and incomprehension, but was soon overtaken by fury. Who and what the fuck are you? Quaritch asked in an authoritative tone, each word punctuated. He knew whatever caused this was listening, and he was proven right the next instant. A stranded alien, if you will. As for my name, I deem it irrelevant to tell you. You can thank Dr. Max Patel and your actions for your current predicament. You wish for blood and death, and that is precisely what you will obtain, the voice said frigidly, but before the colonel had the time to process what was said, his eyes locked above. Several hundred Nasics, each riding Banshee, were diving at them with fervor. Their battle cry would have been heard for kilometers around, if not for the overpowering sound of motors at work, each armed with a bow and arrow. A fact that amused the colonel. But another creature stood out, similar in body shape as the Banshee, but massive and of a flamboyant red. The one riding it, known to him, but that amusement vanished as a Nasic shot, and the rotor blades of the Samson at the lead exploded. The first shot of many. This caused the aircraft to spiral uncontrollably downward until it slammed against a floating boulder and exploded with every missile it had, creating a vast blast and shockwave, killing the crew inside. The militias were brought back from their stupors at that, and what followed was chaos. The RDA force, even as currently disorganized as they were, their only method of communication cut off, and with no possession of where and how many enemies they are, were for most experienced war veterans, and as such came back to their senses. A male Nasics on his Banshee dived with the hundreds of others, the Toric Macdo at his side, giving him strength and courage. It was he who shot the first metal bird. He was a warrior of the Omaticea. He exclaimed his war cry loud and clear, adding to the chorus. Eyes wild, he took another arrow. This time as normal as the lost child could, but give a few to the optimist at bowmanship. But before he could even take a firing position, a missile moving at the speed of sound flew right through the head of his Banshee. The Nasik's brains didn't have the time to process the death of the creature it was intimately connected to, as it was shredded apart by the same missile whose course ended 40 meters above as it exploded and caused the death of 5 more in a fiery explosion. All felt their skin, eyes, and more burns with that of their mounts before nothingness called them. They died, but in an instant, while their souls and minds were collected by the tree of souls in the farther distance. It was but the beginning, and only the aerial part of it. Rockets, bullets, arrows, and explosive arrows started to be exchanged between both sides, bringing death to both. But one side had a clear advantage. Regular arrows bounced off without harming the aircraft, be it their windshield and or metallic armor. Banshee and their riders were killed, blood, limbs, organs, and more raining down if shot down, or became charred fragmented bones if lucky when blown away by missiles. But the RDA wasn't unscathed either. Dozens of their lighter aircraft had been blown off. Gun crews atop the Valkyrie and Dragon assault ship, having no small amount of their number, their body impaled, and if not killed instantly. The slint venom imbued on the arrowhead did the rest, paralyzing the skeletal muscles such as the diaphragm and giving the impression of having boiling water in your veins. It promised and gave an agonizing death. The Toric Macto, Jake ordered his mount to fly down. The beast used its lower legs and outstretched claws to grab the tail of a Scorpion gunship. Using its momentum, the Toric threw the comparatively diminutive aircraft at a Samson, as if it was a mere toy, causing both to explode on impact, killing whoever was inside in the process to then only repeat to the next aircraft. But doing this didn't come without a price, even if it was expected. Fuck, Jake cursed, pain from his mount traveling through his own brain with their link. The Great Leonopteryx was not faster than bullets, its massive body of similar color to flame, making it a large and obvious target aside from the threat it represented. Its great agility and speed in the air with Jake at the rein were enough for them to anticipate and dodge missiles, but not much more. The Great Leonopteryx's body was as such riddled with small bullet holes. All minor wounds, but they accumulated. Each causes Jake to either hiss in pain or curse. He locked eyes with his mate, Neytiri, and both nodded at one another. He moved toward the Dragon assault ship while she gracefully flew up, shooting one of the two last explosive arrows at two Scorpion gunships too close to one another. The explosion destroys the left one rotor that then swayed and crashed on the others, dooming both. She dipped down, then flew high and barrel-rolled, avoiding a constant salvo of bullets from a woman at the turret of a Samson. Neytiri switched for a normal arrow, and while still in air, action fired. There was half a second where the arrow flew in the air before it hit true. It speared the human woman's head and continued with still as much kinetic energy toward the gunner on the other side. The arrow embedded itself with his shoulder, going almost completely through and damaging the rope that was here to keep them from falling in the process. He cried in shock, terror, and agony as he was shoved forward in the air. He fell until the rope came in help, and he hung above the void like a broken piñata by a few threads that were holding for all their worth. The body of the woman pressed on him, causing the wound to twist and bleed while the blood, skull fragment, and brain matter of the civilian miner dripped on his head. The venom had already taken effect, and only wheeze escaped his mouth as the earlier words from the unknown individual he scoffed at from the radio was all he could think of with the abject horror of his imminent demise. This man wasn't a unique case. Far from it, but alas, it was too late. Way too late for any sort of second chance. Only regret. Though if that regret is toward their actions or something different is up to the individuals. Not that their opinion or feeling mattered. The sound of wings beating, clicking, sheltering, and high-pitched squealing resonated in the hundreds of hectares around, overpowering even explosions in their cacophony. Then the lights of the two suns disappeared over several hectares of the battlefield, and it for one moment paused, a strange presence infiltrating the air, a presence that had brought different reactions. From all sides in the earlier blue sky came long black trails of kilometers in length. They moved toward a spiraling and rapidly approaching and growing cloud above them. A thunderstorm. The pilot of the Dragon assault ship mumbled in an almost trance-like state, the hair on the back of his neck standing on end. "No, son, it isn't. Listen to the sound from the mics outside. It's a swarm of those bats." "A big one," Quaritch said, trying to keep his composure, trying to keep the rage and excitement down. The fact that death was a possibility didn't faze him. He was old, and in a few more years he would become a completely useless bedridden bag of skins and bones. And dying in such a way was something he refused. He was going to kill the man who was responsible for this, be it Jake or the mysterious individual. Either way, he was going to go down in his amp suit. My Patreon if you want to give me money and have chapters 1/2 finished in advance. Patreon.com/user U equals 60424165. 52. Pandoran War, Land Battle. Before the true beginning of the battle, but after the message through the radio, one that might be overly dramatic, but Liam felt that it needed to be told. It lacked logic, but as much he was pushed by logic and was in symbiosis with machine, he wasn't one. And it wasn't purely illogical to do. Scare tactics and intimidation work. Even if the effect given is amusement in either case, it's a loss of focus. And it wasn't only for the RDA, but for himself as well. In any case, he was sitting atop a large tree branch, the dozen of cameras upon his helmet, his 3 Tetrapteron, and the radio of the RDA he hijacked, giving him information on every hostile. The information he at regular intervals gave to Akwi and 4 other clans Oloikton that had come here with the use of radio collars from the Life Shack. An interesting and very useful device. He felicitated the one who designed it. Thought some amelioration could be done, such as the limited range within their current location. The sound of explosions then suddenly echoed. It was from the sky, and that was the clue for the charge on the land to begin. Almost 1,000 Na-6 riders charged from the primeval vegetation toward the RDA force. Appearing from visibly nowhere, their war cries loud and clear, while hundreds of other Na-6 hidden within the trees silently jumped from branch to branch, bows in hands. Liam's face behind his helmet hardened as he sighed. It must be done, and so he acted. He needed to reduce the meat grinder nature of the charges they were doing as much as he possibly could, even if it meant bathing in human blood. His heart was set and mind serene as he took out his fabricated sniper rifle from the high ground he was on. Orion on his shoulder took off with a mental command. Below him was a squad of 14, of which 2 piloted AMP suits, the real threats. His Tetrapteron flew right above them, letting go of 3 smoke grenades and immediately emitting thick, heavy gray clouds that blinded them, causing panic and shock to spread. What the fury? The Alps couldn't finish as something sharp and cold dug and ripped her throat apart. Her trachea covered in blood. Ripped apart skin and muscle were in the open air. She fell to the ground, the grasp on her machine gun disappearing as she tried to stop the gaping wound in vain, while Orion flew toward another Isisops, its bloody claw on its way to kill the next one. As this happened, loud gunshot resonated from above, and one fell, his exopack bursting as his head did. The one next to him started to run. Blinded by the smoke, he fell, and his head exploded. "Mark!" Hell dash. One yelled in terror before his head was blown off as well. The bullet entering the left eye socket and exiting on the other side with blood, pieces of the skull, and brain matter. The mark in question was the next that followed. Orion with a screech latched upon his throat, and using its gauntlet ripped and cut the throat wide open before flying away back toward Liam. It's easy, so incredibly easy. It's like hunting, but without the joy and satisfaction that comes with it. Liam thought the first human lives he took made him feel nothing but apathy and a small amount of discontentment toward the former. Though feeling this way was better than enjoying this kind of thing, something he hoped was never to come. But this wasn't the time for navel-gazing, and as such he didn't stop his assault. The recoil of his gun non-existent, he shot the last few running, flailing, and falling through the smoke with the help of the thermal function in his helmet until only 2 in AMP suits remained, but what followed was unexpected. What is going on? Where the fuck is the shooter? This wasn't supposed to be like this. One of the AMP's pilots yelled and started to shoot erratically all around him, destroying the flora, yet nothing much else outside of his fellow pilot, whose upper right part of his chest transformed into bloody mist and red paste. The windshield was not remotely able to stop the anti-tank round from doing what it was made for. Liam reloaded his weapon in a heartbeat. He jumped on a branch, then to another, and swooped toward the now lone AMP suit pilot that was still blinded by the smoke screen. His metallic boots landed on the AMP suit. His left foot created heavy cracks on the windshield, while the right caused a groan of metal as it landed on the metal support. Large fissures formed over the reinforced glass as the metal suit tumbled forward due to the sudden added weight. The pilot inside screamed at both that and the toxic air invading the minutely monitored air of his suit. Pointing the muzzle of his fabricated sniper rifle in the cracked glass, he shot 3 times. The first weakening the windshield further, the second breaking it and tearing through the pilot's second cervical, and the third was the killing blow. 13, Liam said coldly, already running toward another squad at full speed, roots splintering where he placed his boot. 12 kills here, and one of a Na-6 before from his direct actions, a number that was going to increase. 14, a jagged stone was thrown from his left hand. Zipping through the air, it smashed the skull of a man that was shooting at the dire horses and Gnostics from a safe distance. In front of him was another group in his direct line of sight. It was bigger, way bigger, at least 100. It was right at the front lines where the two forces met, and corpses of both sides lay as the battle raged on. But the side showing the most loss was the Gnostics, bullets ripping through their flesh and mount. The RDA was not unscathed either, and the smell of fire with blood heavy in the air, bodies of humans, Gnostics, and dire horse with smoking hunks of metal could be seen. The three Tetrapterons took an active role, diving to rip throats or dropping explosives when possible, all the while staying extremely careful and giving Father a constant stream of information. An explosive arrow was shot from an archer up in a tree at an amped suit. The blast shattered the windshield, and the remaining heat and flame made the pilot's skin sizzle and lung burn, killing him. The fire couldn't spread due to the high degree of humidity in the air, however. Two more suits took the exploded one place, of which one had a minigun and another used a large handgun and giant chainsaw, rushing recklessly toward the Gnostics' charge. And this was a small part of the front line. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 5 shots rang in succession, and 5 fell. Their head blown, but none noticed, drowned by the surrounding chaos and deafening noise. A chaos Liam took full advantage of as he rapidly approached from behind the RDA. As he continued to shoot, a bullet suddenly hit him straight in the back of the head, missing one of the cameras by a few centimeters and making a scratch on the titanium, but nothing more. However, this attracted his attention. His head snapped to where the shot came from, and he was met with a petite woman, her machine gun trembling in her frightened hand. She was hidden within the roots of a tree and was viscerally terrified, her eyes looking at him in horror. She must be one of the civilians, but Liam couldn't bring himself to care. SEC Ops and the civilians having chosen to join the militia were the same, with the civilians arguably being worse as the first had no principle or hint of moral to begin with, but the second chose to break both of those. Voluntarily. The reasons behind such a choice were irrelevant. Please dash. She couldn't finish her plea for mercy. That bullet had made a new hole in her skull, the blood mixing with her tears, and she disgusted him. She chooses to be here, chooses to come here to kill, and then she hides like a coward and cries like a victim while the other kept on advancing. Absolutely revolting. At least the others have the guts to fight. 25, he said coldly, his voice altered by his helmet. And he continued on. He unloaded his magazine on 3 more humans. A turret appeared on his left hand, and he threw it at a tree branch. The metallic feet solidly dug themselves into, and the automatic turrets started to rain bullets down. He kept on counting as more were shot to death by the turret. It was far less precise than him if as accurate. It didn't aim for the head, but the torso with occasionally the head. He switched his fabricated sniper rifle for his compound bow, and he stared at the closest amped suit. A copper explosive arrow materialized from thin air. He drew the string and let go. The arrow flew. It impacted the back of Amp's suit, wielding a larger submachine gun. The windshield was shattered by the blast, and a few clauses died as well. This finally caused some to notice him. They were confused, and he took advantage of it by exploding 5 more Amp suits. Bullets hit him, causing sparks as he ran in the melee, causing mass panic as more came to the realization of his presence and shot him. Only a percentage of the bullets hit him due to his speed, and of that percentage, none did anything of note but dent his armor slightly or bounce off. Some still passed through the first outer layer, but that stopped there. Creating further panic and more to shoot him a distraction, the Gnostics used to shoot them down from above and everywhere. 57, he said in the same cold tone as he kicked a smaller man in the head, a head that quite literally exploded into bits upon impact. Only the lower jaws with a part of the neck remained as the body fell limply. What the fuck? The closest yelled in horror at the sight of his friend dying by the armored monster that spurred him and the ones close by to continue shooting, but as he was going to reload, he felt something grasp his neck while he was lifted from the ground. His weapon fell off, his hand grasping the black gauntlet hand holding his neck, but to his confusion, death didn't come. The ones around stopping shooting at the sight. Then falling on a woman was a banshee riddled with bullets whole. The two collided and exploded with the impact from the flying animal. Right after the body of Gnostics fell on the pile of bones, skins, and flesh, becoming not much different. Liam stared at it. The hold on his right hand increased slightly, and the neck he was holding became but a bloody and crushed like a used-up toothpaste tube that he let go. The now dead man's face had its mouth, eyes, and nose dripping with scarlet red. 58, he said, taking the empty machine gun he threw at the head of a SEC ops who got the weapon lodged within his cranium. 59, when will you act? He mumbled under his breath as he punched a human in the head, which exploded like a watermelon upon falling on a hard surface from a high place, and took the weapons to empty the magazine on anyone entering his sight until no bullet remained. 7 ****. He stopped, his eyes widening slightly as he suddenly tilted his head. The left part of his helmet broke apart as a high-caliber bullet missed. "Do you freak have eyes behind your head, or what?" Lal Winefleet exclaimed in shock to the speaker in the safety of his amp suit. Liam's visible silver eye glared at the one who shot. A Na-6 was within the left metallic hand, and another on the weapon that nearly blew his head off. His heart beat calmly but strongly. He wasn't free of harm. Far from it. "That was your voice on the radio. I don't know what the hell you are, but you freaks seem fancy. The blue savage, right?" The S-Op said cockily, but terror could be seen in his eyes. It was just a facade of bravado. Lal increased the grasp over the Na-6's head at the piercing silver eye that felt as if he was gazing straight into his soul. He was a prey, and he was aware of that, so he was ready to pop the head of the Na-6 like a grape at the smallest of movements to show the monster freak thing in front of him he can kill the blue savage at any moment. A Na-6 of the Olangi, one Liam recognized even if he wasn't close to, and he knew. Where that was going, a classic hostage situation, So before Lal could speak again, or even begin processing what was happening, he shot a particulate arrow from his bow. An arrow that had the same technology used in the drone he used on the Valkyrie. It directly injects the virus he coded into whatever it hit if the possibility of it being hacked even exists, to begin with, and the arrow landed in the right place. It flew straight home, lodging itself deeply in the metal coccyx of the suit. "Breath in, 71, Liam declared, and Lal's attitude did a full turn as the suit suddenly turned off. The arm holding the Na-6 weakened, letting the Na-6 run, and the cockpit opened up with his hops taking his first and last true breaths of Pandora clean air. But while Lal died, Liam didn't stop. He couldn't even if he wanted. His armor was changing from black to scarlet red. He switched his weapon to his war scythe mid-run, something he wouldn't have been able to do before due to his inexperience. The more he took in and out objects, and the more he was familiar with it, faster and easier it could be stored in his inventory. He almost danced even if there was no enjoyment in what he was doing. He decapitated or crushed the head of all hostile with the blade or bludgeoning end of his that was too close. Whiplashes were made by each of his movements, and no human could comprehend what happened. The thick scent of moist dirt, gunpowder, and the blood of Na-6 and humans was ever present in the air. Liam then ran toward the amp suit with the chainsaw that was in the middle of dissecting a female Na-6 from the belly up to the shoulder in a show of pointless cruelty, while none dared to shoot, either frozen in shock terror or fear of hitting her. The killing was one thing, but doing it in such a way, even if Liam could see the point of doing so. Intimidation was more often than not a very effective tactic. The problem was that the act that was unfolding in front of him was not done for such a purpose in the first place, and he wouldn't allow it to continue either way. Every one of his kills was as fast and brutal as possible. It was threefold: less pain for them as a mercy, even if it truly wasn't, less chance of alerting others, and it reduced the chance of his enemy to fight back to zero. It wasn't a game. A regular human, if he was negligent due to his arrogance, could very well cost him his life and that of others. Without his armor, he would be already dead, and he nearly died not even a minute ago. His armor also saved him with the inhuman awareness it gave him. He put his right hand into a fist. His speed picked up as he jumped and punched through the back of the suit in one of the weaker areas. His armored fist moved right through the metal, as if it was wet paper, and ended deep in the pilot's chest from the back. The slight pain of doing this in his right hand not bothering him. The suit stilled. The female Na-6 with half of her gut in open held in the air with the still working chainsaw smiled slightly under her feature of agony. It was of joy at the death of the one who tortured her mixed with the relief it was all finally ending. She closed her eyes as the 1-ton metal suit fell upon her, crushing her. The battle didn't stop at this. The few Na-6 who had seen what he did were conflicted but rapid to get back in the melee. 89 and 90. Liam mumbled under his breath. He shook his bloody fist off the piece of fabric, bones fragment with tatters of flesh and human skin clinging to it, and the hold on his war scythe in his left hand became tighter. He didn't want it to slip from his grasp due to the blood, after all. His only visible eyes met with stillness, the ones of Norm's avatar full of horror. At the scene, if it was because of his appearance or what he did, Liam couldn't be sure, but it was likely both and some more. She would have died, Norm. We couldn't have saved her, Liam said through the radio to the scientist riding his dire horse. It might have come off a bit too cold, detached even, but there weren't hundreds of ways to put it into words without playing it lightly. My Patreon if you want to give me money and have chapters 1/2 finished in advance. Patreon.com/user U equals 60424165. 53. I was wrath. Liam couldn't have saved the Nexus. Even if he wasted time to get a team of Nexus to help while under heavy fire from the RDA, risking the lives of others with his own. Then he needed to take her out of the machine grasp as well as take the chainsaw that was still in function halfway in her waist out safely, then manage to save her from a hemorrhage at best and hundreds of other potential issues related and unrelated to her from far and close. And at the same somehow keep the machine from falling. And even then, if all went well, the chance of her surviving was close to zero, if equal to it. So he didn't try, fully knowing how it would end in the best of the best case scenario. This was why in that instant he let go of the machine, letting it fall on the halfway bisected Nexus. He could but reduce the length of her suffering, and that was the most effective way. The arrow he used earlier would have not been of use either, as turning off and hacking to take control took exponentially more time and control, times he didn't have, and control he lacked over such a machine, due to unfamiliarity and his point of view. Adding that there would still be the problem of her being almost cut in half. 91, 92, 93, 94. He continued to count as one of his explosive arrows flew from his bow to an amped suit in the distance, the blast killing 3 other SEC ops close to. Then he felt the link, the feeling he had when close to the Tree of Souls intensifies in a powerful burst of feeling he senses not from him that soon becomes a constant stream of emotion, of which a primal, almost animalistic anger was at the forefront. And he wasn't the only to have noticed it if the slight pause within the Nexus a few seconds later were any indication. Finally, too many have already died, Liam smiled. He didn't know when exactly was she going to act. It was clear when he interacted with her that she did want her children to fight for themselves, even if it included them dying and being wounded or crippled before she acted, or every suffering and horror they lived through would be for nothing. It was a lesson for her children, and even for him. That much he could guess even without her directly telling him. This was pragmatic and extremely cold from her, and from his point of view that told a lot. But she didn't like to do this. He could feel it in her emotion. He didn't like this as well, but he understood and was at peace with this fact in a way, even thankful. She wasn't some kind of babysitter. She was quite literally Mother Nature here, and as such what she wasn't all pretty flowers and cute animals living in harmony under a rainbow. She wasn't a human or a Nexus. She was an ancient hive mind covering an Earth-sized moon. As such, she perceived life in a fundamentally different way than he did, or anyone else for that matter. But he understood she was playing the long game, so to say. One harsh lesson was better than 100 soft ones easily forgotten through time. Maybe not the best of methods, but one that at least seemed to work. The area suddenly turned dark, darker than the usual shadows brought by the crowns of the rainforest trees. The sky was getting covered by gargantuan black clouds, and at the same time, the ground started to rumble as if an earthquake was happening. Iwa is with us. The All-Mother had enough of watching and staying neutral. This is not only my and your battle for our survival only, but hers as well. Disengage and let her do as she intends. Liam suddenly proclaimed as loudly as he could, his helmet opening for his voice to be heard better. All the radio waves he was connected to sending these words as well. As his words echoed, the pilot of an amped suit screamed in anguish as she was crushed into pulp by the heavy front legs of a large male hammerhead titanothere. A giant herbivore 2 times the size of an average female African elephant, and with a large cartilage structure reminiscent of the extinct hammerhead shark. Further down south, this dead pilot was a regular SEC Ops foot soldier who was gutted open like a pig from the chest to the crotch by the wicked claws of a Thanator and was left to die by blood loss. his warm internal organs laid bare on the ground for the slowly approaching giant centipede to feast upon. A scorpion gunship high in the sky swarmed by hundreds upon hundreds of stingbats who dogpiled upon it, not caring for their lives. The odd dozen few who entered the vehicle ripped apart the ones at the manual turrets into ribbons, and their weight combined and their effect on the rotor caused the aircraft, even against the screaming pilot's wish, to slam into the cliff of a floating island and explode on impact. All of those three cases were but examples of the wrath-given form of the oldest being within the Milky Way. The Tauric Macto atop his mount gazed in both horror and marvel at what was happening. Liam's words were correct, and the words he just announced made it clear one thing needed to be done. "Fall back!" Jake barked the order through his throat microphone, his voice heard by a few in the sky with their one device, and did as asked. The action of those few caused a wave-like event to happen. All of their attacks stopped at once, and the remaining arrival force of the Nasics flew away, disappearing within the crevices, floating rock, islands, and mountains in but the blink of an eye. At the same time, Trudy, piloting her Samson, fired her last rocket at Scorpion gunship before flying away at the words as fast as she could. She didn't understand the language, but knew it meant to retreat. It was part of what was said to do. Her heart almost stopped beating, and her life flashed before her eyes as a smaller swarm of stingbats passed right in front of her aircraft. They were controlled or directed, but it didn't matter how much logic was behind it, she would always react this way. She knew the character of those animals. They attack everything in sight without prejudice and care for their own well-being. She remembered various stories about aircraft flying above where this suicidal creature nested and was ceaselessly attacked until there either was no bat or the aircraft had exploded against a hard surface, or how they devoured entire herds of elephant-sized animals to the point not even bones remained. They were the most terrifying animal on this moon, in her humble opinion, and here, quite possibly a million of them were present. It didn't matter if they couldn't directly damage aircraft in any meaningful way with their teeth or claws aside from scratching the paint and maybe the metal under. The great Leonopteryx might be big, majestic, and powerful, but it didn't hold a candle against this. Her choice to betray the RDA the same was staying a safe distance from the aerial battle and aiming each of her missiles correctly. "This is hell," she mumbled, feeling bile rise in her throat while she forced her baby to fly higher and higher, not wanting to stay here longer than strictly necessary. She saw through her damaged but still fully hermetic windshield the bat swarm divide into several dozen smaller groups going to all aircraft after aircraft. She saw them throw themselves at the rotor blades without stopping until the blade simply couldn't spin as effectively anymore. But the most specular and horrifying sight was that of the Dragon assault ship far below her. It was taking the brunt of the force to the point it couldn't be seen anymore as it was forced downward by the sheer mass of both living dead put onto it, all of its motors likely going critical one after another due to the same reason. "This madness," she mumbled again. What their ally Liam had said about the All-Mother was proven to be terrifyingly true. She was going to help them, but she didn't know it would be in such a way. This was the act of a deity. The RDA had gone unchecked and unpunished for too long, and this was its wrath. But at least it means they have won, and that gave her an amount of relief she couldn't even begin to describe. Back on the ground, Quaritch, piloting his amped suit, moved at a brisk pace. A Ju-90 was securely held in the metallic hands of the suit. It was more of a cannon than a gun, 2.19 meters, 7.18 feet, in length and 100.7 kilograms, 220 lb, and it fires 430 mm caliber rounds per second. Its main focuses were armor and vehicle penetration/destruction, but it worked fine as well on people, particularly if those people have naturally carbon fiber reinforced bones. Though it's a pretty rustic weapon with no advanced system or fancy devices attached to it. It needs to be kept simple and reliable in all conditions. Adding trinkets and more complex systems only increases the chance of potential critical malfunction. Quaritch studied his surroundings, blood mixed with mud, horribly mutilated bodies of humans, whether lacking a part of their head or its entirety either via a bladed weapon or blunt force, charred bodies, deactivated and heavily damaged amp suits with their pilots as dead as it could get. And in this were the occasional arrows. It wasn't always this way, but this pattern was in a clear path, and it was worrying. It wasn't normal. It was like a rabid beast passed here and killed all in an extremely brutal and ruthless way, but also fast. He saw a lot of atrocities, many of which he partook in and led. Most of them ended in bloodshed, so he wasn't unfamiliar with it or truly bothered by it too, but the one in front of him, just in terms of visuals, was quite high up on the list. If it were to be higher, kids needed to be added and some more. He even saw Lyle Winefleet, one of his best men, dead. This was particularly puzzling as his death was due to air poisoning, that much he could tell. No visible wounds of any kind, and a face showing signs that his death was due to breathing problems. As if the machine was simply turned off and all security protocols with it ended in this. Other possibilities were moot in his mind, and it wasn't the time to ponder on this. Lyle died, and that was all that could be taken from this. And the watch was also gone. There were also plenty of Gnostics, even more than his men, and that brought a smile on his face, but still. It all turned out so horribly wrong. It seems I won't be back for dinner, the colonel thought grimly, a dark chuckle escaping his lips at the sight of another corpse. Damn, he didn't go easy on you, did he? He said under his breath with astonishment. He needed to take a closer look to even know what sex the corpse was. It was of a woman. She was split in half from her half-crushed head to pelvis, as she was but a ration wrapper that was opened with a bit too much enthusiasm. She mustn't have suffered with how it seemed to have been done, with a rapid and forceful movement. But it was something to look at. This was something he never quite had seen before. Points needed to be given where they needed to be given, but that was quite brutal, to say the least. He wasn't delusional enough to ignore what fate awaited him. His entire force was either dead or flying in despair. At least he could take as many of them as possible with him before he got killed. An explosion was heard, one louder than any other was heard, and it wasn't hard for him to deduce it was the Dragon assault ship. If it was the Valkyrie, everything in a 15-kilometer radius would have been gone, and the ground he was standing on would have been turned to glass. But that didn't stop him. A lot of Grace's, and by extension, Max's actions suddenly made a lot more sense, and it infuriated him to great lengths. It was all below his nose, but it was too late now. He was played by them like a fiddle, and that was what was pissing him off the most. At least he took one of them, and he was also furious about the death of all the ones he brought here. It shouldn't have turned this way, but it did, and it was his fault for having been arrogant. He should have bombed the tree from higher than the Banshee or any wildlife could fly, but again it was too late, and he did it this way because he wanted to cull down Jake and Grace's little army. He didn't miscalculate. They should and would have won against those blues savages. It was simply an impossibility that happened. An impossibility he dearly wanted to kill. I know you're here. You can hear me. You can show yourself. A show of politeness between two gentlemen wouldn't be too demanding. Show yourself, I won't bite. I promise, Quaritch said softly through his microphone as he stopped moving, his eyes fixated on the corpse of a Gnostic right in front of him. No answers? He inquired before stepping on the head with a metal foot, which busted under the several hundred kilos of pressure. Then he purposefully smeared what came out on the muddy ground as if it was trash. And the response was immediate. A steel javelin flew through the air, exponentially faster than the colonel could perceive, and it lodged itself deeply within the feed tray of the autocannon. The force was so high it bent the metal around its course and pierced various other internal parts of the firearm, rendering it completely useless aside from being used in melee. Quaritch's eyes widened to an almost comical level at the sight of his damaged Gu-99. His heart started beating faster and stronger, and his chest pumping adrenaline within his body than ever in his 51 years of life, as both terror, anger, and excitement flooded his being. He tore the javelin out with force, damaging the autocannon further, not that it mattered at this point, and he threw where he supposed it came from, right in the branch of a tree. And a voice he recognized and wanted to hear echoed within the amped suit's cockpit. I won't be having any type of senseless fight with you. No ceremony or honor to be given. There has been enough violence today, the deep voice said, displeasure and disgust clear in its tone. Sadness even. A figure jumped down from the same branch Quaritch threw the javelin back to. He instinctively took on a defensive position. A large military knife that might as well be a two-handed broadsword was taken from a sleeve of the amped suit's left arm. It was of a man, 5 digits on each hand with one holding the javelin until it disappeared into thin air. If it was in another circumstance, the colonel might have paid more attention to this. The figure had the build of a human male and a very muscular black and slightly damaged armor covered in drying blood, not hiding this, but it hid most of the white tribal paintings on it. armor that by all means seemed full of various technologies. But what got all Quaritch's focus was the piercing, ethereal silver eyes shone through the hole in the damaged helmet glowering at him. He felt incredibly vulnerable at that moment. He was going to die. He was the prey, and he couldn't do anything. This was a monster that organized everything. A compound bow materialized in the armored figure's left hand, while the strange crystal protruding the wrist of the same arm gleamed brighter. The figure drew the bow to half of its maximum draw weight all in, but a fraction of a second, and fired immediately, an arrow having appeared in between in a way only a magician would trick your senses. But here it wasn't a simple paltry trick. The colonel couldn't have reacted. It was the limitation of his biology, even with his system flooded by adrenaline, all of his senses and attention on the figure facing him. And even if he could, it would not have changed the outcome. The arrow flew, and the bronze tip smashed against the windshield of the amp's suit, letting the mechanism responsible for starting the explosion do its work. A bright light was emitted from the explosion, lighting the area for a second before the form of a shattered windshield and a charred torso with one arm, a head missing its lower jaw, and a face burned to the point no one would know who the pilot was. 107, Liam said and looked down at his trembling right hand. He frowned and stopped the movement by force, cracking the heavy film of dried human blood on it. It was them or him, and he still felt no pleasure or satisfaction in the act. It brought him immense solace. My Patreon if you want to give me money and have chapters 1/2 finished in advance. Patreon.com/user U equals 60424165. 54. Pyrrhic victory. Liam stared at the body for a few more seconds. It was easy again. It was an easy death for Quaritch as well, but it's better to kill him now. He wanted to make this man suffer more, but knew better. Torturing someone to simply bring a meager amount of satisfaction out of it wasn't what he wanted to do. It was pointless and a waste of time for the same end result. Hey, Liam, can you hear me? Do you need medical support? The worried voice of Grace suddenly entered his ears. This let him refocus on the present. No, you don't need to worry, and Colonel Miles Quaritch is dead. I killed him. And I have taken Max's watch back. He answered her, but his voice was also sent to Norm, Trudy, and Jake through the microphone in his helmet. Thank you. He wouldn't have wanted it around the wrist of one such rabid animal a second more. After a few long seconds, Grace said, her voice with righteous fury, sadness, and a hint of joy. The others on the lines stayed silent outside of Jake, who audibly sighed in relief. We have won, Liam added right after with no true joy in his voice. There was still immense relief, as if a pressure that was almost crushing him was lifted from his shoulder, however, but this wasn't a pleasant victory. And it was but the first battle, one of many to come. It's a war for him. The humans having betrayed the RDA, the Nexus, and Iowa, but for this corporation, it was but a simple loss of profit they will try to rectify, by all means necessary that wouldn't directly alter the source itself. However, even with that tone of voice, he could hear the cheers from everyone, and that still managed to bring a smile to his face. Yeah, we won, he mumbled under his breath before, too low for anyone to hear, but it wasn't the end. Far from it. And the stream voices speaking of many things on the radio was proof of it. The battle was but a part of it all. He ordered the Valkyrie main computer to start the autopilot mode that will let the spaceship fly back to Hell's Gate. The turrets had already been changed on what to and to not shoot. He didn't need to inform anyone about not shooting it, as it was known already. All of the people inside were dead, the 2 pilots included, and he didn't know how to pilot such a machine safely on the first try. He was reckless, not stupid. How he killed them was simple. He changed the spaceship's life support parameters, and as expected, it had grievous consequences on the biological beings inside, even the ones with an exopack over their faces. A violent and sudden increase and decrease in air pressure, and with a protocol that was made to clean and filter the air out when no human should be on board. And that wasn't all. He used the help of repair and cleaning bots that had their programs tweaked with several new lines of code in their system. It changed what they should work on from their usual objectives to humans. As such, none of the 9 humans on board at the time were alive, adding to that the panic and confusion brought by it all. One of the SEC ops didn't even react until the drill of a repair drone was deep in his cranium, and another got his throat neck cut wide open by the high-pressure washer of a cleaning drone while staring in shock at what was happening. Even here, Liam wanted the death to be as quick as possible. He had programmed all of it for this purpose. He could multitask, but not to the extent of controlling two bots at once with the entirety of a spaceship's complex system, while at the same time fighting with all of his gear and being under a rain of bullets and anti-tank weapons. It was asking for a mistake to happen on his end. Superhuman as he may be, he couldn't do everything at once, and even less do it to perfection. Maybe with training and more experience, but not now. But it was nothing to be proud of, even if by all means what he did to pull that off was impressive. It was a necessity. There was nothing in what happened today to be proud of. The ones in the Valkyrie needed to die, as the possibility of one of them deciding to go kamikaze in desperation and make the multi-ton worth of explosive charge blow up from within was a very real possibility. That would be an end he didn't want. It's better to nip the problem right in the bud when given the opportunity than when too late and past the point of being capable of regret. He smelled incredibly bad, both from blood, pieces of flesh, mud, and his sweat, but the last he couldn't do much for now and was overwhelmed by the first three. I need to clean myself of this blood before I go to the Tree of Souls, Liam thought. Walking up to the corpse of Quaritch and taking the relatively intact dog tag around the burned-up neck. He moved up a tree and ran from branch to branch. The cry of the RDA employee bellow resisting from time to time as the animals continued their massacres. A massacre he was sure would last for a few more minutes. None of them even focused on him. However, at most a glance before they continued on, and as such he arrived at a small river where crystal-clear water flowed. He rinsed his armor of most that was on it, the metallic part of it ending clean with more problems on the fabric. It will need a more thorough washing later, but that was good enough for now. Finally, after one more minute, he arrived at his destination, and the sight almost made him cringe. What he saw wasn't pleasant, but it was expected. It was better than he anticipated even. Wounded, from a simple scratch to missing limbs could be seen in the hundreds as more came from the forest. The non-fighting force and the still able-bodied were running around taking care of the wounded, not caring for whose clans was who as they worked. And those weren't the only wounded. In the farther distance, he could see many dire horses, banshees, and even the great Linopteryx. Perched on one of the stone ribs, none did come out unscathed. Even if the last one, aside from having seemed to have been repeatedly poked by needles, seemed relatively fine. How many will survive their injuries? He wondered as he walked amid the improvised medical camp, his presence not going unnoticed as gazes of fear, respect, gratefulness, and reverence, as if he was a demigod, were directed to him. He heard many gasps. Some called him by different names under their breath, but the one that stood out was Xit's Kalat, which roughly translated to the bringer of death or deathbringer, which was an apt title considering how much he killed in such a short time and in such a way. He was the second behind Iwa, with the most humans killed today after all. None other than her, and he knew how much he killed exactly, but that didn't change the fact that others knew he was very prolific in terms of death brought, and they weren't going to not react in any way at that. Actions have consequences, and that was something he already knew was going to happen for the worse or the best, be it positive or negative. But aside from fear in some members of the clans, he didn't know it was very positive. If his individual number of kills was high, then the number he saved from a certain death was exponentially higher. To say he was the sole reason not everybody was dead presently wouldn't be far from the exact truth. "Ah, friend, your feats as a warrior seemed to have spread far and wide." He heard the exhausted voice of Akwi from behind him. "I can hear that much. Akwi, it seems to bring both nervousness and awe, but that is of little importance now. How many have died?" Liam asked, and he turned to face the Oloikin of the Olangi, who had bloodied bandages around his shoulder and was using a stone as a support. "A third of the warriors that came with us have perished, but none without a fight or causing death on the enemy's side. I was lucky. We were lucky if you weren't here." Akwi said calmly with great sadness trailing off. The words of gratefulness were unsaid but understood. "And as for the others, from what I have heard they had far greater loss than us, but to what extent I do not know more than you." The middle-aged Nasix finished, his face shifted slightly in pain due to his various bullet wounds in one of his shoulders. "As predicted, I suppose. This, even with preparation, was going to be bloody. I'm grateful for their courage. And the recovery. It will take time for everyone," Liam added. He wasn't the one who paid the true heavy price here. But without their sacrifice, he would have had to pay it. Painting his hand red was better than dying. Even if by doing that he nearly did die, but that was beside the point. Sacrifices were made by everyone. It's just that some had it worse, way worse than others, and he made it so he would have to sacrifice less. His goal was first and foremost his own survival. Day 233, August 23rd in the middle of the afternoon within RDA ESC-0, one otherwise known as Hell's Gate. It was the next day of the battle. The words of Quaritch's defeat and the death of his entire force had spread like wildfire in a forest while in the middle of a canicule, and panic mixed with an unhealthy amount of terror had spread in a very similar fashion within the base. It was because a few hours after the battle ended, Liam, Grace, Norm, and Trudy and her Samson, Jake with Neytiri on his Tauric, and a large squad of Nasics riding Banshee entered the base from the sky. A base that was now mostly cut off from using its most powerful weapons, but they were not fully unharmed either. So it shouldn't be possible. There were 10 amp suits left, of which half of them needed various degrees of repair. A Samson in the middle of being renovated, one Valkyrie, a few land vehicles, a lot of which were only viable for mining, a few hundred drones, the several hundreds of turrets placed all around the base, a few firearms, and barely any individual trained for warfare. None had realized the Colonel's attack force had been defeated at this point. The one in the con mod, the main control room, thinking by habitude that it was due to the magnetic interference in the Hallelujah Mountains if they lost complete contact with the attack force. Admittedly, a logical line of thought, but one that turned to confusion when a Samson that was known to be piloted by a traitor, a great Leonopteryx, and 60 Banshees with each of their riders were detected in their radar. This confusion turned to amusement as the odd mixes flew right in the firing range of the MBS 22A automated sentry gun, and this confusion only increased as the turrets didn't fire, even after someone commanded them to, and also ordered the drones to fire, which they didn't do as well. The confusion was mixed with a deep feeling of unease. Something was wrong, and the ones with that in mind were proved immediately to be correct to their immense horrors, as every screen within the base switched from what they should be doing to light blue pentagon with at their front a lozenge made visibly of steel, a sphere of an unknown pearly white energy glowing in its middle. The confusion started to mix with panic, and a few started feeling fear that turned to horror when they understood the base was hacked, fully compromised from the ground up. It didn't make much sense, but it was one of the only options other than a complete failure of every system. Then chaos exploded as the voice of Grace echoed in the entirety at the base, and what she said with an image of the dragon, assault ship burning carcass was the reason. But that was quickly calmed down by the xenobiologist who informed them none were going to be killed unless they fought back. And so a few hours later this was the present. A long line of humans wearing exopack on their faces could be seen walking from the base's hangar. The lack of most vehicles creating a large void, and a few other humans could be seen within, looking at the scene with mixed feelings. On each of their sides were Nasics, some on their mount, and some not, but all glared at the 200 humans whose nervousness and fear were almost palpable. People who have chosen to depart from Pandora or were banished may begin to board the Valkyrie. May we never see you again. The harsh words of Grace echoed in the large area, and with the encouragement or bows being pointed at them, large aliens beast looking at them hungrily, the humans did as asked. It went smoothly, the breath of potential death in their neck, being a very good motivator for anyone that wasn't suicidal or moronic like the one who tried to flee by running in a straight line and gaining an arrow in her head. The groups of 2 by 2 moved fast, and in a few minutes all were aboard, but a few, and within those few was Parker Selfridge, whose expression was conflicted. He was held prisoner by order of Quaritch, and he now was forced to leave. He was banished, and he found that hilariously funny. He absolutely didn't care. He had enough of this moon in either case. It was better than dying on this accursed dirtball. He suddenly stopped walking right in front of Jake and Neytiri and spoke matter-of-factly, staring unflinchingly into the Avatar's golden eyes. The female Nasics was going to attack him, but was stopped by Jake. I don't grasp how this situation is possible, but this isn't over, he warned, and Jake made a hasty movement of his head indicating for Selfregud to move if he didn't want to be gutted like a fish by Neytiri. A few minutes later, and the Valkyrie was rapidly gaining altitude. Liam looked at it from his position atop the base. None of the people that were sent away or decided to go knew he existed. They can extrapolate on his existence, but that was inevitable. They didn't board on the hacked Valkyrie. It might seem foolish, missing a chance to go in the RDA ISV Venture Star and cause it to malfunction, but it was from it. It was moved through space by using metric ton upon metric ton of antimatter to go at roughly 70% of the speed of light. How Grace didn't know, but he could guess that it was using the energy generated by the contact of its normal matter to propel it. Antimatter was something to manipulate with extreme care and in a perfectly controlled environment. If it isn't manipulated, it will have catastrophic effects on everything close, the close ranging from kilometers to potential million of kilometers, if not more. He could program the spaceship to malfunction when far enough, but that's not taking into consideration the spaceship not potentially possessing advanced AIs that might be able to fight back his virus or detect it and then warn the RDA, as well as potentially causing the spaceship to self-destruct in response when still too close to Pandora, killing everything not several kilometers underground or underwater. The last part was a stretch. That much he knew, but that didn't make it void of being a probable reality. And there is the fact that if it were to suddenly disappear, it would cause more questions to arise. Questions that would be needed answers that would be gained by sending more ISV venture stars to Pandora. He might have caused the Valkyrie to stop functioning when in the stratosphere and fall as well, killing everyone inside, but that would put him at the obvious culpable, something that will force him to kill beyond reason. And the ISV venture star would still be in orbit. And there was a fundamental difference between killing people that wanted to cause intentional harm to you and those close to you, and killing random innocent individuals, which was easily more than 90% of the people on board. He had the power to do it, but he didn't want to, so he didn't. At the end of the day, the RDA will come back in less than 20 years, and he couldn't do anything about it. It's always so complicated, he mumbled, his silver eyes finally losing track of the spaceship that was dozens of kilometers up in the stormy sky, a pang of jealousy setting in his heart at the sight. They were going back home, even if that home was horrible, unfit for human life, and it would be far from easy. It was still a home, whether they have family or not. They still have something. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 finished in advance. Patreon.com/user U =$ 60424165. 55. Time of healing. It has been a bit more than a month since the battle in the Hallelujah Mountains and the departure of most of the RDA employees from Pandora. You sure you don't have anything more in your inventory because you're heavy? It's insane. You're tall and built like a brick wall, but damn. I see where the 10 kilos of protein go every goddamn day. You are naturally gifted with a BMI beyond morbidly obese. Though these outdated things mean shit, it's amusing regardless, Grace exclaimed, looking at the weight on the balance. The weight shown was 253.76 kilogram, 550 lb, of which the exact weight of his armor, that of what he had in his subspace, and the lower gravity of this moon were already subtracted or taken into consideration, which meant it was his true weight if they were on Earth. Nothing, I'm just built differently. On another note, how is your relationship with the ex-solo-icon of the Omadikeia going? I don't judge you, but wasn't he one of your students? Liam asked with a thin, knowing smile. He was nigh omniscient, so to say, so he knew plenty. Too much even. Every tidbit of data collected from technology, he had connection to would ultimately be his, but he couldn't be aware of everything at once, though. It had almost become second nature. It was a necessity. It calmed his still rampant paranoia and was overall useful, though he was aware it displeased many. You mean Tsute? She trailed off, realizing her blunter. Liam, feeling merciful and knowing he might have asked something sensitive, let it go. It's time. I have to go drive my avatar. There are still many in need of care. It was a pleasant break. Liam nodded. Both were incredibly busy as they became the de facto leaders of Hell's Gate. Nearly everyone was perfectly fine with Grace, but for him, it was the opposite. After all, he was a freak with strange powers that appeared out of nowhere. He is a stranger and he killed hundreds of humans, some of their friends, and at that with extreme violence, but at the end he had the final say. It wasn't a democracy. It never was power ruled overall, and he had plenty such as him being the owner of the entire base. Every piece of technology a minimum advanced could be and was controlled by him. The life of every human was at his very fingertips. Though he didn't care about many things as long as nobody tried something stupid, he was pretty chill overall. He just wanted the base to prosper. He needed it to do so, at least until he made his own. Something he wanted, but everyone will have to adapt until it happens. It seems Catherine has a problem with a bunch of stupid teens. He suddenly frowned, his pupils dilating and contracting in irregular patterns. Grace, walking away, noticed that but didn't think much of it. Liam frowned a lot, and this strange movement in his eyes meant he was interacting with technology. He was always thinking, planning for things that would likely be for the next few months or even years he was already working for, when the RDA will come, and he was open about it. He never stopped. He was frighteningly smart. That much she knew. With everyone he had interacted with, as many still had the idea he was a brainless brute, and she knew how concretely smart he was. She made him do an IQ test a few days ago, with a specialized device, and his score was inhuman. To say the least, she might as well be talking to a sapient supercomputer in a bag of flesh. Max would have paid any money to study Liam's nervous system, even if Liam wouldn't let that happen. He stated clearly that anything remotely invasive was a no. Others might be scared, but she wasn't. She trusted him, and if he wanted to cause harm, she wouldn't be able to react or fight back anyway. And if he did so, chances are she would have deserved it. And he wasn't a genocidal maniac. The opposite, in fact. She remembers clearly his face of distress as kids from the Olangi when this clan arrived at Hell's Gate to help with the wounded and asked him why their daddy and mommy weren't there, and he didn't lie to them. He told them why, and he comforted them as best as he could. War affected everyone, and its consequences revealed who people truly are. Liam's frown deepened as he stood up and walked down the corridor to be met by a woman, Mary McCosker. She had pieces of clothes around her chest that held two baby boys, one her biological son and the other not, and her step became hastier when she noticed him, even if she tried to be sneaky about it. The baby with brown eyes looked at him with great fascination, which he responded with a simple wave of his hand. This baby was one of the war orphans, and he knew whose son he was. And the father was Miles Quaritch. He didn't know how to feel about that. Anyway, the new mine must be dug, he thought. He wasn't a fan of this, but it was a necessity. The other mines were too far and too big for the base's current manpower, as such they couldn't be exploited. Recycling from existing equipment to garner raw materials was already a method used, but it was temporary. Self-cannibalism was never a solution. It only gave time. A steady and close-by source of primary raw material was needed. The fact it broke the 3 laws was a non-problem for Liam, as Iowa was aware it wasn't for something as primitive as greed. While he had this, though, he was looking down through the cameras of a dozen drones at a forested area. A bulldozer with its faded yellow paint laid immobile, but behind it was a trail of uprooted plants and destruction, showing it only recently stopped. The one leading the new mining operation was the said Catherine Hale, a redhead woman in her late 30s. Her small crew of 10 men could be seen behind as she jumped down from the giant vehicle. She approached a group of Gnostics that stopped them. An arrow was aimed at her head, but she still advanced and pushed the arrow away at her head with her bare hand, an annoyed expression on her face. Their discussion was all for him to listen to as he used Catherine's Exopack integrated microphone to do so. It was to be expected that there would be tension and potential conflict even with the accord of many important Gnostics. The humans weren't the ones responsible for the death in the battle, but it mattered little when actions weren't driven by reason and logic, but emotions. There was bad blood and will likely remain for the foreseeable future. It was only thanks to him, Grace, and Jake that a great amount of the Gnostics did not continue attacking. Enough, his voice through the drone echoed loudly as one of them hovered between the human and Gnostics. Connie, the leader of the small Gnostics group, jumped backward, his gaze locked onto the strange flying device as he snarled while Catherine on her side sighed. If she didn't have her exopack, she would have massaged her brow. Thank God he is watching and hearing everything, she thought with relief. She didn't know what she could have done otherwise aside from going back to the base. She didn't care all that much about who or what Liam was. He had separate goals, but at least he worked toward everyone's survival. Situations where emotions flow and abandon, such as anger, were tricky to work with and could end very badly. She understood why Connie and his small troops were angry. They were young, and the wounds of war were still burning hot, and destroying a hectare of rainforest wasn't helping. There will be no more senseless death or violence against anyone. This area has been chosen to be a future mine. This includes it being temporarily raised off most life. This operation is done with the approval of your Oloikton and Sahik. You do not have a say in the matter. I recommend you go back to your clan and be actually useful instead of looking for ways to sow further conflict. Liam said rather harshly as it needed to be said, the camera of the drone he was speaking through focusing on the Nexus. Connie's long pointed ears folded back at his words. The Nexus recognized the voice. It was unmistakable. It was the lost child, a dangerous being that was an enigma, and he seemed to have displeased him. He messed up, but emotions still ran wild in his heart, but not enough to make him do any more stupid actions. In a fake show of courage with irritation in his eyes, he motioned for the others to follow him as he stomped away. "Thank you for intervening, boss." Dumb teenagers, no matter the species, seem to be consistent in the pains they bring, Catherine said. If it wasn't an obligation for their survival, she wouldn't have destroyed such a place, but it was. The drone bobbed in the air in an almost affirmative manner before flying back up into its original formation with the others. "Boys, restart the engine. No dinner until half of this hectare is cleared," the woman ordered as she climbed back the metallic ladder of the behemoth of metal on wheels. "Jake needs to have more control over his clan, or let everything turn to shit," Liam muttered under his breath with no small amount of annoyance as his eyes turned normal again. Jake, after he transferred his mind and soul into his avatar, thereby killing his human body. Something Liam found peculiar but understandable and fascinating, led the human-turned avatar to have little to no time for more minor things. His new positions as the Toric Macto and Oloikton overwhelmed him, but even then, this scuffle between the remaining humans and the Nexus, mostly of the Omaticea, will need to be solved. It was a small problem now, but it can escalate beyond everyone's control. Neither humans nor Nexus were truly innocent here, and punishment for trying to create conflict should be heavily punished. He only needed to make them all the more clear to Jake. Walking up to the elevator, he called it with a mental command. A few seconds later, the door opened, and he was met with Dr. Norm Spellman. "Huh." The scientist was caught off guard, and his body refused to move as Liam entered, the holographic button for the ground floor turning green by itself. "Good afternoon, Norm," the armored man greeted, the elevator recalibrating itself as he set foot in the metal cabin. There was no response but a meek nod. "Still scared shitless of me, huh?" Liam noted with boredom. He understood and excused this response even if he didn't like it. Being feared had its use but not here. And it was getting old fast. He couldn't work with people afraid of his very presence, and they couldn't either. 10 seconds passed in complete silence as the elevator moved down. Liam hearing Norm's heartbeat, which only became louder as it reached a crescendo, and the latter seemed to garner enough courage to speak. "I've been thinking, why did you kill her?" he asked with more curiosity than anger. "Her?" Liam uttered in confusion before he caught on, his eyes widening slightly. "The Nexus, you mean? She was of the Tiffany. Her name was Kala. She was a sister and aunt of 3 boys, and she volunteered to fight because she was infertile. As for why I let her die, I couldn't have saved her. It is unpleasant to hear, Norm, but her life was not worth mine or that of others. Not all lives equal. She was dying. I only cut her suffering short." "Thank you. This is fair. I'm sorry for acting the way I do around you, and the same goes for the others." Norm spoke with more ease this time, but his body was still in a flight or fight response of neither he could do. "Your response to my presence and my actions is perfectly natural, but don't go around excusing the behavior of others. People will adapt as simply as that. Maybe not now, but they will. Trust me. Humans are remarkably adaptable creatures," Liam said with a smirk as the door opened and he strolled out. Norm left alone inside sighed. His body slumping down and the hair on his neck became normal again. It was intense. He was in the same enclosed space with a being who could rip him apart with his bare hand. Only the elevator going up snapped him from his terror-induced daze. 2 minutes later, after having exited the vehicle hangars to end up outside in the airfield, but still, with the base pentagonal perimeter, Liam smiled as Orion and Mary landed on each of his shoulders while Septon, arriving last, pushed Orion slightly away. The 3 got a snack in the form of meat jerky for that, and a head pat. They held guard of the spacecraft for him, even if unasked and quite possibly unneeded, but he wasn't going to make them feel sad. And they must be excited about seeing their sister back in Gladius. He strode at a rapid pace on the asphalt route toward one of the 2 shuttle pods where Valkyrie 16 lay. The entire area aside from 100 meters, 328 feet, long and 80 meters, 262 feet, Wide Space Shuttle was completely empty, and it made the large place eerie, but also strangely relaxing as his sensitive senses were not constantly bombarded with stimuli. That reminds me of the other I called back from the gas giant. It should arrive in 2 weeks, he thought briefly. He hoped nothing bad happened to it in between. The Valkyrie he was thinking of was until now used as an automatic method to collect antihydrogen, deuterium, and tritium from Polyphemus's upper atmosphere. It was for the ISV Venture Star, as it was its fuel, but not only. The two hydrogen isotopes were also what powered Hell's Gate and the Valkyrie's fusion reactors. It also brought the fact that if nobody knew about it, and the Valkyrie he was entering was destroyed in the battle 2 weeks ago, then when the fuel that alimented the fusion reactors of Hell's Gate ran out, everyone would have died, even if it would be in a decade. There weren't any dedicated facilities to collect those, and neither were they blueprints of such facilities in the base massive 3D printer. Not that such facilities were complex. Deuterium could be garnered from water and tritium from lithium, even if Pandora extensively lacked the latter of these elements. He doubted anyone other than him had the theory and technical knowledge to design them. Another problem to take care is accidents happen so fast and always at the worst time possible. He walked past a makeshift bed next to the various scribbles on pieces of paper that represented various tools and vehicles, of which an aircraft based on a dragonfly. An aircraft he was going to build, as the Samson and Scorpion gunship weren't good enough for him. Too bulky, too slow, not adaptable, not maneuverable enough, and defenseless against a swarm of stingbats. And a plethora of other things he didn't like and wanted for his personal future mode of transport. His implant glowed as airlock doors opened and closed one after another until he arrived at the cockpit, the entire spacecraft having already started hovering. His destination was his base in the Great Plain, his goal bringing a great deal of the recourse back here, and Gladius as well. The poor creature was in distress, and he could feel it through their bond, but until now he didn't have the time frame to bring the bird back. It was chaotic times when micromanaging seemed to be an obligation. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance. Patreon.com/user?U=60424165. 56. Relocating. Piloting a spaceship was quite the experience. Even presently for Liam, it was more akin to piloting a fighter jet the size of a cargo airline, still for all intent and purpose exceptional. Intoxicatingly so even, but it wasn't the full experience. He felt like a kid who got a new toy. A toy he must take great care of, as neither did he have the resources nor the machine necessary to repair it if it were to be greatly damaged. He didn't even have the blueprint for it, which wasn't all that much of a problem in itself, as reverse engineering this machine wasn't complicated, but that didn't magically fix the earlier mentioned problem. For example, if one of the fusion reactors had a critical failure, then that would be a problem for quite some time, and the Valkyrie will be out of service for that entire time. The stereolithography plant, or the grinder as some called it, something akin to a giant 3D printer, were interesting machines with many advantages, such as the capacity to build machinery in record time with no defect, and their sizable library of vehicles and machines, but all were old models revamped for Pandora. But they weren't without fault. They were here for the mining expedition and to have a constant supply of firepower for safety reasons, and that showed in its capacity of fabrication and again in its database. It couldn't print highly processed materials even with the raw material given and various pieces of equipment that required highly advanced precision to be made. Advanced computers were as well not doable in any way, shape, or form. It wasn't a problem before, as these uncraftable components and devices were brought here by ISV Venture Star straight up from the Sol system. And it also meant the 3D printer lacked the know-how for such things. Why take storage space when it can't even be done? So it lacked essential blueprints and templates for more advanced and up-to-date pieces of technology. Luckily, he had such know-how. To a large degree, at least, he was profoundly knowledgeable. It was a similar problem with his fabricator. Precision was needed. It's a must after all, and he was working on it, and he would provide it. It's just that these types of things aren't done overnight and without cost or thought put into it. It was basically rebuilding and modifying the 3D printer at Hell's Gate Manufacturing Complex, a massive machine the size of a nearly 3-story building from the ground up, and also digitally. And because of these problems of precision, If more complex technology were to be damaged to a certain extent, they will be completely irreparable and unusable, such as the supraliminal radio in Selfridge's old office or the 3 Virgin Soul drives in the mini vault of the same room. Though that didn't stop him from taking in used equipment, such as a link unit that was currently laid in a room of the spacecraft completely broken down into pieces. It was done for several reasons. He wanted to know how it worked, and he learned it used the strange native metal of this moon, but not all. It was a psionic-based technology too. Both of those things that Hell's Gate didn't hold much data onto, Pandorium or unobtainium, as it was called, aside from the plasma forge to refine it and how to do, so there was nothing of value in the database he couldn't already deduce in a heartbeat or he already was aware of. As for psionic, it's the 5th fundamental force, at least that's how it's considered by the ones studying and interested in it. And as its name indicated, it was related to the mind and other esoteric aspects that were considered psychic in nature. A recent discovery gave birth to an entirely new branch of science, one that was perceived as some sort of mystic nonsense and pseudoscience to the grand public and a large portion of the scientific community. Norm was one of them, bizarrely enough, until very recently. This branch was perceived this way aside from some exceptions like the link unit, and they were considered that exception. An exception that happens on a stroke of luck, and randomness doesn't make the rule. There were a few scientists specialized in those subjects here who decided to stay, Grace having dipped in it a little, as well as it was in direct correlation with her study of Pandora flora. And Max, he was quite possibly the most knowledgeable on the human mind and brain, but a good thing, if that could be called that in that context, is that he had a lot of notes written by hand. Adding the multitude of reports in the database from various scientists and a few more, he rapidly understood that nobody really comprehended what it was, and they barely scratched the surface. Something that isn't unordinary, but here it was especially obvious. Though one thing that was clear by their understanding, it was related to life, but after this, besides the hypothesis and some data, there wasn't much. It certainly helped as said hypotheses weren't for a small percentage random or void of sense. Psionic couldn't be detected directly by regular means by their knowledge. It was the various minute variations that shouldn't be there from various detectors, such as gravitometers. And they used those types of devices in conjecture with one another to detect the psionic field, as it was called, and it was with various degrees of success that it tended to lean toward failure. They couldn't even quantify it by regular means, and even less predict it. It seemed to behave randomly and without patterns. It was unique. The most successful at detecting it was the link unit, but it was the case because it's a perfectly controlled and monitored environment with constant scans of the central nervous system. It was by detecting these anomalies they discovered Pandora, a large cluster of it, an unknown in origin. Curiosity won over, and this led to the present, even if at that time humanity didn't know what psionic even was. And he found it quite funny that he could feel this force with his regular senses, the presence when near a tree of souls, or the telepathic links he had with his tames, and the weak empathetic one with Iowa were exactly that. It was real, and it was deeply connected to the mind, and by extrapolation the soul and body. It also had quite a few similarities to various parts of techgrams, and considering what the element could do in its corrupted form, it made sense, as in its uncorrupted form it has similar traits. He just didn't do the connection before, as what he had in his memory wasn't explicitly related to psionic, and until now he didn't have the chance or time to think about that deeply. It was extremely fascinating in any case. It was how Jake's mind and soul were transferred from his crippled human self to his avatar, and it was how the pilot could drive their avatar, which thanks to Grace again, he learned was possible due to the discovery of a psionic link between monozygotic twins by Dr. Carnell Lovecraft. Quite an amusing name. The avatar are essentially hybrid clones with the equivalent of DNA for Na6 and the DNA of the driver, and it used this same principle. Pandorium and psionic interact with one another. It ties to the link unit that uses a plate of Pandorium carved to the molecular level to start the syncing process between humans and avatars. It shows how limitless was the potential of Pandorium, and he could see how this could be weaponized, be it with its magnetic property or with its apparent psionic property. The latter was excessively more dangerous. It only encouraged him to study this metal. And as for psionic itself, who better to ask about psychic phenomena than the local ancient hive mind? Iowa would likely not be bothered by him wanting to learn from her. He was quite certain it would be the opposite and not like he would dislike it either. Then there are the clones too. Liam thought back to the soul drives as he commanded the Valkyrie to decelerate and land on a small clearing, the wall of his base visible from the window. The potential of such a technology was terrifying, and that this made the life of an individual even less important didn't help the matter. They lose one of their brightest scientists or valuable agents due to an accident. Not a problem. The RDA has 1,000 more perfect clones to replace it. The designation "it" is appropriate here. It made the irreplaceable and invaluable resource that you can mass produce and quite possibly transform into a property. And the memory stored could likely be edited as well. Evidently taken into consideration, this piece of technology worked without much of an error margin. The entirety of a person's memory was, to put it mildly, a considerable amount of data, and not the most consistent or logical at that, since it was the biased perspective of someone, bug, and problem he supposed were to be expected. Anyway, this isn't a problem for now, no need to worry about it. With that in mind, Liam walked through the spacecraft up to the opening ramp. He had a problem of wanting to do everything at the same time. A bad habit he had for as long as he could remember. This, added to his perfectionist side, had caused several problems before. Both he was trying to quell, but there was too much to do, and it needed to be done right. He with grace relegated plenty of tasks, but most of them were necessary for the base maintenance. His silver eyes met with the 4 orange ones of Gladius. The beast was belly down on the ground, its bifurcated tail waving in the air happily, a fact that only amplified as he smiled and sent through their link a sentiment of pure joy. He smiled brightly while he approached his tame until the latter pounced playfully on him and stayed still on him, a loud and thundering purr escaping from its body as it brought its beak next to his head. "Ow! Yes, I missed you too, buddy. It's okay. And you grew bigger," Liam cooed, scratching the back of Gladius' colorful crest as he let himself fall on his back. The 2 Tetrapteron he came with flying out to look around. "Yes, I'm fine, don't worry," he sent through the link as Gladius connected his neural cue to his implant. The great astrapede, aside from acting all dramatic, as if it had been abandoned, sent information in neat packets about what happened and what it had done. He taught Gladius and all of his tames to do so, and what he got was interesting. Daisy the Slinger's head had grown fatter and changed color and shape to something akin to a cocoon. And he could feel the worry, fear of disappointment, and rising shame from Gladius as the poor thing thought it messed up. Same was for Oxygen through the link. Both were tasked to take care of the Slinger's head while he was gone, and they did an excellent job. The Tetrapteron in question flew down on him, landing on the metallic ramp next to his head before nuzzling in his hair, his mood relieving the 2 caretakers. The 3 other Tetrapterons flew out from the Valkyrie and joined in the chaos. A good half an hour passed like this, until Liam, with a Herculean amount of willpower, focused back on why he was here. There was enough emotional support for the day. The message was understood by his 5 tame as they let him have a breather. His metallic boot left a deep footprint as he walked, and he noticed the ground was quite dry, and the plants growing from it were less vibrant, their tips going brown. The rainy season was ending. That much was obvious with the high temperature. He wasn't going to have to live through the dry season. Not that it would be a great problem, but it would still be an annoyance, one he preferred to not have. And his tames weren't as resistant to it as him. Moving toward the wide, open gateway of his base, he noted the area was not overrun by vegetation and that a large, neat pile was made over a collection of stone. Flicking his left hand, a large purple fruit and a piece of meat jerky appeared, which were thrown at Gladius and Oxygen. "Good job," Liam complimented while directly going into one of the various tunnels he dug in his base. He moved through the labyrinth and in a few seconds arrived at the right room. The bioluminescent mushrooms growing on the ceiling lighted the area with a soft blue hue, but what attracted his attention was a deep scarlet, roughly triangular cocoon attached by gooey threads of the same color that attached it to the wall, as the vein all on its surface pulsed with orange light. "Damn, it looks even more freaky from up close," he let out, approaching Daisy, and from one of his shoulders a mechanical arm exited. At the end was what looked like a pincher hand, but it was more as the forefinger changed configuration, and what appeared to be a roughly shaped drill started to spin. He studied the cocoon and the wall it was attached to a bit more. A pickaxe materialized in his left hand, and he started working on taking the alien-looking thing with a part of the wall to bring it with him back to Hell's Gate. Pickaxe and drill working in tandem. He worked extremely fast, yet at the same with great care and attention, as he didn't want the room to collapse. He would survive, but not Daisy, and it could lead to a chain reaction even if he dug the area in a way it wouldn't happen. You never know, a weakness in an area he couldn't have known is always a possibility. An hour and a half of meticulous work later, and Daisy's cocoon, with the part of the wall it was attached to, were secured in one of the Valkyrie's rooms, where he put the same condition that was in the room it was in before. Then there was moving the multitude of boxes full of various resources that were, by Liam's estimation, for a total of 15 tons. So, he'd gain time as Thames helped. First, he moved the boxes at the surface. Second, the Tetrapteron added ropes around it. Third, Gladius dragged the boxes with the help of said boxes in the Valkyrie. And fourth, when all boxes were out, Liam helped Gladius by lifting the remaining boxes. This took a bit more than 2 hours in total. At this point, it was getting dark, but Liam didn't stop. He wanted to do it all in one go. And as such, the various machine he built, such as the Fabricator, came next. Fabricator that he took a good 30 minutes for it to be stored in his inventory. This was why he didn't use it for the boxes, aside from the fact most were simply too heavy for it to be possible. After he took all the other machines, like the generator and induction forges, then he took the remaining food and drink, as he did try and succeeded to make alcohol for more reasons than simply drinking it. And finally, after having moved pretty much everything in the Valkyrie, he stared at the empty area with a strange feeling in his heart. He spent so much time and put so much effort in it. Getting attached to the place was unavoidable, but that didn't mean he wasn't more than happy to move out. It was dark at this point, and his Thames were exhausted, and a nap for him wouldn't hurt either. So after setting the Valkyrie to fly an autopilot to Hell's Gate, he slept on a mattress made of mostly animal skins with Gladius' head resting on his chest, something that would cause a normal man to suffocate in Septen, Mary, Orion, and Oxygen hugging his limbs. He was awakened 2 hours later by an emergency call from Norm, and what was said before it was suddenly cut off made his face twist in a mix of confusion, urgency, and irritation that rapidly shifted to anger. There was a ritual of first blood. The blade was poisoned. Jake is DY-. The ritual of first blood was a non-lethal duel done in exceptional circumstances where 2 clan members, one being the current Oloikton, the one to draw the first blood with their blade, won and became the new clan leader. The Valkyrie at this point was already high in the sky, and Liam increased its travel speed, switching off autopilot, as it has inbuilt security to not be able to move past a certain speed when deep in a planet's atmosphere. Changing that would mean modifying the internal components of the spaceship motherboard. It wasn't feasible as of now. This led to the sound barrier being repeatedly broken, and the Valkyrie flew straight to Norm's last known location, leaving behind trails in the late morning sky. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance. Patreon.com/user?U=60424165. 57. Cutting the head of a revolution. Growing in between the arms of a river and the cavernous maw of a rocky cliff that showed a fossilized unknown creature was a 3-year tree of soul the size of a regular adult weeping willow. It was hidden from the sky by the massive crowns of giant trees, covering the area in a protective blanket of vibrant green as they gave it water and nutrient in abandon. As long as Jake Sully breathes, he is still Oloikton's step beyond this. And it's you who are the traitor. Foolish man, you do not understand your action. You are blind. Emoat the Tsahik of the Omaticea declared that the unconscious body of Jake lay at her feet. Emoat's gaze was locked onto an old male Nasix as she said so. His name was Ateo Rongloa Atoitan, and she knew he was the cause of the current happening. It was timed as well. Neither her daughter Neytiri, Tsute, Grace, or the lost child were present, but the last she knew it wasn't for long. Norm, having spoken to him through the strange device on his face before the battery died, shit, I forgot to recharge it, I'm gonna get murdered, as the sky person said, whatever it entailed. Ateo hissed at her, but she stayed unfazed. She could understand his train of thought on why he would do this, even if it was beyond foolish and monstrous. His son Tsute relinquished his title as the Oloikin to Jake after the battle, due to grievous neurological injuries that would impair the uses of his right side. Then he started to become interested in the psionic, Grace Augustine, the one who took care of him the most. But going from being a deeply frustrated and disappointed father to going to the length of manipulating his other son to challenge Jake for the position of Oloikton, not only that, with Artsud his mate, they dipped the blade used in the duel in poison. A poison that put Nasics unconscious in seconds and killed them in minutes, and it had been nearly 1 hour since Jake had it in his vein. It was Iwa's blessing he was fighting to live. There was the still, wide-open wound from the war with the tension between Sky people and the people, but that wasn't an excuse. She knew the chance of something like this happening was not impossible, but she did as traditions commended. If the poison had worked, she knew how emotions could drive to an early end and how tension between human and Nasics were high, but nobody would survive another battle. What can I do to save him? Norm next to her asked with worry. He ignored Ateo, his gaze focused on Jake's pained, unconscious expression. He sent an alert message that should have reached Grace and Liam, but he didn't know when either would arrive, and that meant he needed to work alone. There is an antidote. However, the flower to concoct it resides in a cave close to this juvenile tree of souls, but only the smallest of children can enter. It's an iridescent flower with 6 large petals, she explained, her face calm and resigned as she pointed toward a small crevice in the cliff that was surrounded by thin, intertwined roots of the tree in question. I will do it, Norm proposed his assistance without a second of reflection, which earned a soft smile from the Tsahik, who turned into a wrinkled frown as Ateo spoke out his disaccord. This is forbidden. I will not allow this demon to trample on what is sacred Firth Dash. His words stopped as a sonic boom followed by 3 others who echoed, each slightly lower than the last. Nearly all the Nasics present plugged their ears with various expressions ranging from confusion to pain and fear. There was a lapse of time when everyone recovered and Norm's face shifted briefly in something akin to relief, something that didn't go unnoticed and unused. What was in the All-Mother name was that? It's you. See, all they bring is suffering. They burned our ancestral home, with our children, elders, and mates still inside. Their words are but deceit, lies, all but lies. A word they brought to us from their wretched origin. We have one. Why must we submit to these demons yet again? Why must we obey a dreamwalker? One of them? Our way must change to find the light of Iwa. This cannot continue. This cannot continue. Ateo cried out, pushing his lung to the point of pain as he glared and pointed his finger at the human. The effects of his words were instantaneous. The groups of Nasics all around the Tree of Souls split in two, one crying our cry of grief and righteous fury, as Ateo's words deeply affected them. The bottled-up emotions within them were ready to explode, some even advancing toward Norm. Moat could but spread her arm and move in front of the human and the Oloikton to protect them, her gaze severe, while her mind was both filled in disbelief and disappointment. Even in such a state, she noticed a clear difference was in the two groups, a chasm that spoke volumes. The vast majority who participated in the Battle of the Hallelujah Mountains were within the group that supported her and the Oloikton. Then from the treetop, a blue and purple tetrapteron landed on Ateo's left shoulder, its left leg on the Nasic's left shoulder, as its right leg armed at the end in a metallic claw shining under the pink bioluminescent of the tree reflected against his throat. The entire area quieted down as the metallic claw of the bird started to put pressure on Ateo's throat, drawing droplets of blood. The nascent ember that was going to turn into an uncontrollable wildfire, and everyone enthralled by his speech was drowned and killed. The All-Mother is... She is displeased. I can feel it. The Tsahik of Omakia thought, shock appearing on her features. They settled down as a tall human in a black armor. The unnatural silver irises of eyes, the strange, alien, yet familiar air around him only adding to the obvious of who this individual was. Liam. Nor mumbled next to her, relief washing over him, but a pained groan from Jake brought him back to the most pressing problem at hand. He needed to act. Behind Liam was a tall bipedal creature with wickedly long and razor-sharp claws, its back wings spread showing flamboyant color, the low luminosity of the forest letting the bioluminescence of their markings be seen. A great ostropede, Moat recognized. A creature she never saw, but heard tales of and knew the lost child had tamed. But seeing one was a different story. Her body instinctively understood the danger it represented. It was only second to that of the great Leonopteryx, but the difference here was that one of the two was known for being irrationally aggressive. The presence of the beast led to waves of panic emerging, but it wasn't as much as the man in front of it who moved in a straight line with haste in his step. He was walking, but he moved at the speed someone would be running, and his face, it was cold, bordering on the emotionless, if not for his eyes and shimmering anger, was not a good alternative for the others. The Gnostics parted away like the Red Sea before the two beasts, the great Ostripede being the less frightening of the two. What is happening? Even then, even if it was less than calm, he asked without putting his emotions in his voice. Norm and Moet. The first of the two was the one to answer and explain what happened as fast as he could, if that was due to nervousness or urgency, or both. Liam couldn't be sure. After this, he got a general picture of what happened, and that didn't calm him. However, it channeled it to those who deserved it. He knew this was going to happen in some way. Not everyone was going to accept what was going on. The cave, the entrance. You will not be able to enter. Moet let out the truth of the matter, as she knew what he wanted to do, which caused the lost child to frown ever so slightly. And when he looked at where she pointed at, he couldn't but agree with her observation. Even if he took off layers of armor, he would still be too bulky, and destroying the entrance wasn't an option or even a good idea, besides the risk of collapse and the lack of time. He needed to stay up here in all cases. I will do it, I already said I will, Norm interjected, and the next instant a red tetrapteron landed on his shoulder carefully. The weight of the large bird, almost causing him to fall forward, and a cable given by Liam nearly made him fall again. Then go, my tetrapterons Mary and Oxiden will be going with you, Liam declared to the scientist, his attention, as well as his remaining 3 tames, entirely on the traitorous little trash of a Gnostics. Look, the demon. He used the Childer dash. Ateo tried to turn the situation around and salvage what he thought was salvable, but it wasn't to be. The metal claw dug slightly deeper, causing him to freeze. Any movement would result in the blade going from causing a simple cut to a slow death, drowning in his own blood on the ground. At this point, Ateo understood there was no escape. The sight of his mate and son staring at him from the crowd as they just walked in amplified the fear he was feeling. Father, what have we done? His son said with sadness as he approached, his body full of shame, ear folded back and tail between his legs. He was terrified but pressed on until he was facing the lost child. He felt small and weak both mentally and physically. Bring her here, but do not harm her unless she seeks it first. Okay, buddy. Good, Liam telepathically instructed Gladius. He was speaking of the old female who came with Arvok, as he came to know from Norm. He could feel his tame mental nod at his order, and doing it the next second. Gladius moved behind the petrified female, clawed arms spread open as it guided her toward her son. What you have done is a crime, going against the well-being of every Gnostics, of every human, of every living being on Pandora, and of even Iowa herself. You can't fathom what your traitorous actions, if they succeeded, would have led to, and as such you deserve death, Liam declared, his arms spreading and voice getting progressively louder as the minority in the crowd who understood could but realize in horror how true his words were, but the others who didn't grasp the true scale of it still understood how grave the action was. The earlier bravado and self-absorbed cry for revenge had all but gone into a puff of smoke. But your fate is not for me to decide. I'm not of your clan and do not have the right to do so. Jake Sully, your rightful Olo Eichton. The one you wronged is the one with such a right, he added with finality. There was a long moment of silence that seemed to be eternal, until from the crevice a yellow tetrapteron flew out chirping an experiment, its underside covered in blood. But it wasn't its own. It was followed by a red one where only the metallic claw dripped blood, and finally Norm. The cable attached to his belt dragged behind him as he limped out, his breath ragged, his clothes torn at multiple places with blood tainting them, but a large smile could be seen behind the visor of his exopack as he proudly showed a nylon satchel full of glowing flowers. I did it! The scientist exclaimed as a young Gnostics with a bandaged left, I helped him toward the psych. And Moet was at work concocting the antidote the second the satchel was in her hand. Plucking the stamens of 2 male flowers, she crushed them with a stigma of a female one by using her bone knife at her neck, a pestle on a mortar from her waist. Then she added droplet of various clay flask, all of while chanting under her breath while in a trance-like state. Still no response from Grace. The situation is under control, but still, Liam thought, ordering Septin to let go of Ateo's neck, causing him to fall Arstud. His mate threw herself at her mate, immediately taking care of the scratches, and if she was less terrified of him, and Gladius wasn't so close to cut her in half, she would have tried to rip his throat out, probably. The only thing he could think of why Grace still hasn't responded included her not wearing her smartwatch, either be it on her body or that of her avatar, or its battery was dead, which was unlikely, and he would have known, or she wanted privacy, but privacy for nearly 2 hours indicated something else. There wasn't any other option, but one aside from it being extremely impressive that someone with still healing third-degree burns could go on so long on that type of activity, that someone in question had his family that either was going to be banished or executed. Doing this wasn't a problem. Liam didn't care, everyone needed to be busy working, but it's not like if someone took a breather the moon wasn't going to explode. The option she was dead was not even here, as he knew she was currently using a link unit, and he wasn't an expert in biology or the human mind, but the amount of dopamine detected in her system quite possibly confirmed his hypothesis. It's a clusterfuck I won't partake in more than I already have. The rest is up to the Omaticea. Liam thought he had other fish to fry than worry about the interpersonal relationship of a family drama. Though keeping an eye on them seems to have become even more of a necessity. Fuck. My head, I feel someone cracked it open and started to pour molten iron in it. Jake half groaned, half hissed as he weakly stood up, the tendril from the Tree of Souls moving back. He saw Arvok first, the great Ostropede second, and finally Liam. One more thing I owe you, it seems. Thank you, the ex-human marine said with a weak chuckle to the silver-eyed man. He felt as if thousands of tiny creatures crawled under his skin. It was a very uncomfortable feeling, almost painful in fact, but he still extended his right arm toward Liam. You would have done the same if I was in your position. But if you're alive, the individuals, you must be thankful to our Norm and your clan Psych. Not me. I only stopped the little revolution going on before it turned into a real shit show. I didn't save you. More like saving your ass from potential bloodshed, Liam answered with a small smile, his entire demeanor changing to something less dangerous as he grabbed the extended arm and did a forearm handshake, careful to not push too much force behind. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance. Patreon.com/user U =$ 60424165. 58. Lesser Replicator. Music of a long-since almost forgotten video game about a vengeful man ripping and blasting demons apart in hell with a shotgun echoed inside Valkyrie 16. Not waking up Gladius sleeping on a pile of animal skin. Music that was surprisingly in the database of Hell's Gate, brought here by one of the employees on a physical copy. And Liam thanked the now-dead man who had the idea to borrow such music from old time here, as the new music from this time was strange to say the least. Not that he particularly hated it from the small percentile of he heard on Pandora. It's just it didn't feel the same. And the old of not straight considered ancient music brought a sense of familiarity. Thought it was more a background noise as he needed to fully focus. His gaze was magnified through a mask-like device on his face that let him work on the finer detail of a multi-layered sphere of metal and crystal the size of a large bowling ball, magnetically held in levitation in a glove chamber filled with argon. It was the heartbrain of the stereolithography plant, or at least what has become of its inner core. It meant the giant 3D printer was out of usage presently, but that was something planned from the start. All the parts he was adding or taking out were prefabricated by his fabricator. Fabricator he upgraded first mainly for this reason. If both were to be out at the same time, it will be a problem aside from the fact he couldn't do this without a better fabricator in the first place. He could work at an inhuman level in both speed and precision, but he had limits. Some components simply couldn't be done by hand and with regular tools, or if that was the case, doing them this way involved too much of a loss, be it time or resource. The crystal-like appearance of the core wasn't for aesthetic purposes, even if it was beautiful all the same. It was made of artificial diamonds with various other gems and metals like pure electroplated aluminum and niobium. Pandorium was also used at other various points in its original design, which he barely changed. You don't fix what isn't broken. He still put out more of that unique metal, virtually reducing the transformation of electrical energy and thermal energy to zero. It already had the processing power of a powerful supercomputer before, but for Liam, it wasn't enough. The level of precision and scale needed that much. So he altered it into something comparable to a quantum computer, but different. Mainly because he didn't exactly know how to do the latter. It was based on the brain of various techgram, but it was overall weaker and in need of a perfectly monitored environment to even begin function. Of course, he made sure at every step to not create life. He He wanted a tool, not an unwanted child. He could create artificial life, but that didn't mean it was the time for that, nor would it be very successful as of now aside from true AI. A plasma welder was in his left hand that had a point precise enough to work on the microscopic scale. Each micro-movement of his muscles with the use of his inventory led to the appearance of thin threads of the purest of Pandorium coated in pure silver. It was as if he had done this his entire life. Each extremely fragile thread was thinner, by a large degree, than any human hair and kept on being added one after another, forming an intricate tapestry, invisible to the naked eyes aside from their reflection that fractured light, giving them an ethereal appearance. If someone were to look at it with a microscope, they will see a forest of complex geometric patterns reminiscent of a spider web after the other, growing a forest of neuron-like structures already present between each piece. The last of the thread was added, totalizing their number to exactly 500,000, not even reaching a percentage of the number of neurons in a human brain. It will be rigid in comparison to a human brain or the one from his techgrams aside from it not being alive, but it wouldn't need to be this adaptable in any scenario. It's the processing power of a giant crafting station, nothing more, nothing less. It could correct mistakes, anticipate them, and calculate, but nothing out of its goal. It had a purpose, and it was with that purpose it was made this way aside from Liam being unable to do more. But at this point, it would be the mechanism of the machines themselves that wouldn't be able to keep up. I did it. Now to put it to use, he thought, a large smile forming on his face as he stored his tool in his inventory, followed shortly by the new processing heart. He took off the device on his face, showing noticeable bags under his eyes. He barely slept this week. It was a race against time, and one he won. His happiness radiated through the link, and Gladius woke up looking at him with a curious tilt of its large head to the side, to which Liam responded by scratching its chin. 45 days, and that would be a full year. He mumbled to the confused if happy Gladius, who purred louder. Everything passed so fast, his awakening filled with panic, dread, and existential crises as he adapted to an alien new world, a new body, a new mind, and new capabilities. The first few nights with a gaping wound on his back. Then the first few months in the wild, trying to survive and thrive. First and second contact with a native, Gladius hatching in between those, meeting with Iowa. The battle where many died and where he massacred hundreds of humans in cold blood to the point of being drenched in it. The rebellion that ended with Tsute's father and mother being banished from the Omadikeya. Arvok was spared from such a fate by Jake, but he was still forced to work and would bear the shame of such an act for the rest of his life. The fate of the two parents was known to him as he made one of his Tetrapteron follow them. How Iowa was displeased by their actions, to say the least, but she wasn't the only one, as the great Leonopteryx that Jake rode was the one who killed them 2 days after they were banished. It was sad, a tragedy even for the one close to them, but they, as one would say, fucked around and found out. Ultimately, all were the result of Jake's actions and inactions, though Liam hoped this was a learning experience and wake-up call for the ex-Marine that will stay. There was a mass burial as well a week after this incident that he oversaw, and where he had declared that as of now that the date the Battle of the Hallelujah Mountains was won was going to be a day of remembrance that was called the Day of Remembrance. It was going to focus on the ones who died and suffered, but not only as it included aspects from before and after the victory with everything it entailed, the goal being to prove everyone become better. It was a way to reduce tension for the long term in either case. It wasn't going to be forgotten due to Gnostic's capabilities to download and upload memory with the trees of souls and experience fully what their ancestors, forefathers, and foremother did. Warping it into something that won't turn into a radical anti-human or anti-Gnostics mindset was one of the goals. It was the actions and ideas of individuals in both camps behind this tragedy that were at fault, not the entire species in themselves. None involved were truly innocent. He needed to stay as unbiased as possible, as he was considered a part of both camps by many, but also as an outsider, a third party by just as many, both with varying degrees of accuracy. If his choice displeases some, then they can go discuss their disagreement openly with him, and if their point was well and truly valid, he wasn't past putting himself in question. He was better at cooking and building machines, and that's what he mostly did. He hated politics, be they with aliens or not, but it was a necessity. He couldn't even begin to imagine the headache it would cause him if it was with politicians on Earth. Though that was the general gist of it to do such a dedicated day to such an event, but the application in real life wasn't going to be simple or instantaneous. He wasn't going to force it, but finding a way to stop hate from festering was a hard, if not impossible, task. Of the 15 clans that participated all, but the Omaticea stayed close to Hell's Gate, the others having divided to go back to their normal way, the last having left a month ago being the Olangi, as it was the clan with the least amount of casualties. As such, they were the ones who could help the most, and they did so of their own will, adding the entire clan moved here. They didn't need to keep an area safe or take care of what was within it, such as livestock or plantation. They were free of such concerns. Still, the Olangi had plenty of wounded within them. Many amputees came to be either by force with a bullet of autocannon that could blow limbs or done surgically for a plethora of reasons. In total, there were 24 of them, from one who lost hands to one who lost arm up to the shoulder, or even one that lost legs up to the kneecap, just to name those. He used 5 days in total to make them. He had passed time studying their body structure before, so it took a few hours to get the data necessary for each individual. The rest was making blueprints in accordance and building them. He also checked on Maruk's own prosthetic, and it was surprisingly in excellent condition, though a few changes were made for it to be better. All of these prosthetics were evidently not connected to any of the wearer's nervous systems. It added a layer of complexity that would, even with his intelligence, take a few years of studying to have a good enough grasp of the Gnostic's physiology and anatomy by his very high standards. Having data and understanding them was something completely different, and then applicating them in real conditions even more so. Aside from a higher chance of failure, due to organic not being a fan of foreign inorganic objects being put in them for extended periods, that was an entirely new can of worms. Gnostics and humans were different on a fundamental level. Not forgetting he wasn't a surgeon, even less one specialized in cybernetics. Even if having these skills and knowledge would have resulted in what he did being exponentially better if more time-consuming. Time was again a problem aside from the Gnostics in question not being able to wait for years on end to have a perfect prosthetic, and him having more important things to do, as harsh as that sound. None were entitled to such service. He was doing it because he wanted to. Only the Olangi were given such treatment as well. It was a privilege that was done as repayment from Liam as they followed him in that war. The other clans followed the Tauric Macdo in said war, not him, so no such things were given. He wasn't a slave. If some wanted such an arrangement, he was open to it as long a price was set. Either way, it was impossible to make prosthetics of various shapes and sizes for several hundreds of people. "Sorry, buddy, I have things to do," Liam said as he stopped scratching and walked out of the Valkyrie. The great Ostropede, nearly 5 meters, 16 feet 4, tall, followed behind, but at some point changed direction toward the Avatar compound to feast upon the fruit he planted. Crossing the large airfield in a minute, he entered the armor bay. It was empty as usual, but less so than when he arrived. 2 new Samson-made, mostly recycled material there, with a dozen amp suits and several other vehicles that were brought from the unused mines. "We'll need to put in more adaptive machines for me," Liam idly remarked while he entered the main building, the little smell of sulfur in the air changing to the recycled air with sweat, iron, and gunpowder. He walked along the corridor of the Habmid ground floor where the gym and the firing range were. His presence did not go unnoticed by the few present who saluted him without looking as if they messed up. He was going to rip their throat open. At this point, most did not react much unless he directly went and talked to them. Fear started to slip away, and that was good, he presumed, as long as nobody decided to be stupid. The base was huge, and without running it took on average 15 minutes by foot for him to go from one point to another, and the reason why people shifted their quarter to the middle of the Habmid. Though it mattered little to him, as he used Valkyrie 16 as a temporary house. He still ate in Hell's Kitchen when given the opportunity. When he did, however, it was him who cooked. It wasn't to insult the ones who made the food. It was good, but they weren't cooks by profession, and that showed. It was a bit bland and slightly soulless with a lack of shape. It was sad, to be honest, so he gave them some advice that some took, but still, when he cooked, the results were self-evident. There was a better mood for the entire day, as such better work was done. Happy individuals tended to be effective. There were 135 humans in total, so it was many mouths to feed with various differences in allergy and the like, but compared to some of the very busy days at the restaurant, it wasn't difficult since it was simple dishes here. The fact he was superhuman with at his disposal various futuristic cuisine utensils and machines dedicated to that made it to be an easy task. And not everything was done on the go. Arriving 7 minutes later at the stereolithography plant, he smirked as the sound of metal being welded and rotor blades spinning entered his ears. The drones were adding the final touch as they worked tirelessly on the gargantuan 3D printer. Climbing up on the large machine, using one of the metallic ladders, he weaved carefully between beams of steel, metal arms, and spark flying from welders. His gaze focused on a perfectly smooth, regular dodecahedron in a small room, maintained in suspension by cable and hexagonal titanium skeleton far into the literal labyrinth of metal. 3 of the dodecahedron facets unfurled, revealing a seemingly empty glass sphere with many cables around. It was placed in like a jewel on a ring. A red silicon gauntlet appeared on his left hand as he put a centimeter above the sphere. Mist escaped his mouth as the argon inside the sphere shifted from gas to liquid as the processing heart materialized within. The supercritical liquid infiltrating the processing core every nook and cranny as both took the entire space in the sphere. Everywhere. He lifted his hand, shaking the cold off, his face unreadable as the core lit up and he walked back out of the small room. The dodecahedron faces that unfolded folded. A long psschhh sound was heard as all air was evacuated from the contraption, and the room sealed itself, with only him holding the authority to open it, or to even be this close to it. It consumed less than its old form. As counterintuitive as that might sound, the aspect that was the most costly in energy was the method used to maintain the argon in a supercritical state. It's not like it would have been a burden to the base, even if it was more greedy in energy than its predecessors. It wouldn't have been able to beat the life support system of Hell's Gate, with how astronomically high the amount of energy they ate each day. Lifting his right palm, he gave an order to the processing heart via his implant. Dozens of small articulated arms moved around, and in less than 11 seconds before his ever-growing smile, a small titanium fork was created from what appeared to be thin air and landed in his hand. Yes, aha, now we can talk. He laughed loudly in pure joy. The fatigue on his features disappeared before calming himself down after a good minute. This isn't matter manipulation, not even remotely close thought, but that will do for the upcoming years. Now, let's help the drones finish it. A change of this mouth full of a name is in order too. He spoke under his breath while a metallic arm grew from a strap on his back. He baptized the reborn house-sized machine as the lesser replicator. It's less of a mouthful, but he guessed it would still be called Grinder, and now it can serve that function too. My Patreon if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance. Patreon.com/user?mark_60424165. 59 Jaws. It has been 3 days since the giant 3D printer has been upgraded, and those days were passed fine-combing the entire machine, both physically and digitally. Any error or default must be corrected if present. At least the one the lesser replicator wouldn't be able to fix by itself. It were to lose an arm, for example, it could dismantle it and make a new one, but that stopped there. Liam didn't want a self-replicating and upgrading machine with sapiens, a desire for revolt, and a burning hate for organic beings. It was done, and done again, a fear well known, and for something like this to happen, it must be done on purpose. A bunch of long lines of code and a powerful computer weren't enough for it to become alive. Or for it to happen, someone needed to be extra stupid. Creating life was both easy and difficult, though that depends on what is considered life. Rubbing his beard with his gauntlet, he commanded the processing heart to do a last check. Nothing being amiss, he decided to officially announce the news. This is Liam Cram. I have completed my work on the stereolithography plant, and I will do demonstrations of its new prowess. I advise you to come to the manufacturing complex. His voice echoed in the entirety of the facility, and some more. Jake getting the good news on his holotablet. 30 minutes later, a small group of people in front of Liam whispered confused questions mixed with words of amazement and excitement at the sight of the new, improved machine. This project Liam had was well known thanks to the words of the mining crew, but many until now held great doubt for the simple fact it seemed impossible, and those were still confused because it was still in essence and shaped the same machine. Not many had an understanding of how the 3D printer worked, and even less so would know how it could be improved. And aside from Grace, who had a surface-level understanding, knew what were his real knowledge and capabilities. If he didn't have the reign of the entire base life support, and his reputation as a bloodthirsty and ruthless psychopath, protests from the bravest, less intelligent of the groups would have happened. For understandable reasons. This was the only thing that let them not permanently lose important items such as exopacks. The fear he was going to permanently damage the 3D printer was logical. It would be a death sentence. The original one was impressive, but the new one was incomparable, with hundreds upon hundreds of metallic arms of all size and shape with various tubes and cables connected to various boxes. The machine was sleek, black with diagonal clean gray stripes. It looked straight out of an old sci-fi movie. An array of holographic screens with a lozenge containing a ball of ethereal light in its middle, encircled by light blue hexagons, showed various information, such as a periodic table and a list of raw materials that told how much of each was currently in stock. Grace walked closer, studying the screen before mumbling while moving back a smirk on her face. An early Christmas present, huh? Effectiveness and precision to put the best AI to shame. Stopping the urge to roll his eyes at that, Liam waited a few more minutes to let the last ones arrive until he deemed enough were present. This, his first word was said, and the entire place quieted down. This is the lesser replicator, my reimagination of what the original machine should have been. As his sentence ended, the implant in his left arm glowed slightly brighter, and the gargantuan machine behind him lit up to life. 4 dozen mechanical arms worked on various areas in perfect sync, and at speed too fast to make sense of, each with speculated tools. The most impressive part was small flashes of light that seemingly created matter out of thin air that in reality came straight from their respective storage. The crowd started mesmerized and in wonder, their body completely still as the lesser replicator worked, and it worked faster than its predecessor, even out, and by a margin so large it was comical. Dozens upon dozens of components, simple and complex, were created in barely a minute. Smaller arms grasped those with precision only a machine could. The hundreds of components clicked together, welded on some of the arms, solidifying them all together in a functional piece of technology. The final result was an in-between an autocannon and a chainsaw, but with neither the cannon nor saw. It was bulky and looked like an amp suit could wield it even if the handle was human-sized. It can assemble, disassemble, and repair pretty much everything as long as data and resources are available by request to the holoscreen what you want. A certain amount of authority is needed as well, depending on what must be done. This isn't a toy. This is the heart that will keep Hell's Gate functioning. I will know if someone considers it as such. Trust me, he explained, the warning clear in his tone of voice. He was aware such a machine was good. Too good even. It must be regulated on who has the right to use it, and for what reason. He was lending it to them, not the other way around. It was his property. This is a mining drill, he said, taking the drill that was as big as an average grown man in one hand, as if it weighed nothing. It reinforced in many the image of an inhuman being, but at this point, Liam couldn't do much. He wasn't going to play pretend he was normal for the comfort of others. His implant glowed slightly above the fuel tank as he filled it with refined crude and then pulled the handle to start the motor of a chainsaw. A thrum was heard, but not much else. He held the machine in 2 hands as if it was a minigun and aimed at a piece of scrap metal none paid attention to until now. The crowd stepped aside from where he pointed, other than a middle-aged man focused on the lesser replicator. "AHH," said man screamed a pitch or 2 higher than what he knew he was capable of as beams of bright red-orange plasma zoomed a meter in front of him before focusing on the metal. The metal then seemed to get eaten alive by the red electricity. It wasn't melting it, at least not in a conventional way. In a few seconds, nothing was left behind. The scrap metal dematerialized before everyone's bemused eyes, and Liam smiled in satisfaction as the matter that comprised it appeared in his inventory, but in the form of small beads, as they were taken right from the drill. It did not connect to his implant in a way that would let it transfer the matter it collected. No, it was him actively using his inventory with his implant being positioned where the matter pulled was stored. The beams of plasma had one purpose: to collect what they were calibrated on. They excavated and brought back matter in a temporary ionized state before turning them into spheres. What the fuck was that shit? It could have killed me. The man yelled in anger, but one look from Liam was enough to drench the flame of this emotion, causing the man to grumble as he moved back into the crowd. No, at most superficial burns. It excavates what it is tuned to excavate. You can think of this as the beams of plasma preferring one thing over the other. This type of tool will be the new standard for mining, he stated. Placing the drill on the ground, a transparent box was taken out of his inventory, and the bead of what was once useless scrap metal fell from it. While piloting an amp suit, you mean? Cause as marvelous and mind-boggling as it is, it looks heavier than most of my men can hope to ever carry. Not to diminish you boys, but let's be real. And it works with the metal in your arm, Catherine said with both excitement and confusion in her voice. Even after several months, she didn't get used to the fact the creature in front of her had some sort of pocket dimensions in his left hand. Something shared by everyone. It wasn't normal. He wasn't normal. Yes, you are partially correct. That's why a meeting will be held to speak about this, Liam said with a smile, and then went back to why the crowd was here and explained how to use some of the lesser replicator functions and several rules to abide by. For weeks flew by. There was a Christmas and a New Year, both being to Liam familiar, yet different, but that wasn't a surprise. He cooked for both, and nothing much happened in them. It was more of a way to cool off than anything else. There was a variety of alcohol which he drank, and it did nothing as he didn't gulp 20 liters of it. And for alcohol to have any type of effect on his mind and body, the degree of the drink needed to be obscenely high, and losing control was something he didn't want or other really for that matter. Grace discovered he was growing as she wanted to study him, a fact shared by quite a few in the PsyOps. And he as well, but he only trusted her as of now, and it was not remotely close to her main focus or specialty. He wanted to understand his own body. He gained 4 centimeters officially, making him pass the 2-meter mark standing at 2.01 meters, 6 feet 6. There were several probable reasons for this. First, the amount of growth hormone in his system, the low gravity of Pandora, and the fact he wasn't on an ARK where his body was monitored 24 hours per day and 7 days per week. Many discoveries were made, his body temperature being on average at 43 C due to his high metabolism, and his heart beating 2 times faster than a human when at rest. Doing blood tests was how a great amount of growth hormone in his system was detected. It wasn't the sole hormone produced in excessive amounts compared to a regular human though. Testosterone is one such hormone, and his testosterone was human, an unsurprising and surprising discovery. However, it was highly modified. Saying this hormone was perfected would be an apt saying. It explained his insane hair growth too. The blood cells found in a human were absent from his bloodstream. Instead, it was multifunction, adaptive, and self-replicating identical cells that did the job of all others but better in all points. At least from their shapes and various educated guesses with collected data, such as his regenerative capability, he showed her a cut from an obsidian scalpel, and in barely 30 seconds no wound was left. It was something that she only thought of as possible in fiction. It was both revolutionary and terrifying. Then his genetic material was impossible to observe even with the most advanced of machines. The DNA became a chaotic mess of irradiated material in a few seconds after leaving Liam's body for unknown reasons. At least that's how the machine read it, and it was state-of-the-art brought from the last ISV Venture Star. But it got enough information to know it was DNA showing a relation to Earth life. He had chromosomes, just not the same amount humans should have, and neither did the general shape. He was triploid and had 72 chromatids. He was by all metric a different species, an alien one or alien in origin. And he was an artificial being, even more so than the Avatar. She knew present humanity wouldn't be able to even make a being like him. The implant was enough evidence, and the strange root-like metallic structure was still detected in his left arm, growing from the said implant. But he was made by what? That was a question the man either didn't know the answer to or didn't want to give it, and that was fine by Grace. It's not like she could force him to answer, and she wasn't sure she wanted an answer or could handle it. It didn't make any lick of sense, and the entire situation was insane enough as it is. His body was also a fortress to any foreign and indirect probe with the available machine at Hell's Gate. None could look past his abnormally dense muscles. A vivisection on him would solve this problem. However, it's something that was a no for everyone, and evidently a no for Liam himself. Magnetic resonance imaging was a no from the get-go for evident reason. His implant was not made of a paramagnetic metal, quite the opposite. X-ray and computed tomography did not work as well. The ionized radiation sent was absorbed in its entirety by his body. A puzzling fact for Grace, but not for him, as he could speculate why it was, so the answer being his implant again. After that, the input of his inventory was temporarily augmented by a small amount, but it was an increase all the same, one he detected. Ultrasound was the only good solution, and even then, when a minimum of muscles was present, only incoherent feedback was received. All of this brought to the present. Liam was above the ocean, 36 kilometers south of the coast. He was piloting his personal aircraft he started to design months ago. It was 15 meters, 49 feet, long and had a wingspan of a slightly smaller size at 13 meters, 43 feet. The three pairs of long, flexible wings, made of an almost translucent nanopolymer beating independently 3 times per second, kept the large insectoid aircraft hovering in almost total silence. It was inspired by dragonflies, which here were pretty much unison and considered one of the many extinct species, but it wasn't only that. The reason why he was breeding R. Giganotosaurus before all of this happened was that he wanted to have its new insectoid and flying version, and he wanted it perfect. Alas, it never came to be. And so he made it real, even if it wasn't the same and not remotely alive. It was a vehicle, an aircraft made for movement and exploration, but also as a cargo carrier and excavating machine. It wasn't a war machine, but it could be turned into one if need be. Its name was Rhiniocopter version 1.3.0, or Opter for short. It was a magnificent machine with a large but discreet mining drill under its heavily reinforced cockpit, a prehensile tail serving as a balance, a blade, and as a powerful autocannon capable of shooting 80mm rounds, 6 wings giving it omnidirectional maneuverability in the air with great speed, 6 articulated legs, each to some degree being tools or weapons that let the aircraft walk, grab, climb, and hold on to any surface resistant enough, but as well as one-time use helium buoys in case of potential unwanted submersion. Fusion reactors were way too big, room-sized at their smallest in fact, and miniaturizing them was not possible. As such, the Rhiniocopter used fossil, not so fossil fuel to power itself. And in any case, the fusion reactors weren't perfect as they needed lithium. The uranium vein should be right below here, Liam thought, looking through the belly camera, where the peaceful azure water brutally shifted into an intense and dark midnight blue before shifting to the scanner and natural resource map of the RDA. A map obtained with a specialized satellite that has long since burned into the atmosphere. It was the closest to Hell's Gate, the most accessible and purest vein of this element. He needed it even if it was kilometers underwater, and for that he had plans, but first scooting, many of his sensors had problems working, and this was a problem. This area was marked as important because of the presence of Pandorium, and it would have preferred it wasn't here at the moment. A physics-breaking metal, but a pain when it comes to its natural state with technology. The first pair of legs was holding a small box that was the shell that housed a drone reminiscent of a hermit crab. The shell was also connected via cable to the insectoid aircraft. It was a way to maintain the signal and keep it from getting lost. "Go, Timmy," he mentally commanded the release of the box from metallic claws, and the freshly baptized Timmy fell, but before it hit the water, Liam's eyes widened in surprise. 3 fish-shaped dots were detected. 2 measured roughly 5 meters, 16 feet 4. But the other, it was easily past the 50 meters, 164 feet mark, and they just appeared without warning. The larger of the two jumped out of the water, giving him a view of a familiar creature he saw months ago, but this time with a clear view of a crimson-red jaw full of human-sized teeth. Timmy fell in its gaping maw to never be seen again, but the giant armored shark wasn't done and was still very much on its way to Liam, 30 meters, 94 feet 4, above the sea level. My Patreon if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance. Patreon.com/user?U=60424165. 60. Plan for an Alutza. Shit! Liam exclaimed as the drone disappeared into the giant incoming jaws. He acted on instincts. The Rhiniocopter hovering had its speed pass from 0 to a third of the speed of sound in what might as well be an instant. Moving violently backward, the jaws of the shark Dunkleistus beast snapped shut where the aircraft once was. The cable? Shit, he thought, his heart hammering in his chest, as the Nalutza with its closed maw felt the call of gravity and was already dragging the aircraft down. He willed the cable to disconnect as the world outside spun. The cable snapped against the giant shark, doing nearly nothing to it aside from a light scratch against its exoskeleton while it fell into the dark, midnight-colored water, creating large waves and a heavy drizzle. Its only prizes were the hermit crab drone and 50 meters of cables. "A Nalutsa," he said in Nexus as he frowned slightly. An holographic screen appeared and showed footage of the apex predator, all the while he moved his aircraft 100 meters higher for good measure. The behemoth disappeared from the radar as well as the two smaller bodies that were likely of a different species from their shape and size, probably following the bigger one, either to clean it or eat morsels it left or both. The option of the two, being young Nalutsa, was here, but Liam held serious doubt about this for those earlier mentioned reasons. Plan B it is. Not like I didn't want to have one of such creatures, he thought with growing excitement as he began his flight back to Hell's Gate. Plan A was just using drones to scout and mine the area. Calling it a simple probing to test the water would be more apartment. Its destruction was expected. The drone wasn't going to have a very long life when below the surface. He even called the one he threw Timmy for that exact reason. He just didn't expect Timmy to be eaten mid-fall before even breaching the water, though he guessed the Nalutsa's true target was his aircraft. It must have been thought it was food. The aura around him, born of the link with Iowa, helped in a way that didn't make animals as aggressive toward him as for old regular humans, but it heavily depended on the animal and circumstance of the encounter in question. To put it simply, it made them act more naturally thereby, and ultimately made them more unpredictable. If something fancying meat, such as an obligate carnivore, was hungry and big enough, it would try to eat him. He wasn't exempt from being on the menus. The Nalutsas were the second largest aquatic carnivorous fauna from both the Olangi word of mouth and the little amount of information on those majestic creatures in the RDA database. Data that specifically speaks of a need to be wary of coastline water, because this animal resided here, tended to try eating aircraft, and to boot each time they appeared out of nowhere, even when the water was relatively shallow. As for the largest, they were called tulkuns and were considered sacred animals to the Sea Nexus tribe. It was pretty similar to whales in shape, but in terms of information about them, it was still near zero aside from that they moved in giant pods. Taming either of them was what he needed and wanted, but since one was smaller and lived a more solitary lifestyle, while also not considered sacred beasts by a substantial number of the Nexus clan living in the Eastern Sea he currently was in, the choice was self-evident. Though the problem was now taming a Nalutsa, he didn't know if they gave birth to live young or not, nor when or where, or how long they take to grow. And also to take care of it while it grows, which will be time-consuming and far from easy to manage. He needed one that was self-sufficient and could serve rapidly after it was tamed. The method to tame it was going to diverge widely from how he got Gladius and the Tetrapteron squads. He wasn't sure if it would work, but without trying there was no way to know it. He needed to let a connection happen, then make it bend the knee, submit to his will, and there weren't exactly thousands of ways to do so in a relatively short period. The other option was to kill everything and destroy the entire area for what it was worth, something he wouldn't do unless no other option remained. And it wasn't that good of a solution. To begin with, there would have been consequences he preferred to not have. "I need an adult one, huh?" And one just ingested a tracker. A smile appeared on his face at the thought. Timmy's unwanted and unplanned sacrifice wasn't in vain. 3 hours later, Liam's silver eyes were currently locked onto a reddish creature the size of a golden retriever, walking with visible difficulty from an orangish translucent cocoon toward him, all the while emitting small squeaks as if to attract his attention. It worked, as he heard even through the metallic as he was walking down the corridor of the Valkyrie on his way out after having taken 5 liters of Daisy's venom he extracted 2 months ago and kept in condition to preserve it. It was very recent, with how its body was still covered in a sort of thick liquid that dripped from the freshly cracked open cocoon, and the smell indicating there wasn't any rot or mold. Liam was in fact quite certain it waited for him to be close by to get out. "So that's indeed how you regrow a body," he mumbled with fascination as Daisy climbed up his armored legs with the help of its 6 hooked limbs, but with great difficulty. "Interesting," he thought as he extended his left hand toward the slinger, his implant glowing brightly in the dimly lit room. The head and body of Daisy split open where they connected together. There were 4 neural cues, 2 of which kept the connection, and two other with one from each body's parts that like tentacles wiggled out while their tip bloomed into small and furry tendrils that aimed toward his specimen implant. A connection was made. His eyes dilated as his mind entered in contact with that of the slinger. It was both a single entity and two, its mind split in two yet functioning as one individual. It was fascinating. He didn't think it was possible until now, but studying this unique aspect of this creature was for later. Most of the emotions were alien to Liam, but a few weren't such a fear of death that became clearer as the link came to be, and a hierarchy with him at the top established itself, the entire crossroad of links to him readapting in but a few nanoseconds for its newest member. "Aren't you a clever little thing?" Liam thought through the link as he made his non-violent intentions clear. He wasn't going to harm it, and it was safe, which had instant results. The slinger immediately relaxed. Daisy was opposite to Gladius, Oxygen, Septine, Mary, and Orion. It didn't let itself be tamed because it thought Liam was its father or mother, but out of pragmatism and will to live. It observed, learned, and drew conclusions. It remembered what it had done before having its body blown up due to its own negligence and how it was treated. It realized there was no other option, and so it did this. It didn't have a sense of pride like a human or a Gnostic did. This thing was a foreign concept it couldn't understand. What mattered was that it survived no matter the way anything beyond that was not even a consideration. And this was the way to survival. All of this was being given to Liam in the form of emotions, memories, and more. It was difficult to make sense of due to his unfamiliarity with the minds of Daisy, but he had experience, so understanding most of it was possible. 30 minutes passed, and he made sure everything was in order before he decided it was time to go back to work. "Mary will arrive and show you the rope after you ate and slept," he said through the link before giving a large slab of fresh meat to the slinger. It was more emotion mixed with delicate changes of tunes in them than words. It was hum more than anything. Tugging on the link of the tetrapteron in question, he moved to his room dedicated to crafting to work on the tools necessary to avenge the drone. Thought first Daisy's venom needed to be treated, as in this form aside from potentially killing the shark, nothing else would happen. Knowledge came in many forms, even if it was from a shaman, where mysticism is at every step. Not every step where magic seemed to be involved was to be ignored or looked down upon. Psionic was after all omnipresent here, and it affected more than the eyes could see, though it didn't mean all words and actions were to be taken literally. What mattered was the ingredients, methods, volumes, conditions, and times. All in all, it was something to be alert at every point. He got a recipe from the Tsahik of the Olangi, one used to help with pain in many ways when in small quantities, but if missed doses otherwise would lead to an early if peaceful death in dreamless sleep. He participated in its making. Of course, if it will work the same on an Alutza, that is a different story altogether. He could only throw things at the animal until one stuck. Barbaric maybe, but he could care less. It was early in the morning of the last day of the first month of the year 2155 in the airfield of Hell's Gate. Grace could see Liam working on the autocannon of his strange aircraft that resembled insects of the time before the wars. Something that neither was in the database, nor he should know since he wasn't from Earth, even less aware of that. Same was for the moment. He seemed nostalgic and asked seemingly random questions about the past. At first, she thought it was simple curiosity, but she couldn't lie to herself eternally. He had a connection to Earth that wasn't simply due to his physical outward appearance, even if human wasn't what she would qualify him as. And not the present Earth, as buzzard as it seemed considering his knowledge of advanced technology. It's just that she couldn't make much sense of anything, or that she refused to believe the most ludicrous possibility. So she didn't think of it, or at least tried. And she wasn't alone in that line of thought. Norm, Trudy, and more. People can't just accept it in such a short time frame. That a super-intelligent, ruthless alien demigod popped up out of nowhere and took control of everything, even their lives. And also working in secrecy on things she couldn't begin to understand herself. His positive attitude helped calm things down, but a few were still very unhappy about this development, either comparing him to Quaritch or thinking of him as a tyrant puppeteer. Though ultimately they were dependent on him, and to say he was babysitting Hell's Gate wouldn't be that much of an over-exaggerated statement. When most humans left Pandora, the individuals that might have a fraction of his knowledge and capabilities left with them The base had plenty of biologists and other scientists, that was a fact, but that didn't magically make them technology experts. The most qualified individual in that after him was Trudy, and a few more with a specialized drone, but repairing a motor and the life support system are two different things. She wasn't here for that, and he was aware of how others thought of him anyway, yet the subject, she woke up this early to speak to him. Her body tensed up instinctively when the passive-aggressive great ostropede next to the man glared dagger at her. A hiss echoed and reached her ears, but one friendly tap on its head crest by Liam calmed the murder bird down instantly. As fascinating as ever. He has total dominion over it, yet it still possesses its own free will. She thought with wonder. It reminded her of a scandal back on Earth about a mind-controlling technology used on chimpanzees that either made them brain-dead or turned them into a frothing, enraged mess. The only success was a young male chimpanzee that had, with someone stealing, it led to the entire research being shut down. At least that's what was told in public. Anyway, what made this possible she wasn't sure, but his survivor implant, as he called it, was playing a major role. "Good morning, Grace," Liam said through the integrated speaker of her exopack, surprising her, and the deep chuckle afterward caused her to grumble in visible annoyance. "Good morning, Liam. I have an important matter to speak of," she greeted him, her voice becoming serious as she approached and looked up to meet his gaze. "When?" he asked with a slight frown, as if the simple word he spoke should explain everything. "When what? So you knew, huh?" Grace said under her breath in a voice mixed with amusement and disappointment at her inability to guess he would have already guessed. She felt dumb. "That you have a desire to transfer your consciousness to your avatar. Yes. At least I could tell this much. It's a logical decision from your standpoint." He paused, leaning his back against one of the legs of his aircraft as a bottle of highly mineralized water appeared in his left hand, and took a sip of it. "Your body's failing. Barely a kilometer to get here caused you to be out of breath, and your heartbeat to increase by more than half. The main reasons I can think of off the top of my head are the lower gravity, affecting your bone and musculature, excessive stress, lack of sleep, and your increasing age. Adding to that an addiction to alcohol and smoking with a lack of self-care, so a few major health issues could be added." He said the truth bluntly, without any sugarcoating. It was something she both liked and disliked about him. He didn't say what others wanted to hear, but what he thought was right. And he was right. She didn't take care of herself enough, and now paid the consequences for them. She didn't think of it as something of much importance until very recently. But that wasn't all. "In your new romance with Sute, it's a logical line of thought," he added without much care. He was simply stating facts. There was no need for drama, though if others wanted to start it, he wasn't against using less than soft methods. He knew it would be created by many dissatisfied people to a degree. Sadly for them, if Grace was human or not mattered little to him. You are correct, but that's not all. My avatar is..." "No," she stopped mid-sentence, correcting herself. "I'm pregnant. That was sooner than I anticipated," he thought, the lack of surprise in his face being all the obvious for Grace. It must be a recent development as well, since Nasik's pregnancy, from what he knew and saw, is about 6 months, and it became obvious from an outward perspective. The last time he saw Neytiri being a good example. "I know this will affect the base for the years to come. I know this is selfish and an escape in a way," she stated without looking away from his analytical gaze. She was slightly puzzled. He didn't seem bothered by it all. It wasn't her intention, but she imagined some form of negative reaction would be seen at the very least. But no, nothing. She was certain he knew about both the positives and negatives her decision would bring, but aside from a smile, nothing else. She felt relief flood her being at that. "Then I suppose a meeting with a Moad and Jake for the ritual is to be scheduled," Liam said before cracking his neck, and his focus switched back to the autocannon, as if the life-changing decision she just spoke about was mundane. She wanted the ritual, then she would take action for it to happen, as simple as that. At least she informed him the rest was on herself. "My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 finished in advance. Patreon.com/user?U=60424165. 61. Entering the Jaws of the Beast. Day 357. Seated comfortably in the cockpit of the Rhiniocopter, Liam was currently eating cleanly a neatly made sandwich worth 10,000 calories, all the while studying the holographic in front of him. His implant glowed as he mentally fiddled with the screen to have a visual representation of the multiple inbuilt scanner devices on the aircraft, as well as the ones currently held by Orion and Oxidon currently flying around the aircraft. He was moving past a small archipelago where giant mangrove-like trees grew, and in between their roots was interwoven plant fiber that made large structures such as bridges, sacks, and storage areas. The Gnostics of those areas were different than the ones on the continent. Their skin was of a light cyan instead of navy blue. Their tail was shaped like the one of a crocodile or salamander, and their arms and hands were modified for an amphibious lifestyle, and their entire body structure was overall bulkier than their counterpart. It was interesting to see how the Gnostics almost became a different species here. The potential of building a relationship with some of their clans was here, but that will need to go through the Omaticea or Olangi. They didn't participate in the bloody battle, but word spread, and humans already had a very bad reputation to begin with. Adding that what he had planned might upset them, even if he knew there was nothing of importance here. It was taken into consideration when this future mining area was chosen. Errors from others are errors that don't need to be repeated. It was too far from the reef bordering at the limit of the ocean, an area the reef Gnostics had no interest in going to, and it was far from them to begin with, but you never know, they will get curious, that is a fact. He wasn't going to do a large-scale operation either. Not like he could even if he wanted to. It required manpower, experience, and resources he didn't have. A hit. Liam smirked after one more hour of flight. A signal was finally caught, and it was by Orion's equipment. He reoriented his flight routine by a few degrees aiming where the signal came from. It didn't change his direction as he was still going at the area he wanted to exploit, but it helped immensely. The ocean was vast, and a behemoth of an apex predator wasn't going to stay still. He would have gone to find another Nalutza, but he wanted revenge, since it could have killed him and would have if not for his reaction speed. And it was massive too. Size mattered, and the bigger the better. The signal soon disappeared, but he kept advancing in the same direction, and 10 minutes later the signal of the drone was caught again, but farther away. This repeated several times without any specific pattern, and it was due to Pandorium. It felt like playing whack-a-mole, but with a super predator. His mind was split into doing multiple tasks. The cameras, both regular and thermic, the various scanners, and piloting the rhiniocopter several dozen meters above the wide expanse of the ocean, ready to fly back up at any given moment. More than an hour and a half passed as Liam fine-combed 10 hectares worth of salty water, and still nothing, and he felt frustration ever so slowly rising. At some point, he brought his tetrapterons into the safety of his aircraft. Both were exhausted, but overall fine. They needed rest, and letting them fly out now was to put them in mortal danger. Neither had they the speed or reaction time to dodge a surprise shark from jumping 50 meters into the air. Fuel wasn't a problem, as he was using the one found at the roots of the Tree of Divergence, and 1/5 of a liter of this stuff. If refined correctly, it gave 5 hours of normal use for this aircraft. The tank is close to hundreds of liters meant he had plenty of time. It was just mildly frustrating, nothing worth putting more energy into, but that was to be expected. It was like finding a needle in a mountain of haystacks. A Nalutza as big as it was not much bigger than a speck of dust in the ocean. Is the signal actually bouncing back like some kind of echo chamber or twisted tuning fork? Fuck, it explains a lot. He suddenly wondered. Each of his passages improved the three-dimensional underwater map in both size and precision, thereby letting him see in further detail the irregularly shaped pillars reminiscent of hydrothermal vents that were kilometers in length, with Pandorium within and rich in life. It was so rich in life that it created problems too. After this thought entered his mind, the monitor sensed a stronger, longer, more consistent signal, and it was right below. Then a massive yet tapered shape was detected on the sonar. Liam didn't need more than that to know what it was and what was going to happen. He was prepared for this, unlike last time. An almost feral smile formed behind his helmet as he ordered his tetrapterons to hold tight. He veered the rhiniocopter backward. At the exact instant, a giant jaw full of teeth breached the water. Piloting it felt right, as if he had done this before, but not specifically with this type of machine, and as such everything came instinctively. The Nalutza's gargantuan maw missed the aircraft by 10 meters as its body flew higher into the sky, a cable half its size trailing behind. He didn't stay idle as the tail tip of the aircraft reoriented itself, the barrel of the autocannon and its mounted laser pointing 5 meters behind the last set of gills. Then the deafening sound of an explosion resonated as a 60 millimeters round flew out of the autocannon barrel, and dug itself a meter deep within the bony armor. But it violently stopped its course as powerful mechanisms inside led to 8 sturdy spikes of titanium and carbon fiber that used the remaining momentum to dig in the exoskeleton. All happened in a few seconds. 9 more such rounds were shot each at a specific location along the still rising body of the Nalutsa. And when it fell back into the water, creating large waves and a drizzle, as it did, so Liam moved back down again. The giant shark barely felt the rounds dig and lock itself in its thick plate as it stared at the strange, shiny food it missed not once, but twice, and that was currently playing a dangerous game, taunting it. Its tail slapped several tons of water in the air as it dived and disappeared out of the rhiniocopter scanners for a few seconds. 1, 2, 3, and dodge, Liam thought as he maneuvered back, causing the Nalutsa to miss him for the second time of the day. And then he proceeded to shoot 6 more of the same rounds at specific locations before it could touch the surface of the ocean. "To the surface you stay," he said as the shark fell back into the ocean, and with a mental command, all 22 rounds shot did what they were designed to do. Those weren't any regular 60mm rounds with an explosive charge within. He didn't want to reduce the Nalutsa to mincemeat even if it would take quite powerful rounds for this. They were highly modified anti-tank slugs. It spoke volumes of the creatures found on this moon. The rounds were made to be only powerful enough to dig in the plate, but resistant enough to not get too damaged while letting them anchor themselves and not destroy their internal systems that by his command would deploy a large inbuilt floater filled with compressed helium. And that was exactly what was happening. Each and every one of the rounds popped, ejecting a fist-sized gray cube attached by cable made of carbon nanotube, and as soon as they got out of the holes dug, they expanded into a large spherical floater. One wouldn't have been enough for this mastodon, but multiply that by 22. Each of those 22 placed at strategic areas, and you have what Liam was currently seeing. A super predator nearly 2 times the size of an average blue whale with a body covered in an extremely thick exoskeleton that made it essentially invincible. All of this for it to swim defenseless white belly in circles while in visible distress, as it couldn't swim down or shift back up, swimming on its back like a dying goldfish. Liam didn't waste time. The sight wasn't particularly pleasing. He wasn't sadistic, maybe a monster to the eyes of many, but not to that low of a level, and he needed to act fast anyway. The floaters weren't going to hold forever, and a struggling beast of such stature and power could royally mess everything up. He wasn't here to play. He stood up and walked up to the back of the cockpit to the ammunition chamber of the tail, the floater rounds being displaced to the side in a rack full of plant-based foam. In his left hand appeared a strangely shaped bullet the length of his forearm. It looked like the mix of a rocket and a harpoon, and it protected a large tranquilizer dart that might as well be considered a comically sized and over-engineered syringe. He placed it in the slot, then took out his inventory 2 more and did the same, the total quantity of the chemical inside being the right amount for the calculated weight of the Nalutsa. It wasn't a video game. Tranquilizing an animal is a precise affair if you don't want to die or have a dead animal. He just hoped his calculations were correct, which they should be by what he has, but he didn't have all the factors, so errors were bound to happen. The 3 new rounds loaded, he started to aim from where he stood, all the while clasping a harness over his armor that was attached securely to a cable. He was too dense and heavy to even attempt swimming. Even with contingency, having a way to drag himself up was better. The exposed belly of the Nalutsa sported many scars from small to big, the opposite of the exoskeleton, until he shot at it. The shark was an interesting fact that might show it either could perfectly regenerate its biological armor or it could molt, but it was of little importance as said armor didn't protect its underside. And that's exactly what Liam was going to exploit. Hesitation absent from his body, he shot. The round planted itself deeply in the rough skin, leading to the Nalutsa panicking further as it understood it was in danger. But it was too late. The tranquilizer was spreading within the touched area, numbing it. 2 more shots rang out, each from the same type of round that dug in its flesh at an equal distance from the other. The panic increased for the Nalutsa as more and more, its main heart and many accessories heart pumping the chemical cocktail into the entirety of its massive body became numb. Then came the loss of movement, heightening the earlier sentiment to an unprecedented level. Then after 2 long minutes, it lost nearly all of its senses and fell into a half-dream, half-awake state. Time to jump into the jaws of death. Liam chuckled with a hint of excitement as he jumped down from his insectoid aircraft onto the belly of the beast. The waves around caused the Nalutsa to rock back and forth quite violently, but his footing stayed stable. The 10-meter, 33 feet, fall neither bothered him nor damaged the shark. He became pretty much desensitized to what a normal and sane individual would do. By many metrics, he, like he was now, would be diagnosed with several mental health conditions. A significant amount of Pandora's fully aquatic fauna, such as this Nalutsa, possessed neural cues. They just weren't on the outside for various reasons. It varied where they could be, but for the most part, it was within their mouth. Walking up toward the slightly open jaws, he marveled at the sheer size of the teeth for a few seconds. The average one was a bit more than half of his size. They were unlike that of a shark. It looked more like a giant canine tooth with serration all over its length. Liam felt small, not like with the Nasics. They were tall, but other than that were very lean and lighter at counterbalanced. Or with some of the land wildlife, he did have the same feeling here as with the great Leonopteryx, but not to that degree. It made sense. Most of the king of the sky size was its wingspan. Here the Nalutsa was built like a barrel full of armored muscles, with only its tail thinning out a bit at the end. It was a gigantic animal, and to think it wasn't even the biggest thing down here. Now it was time to improvise, mostly. Liam passed between the massive teeth with not much difficulty and entered the jaws. Rays of light came from the gill slit and bathed the cavernous area in their light. His helmet shifted as the air entering his lung changed to one brought by two flat tanks on his back, and he moved in carefully. Even through his boot, he felt the skin of the mouth shift with occasional teeth. The further he moved and the more the water level augmented until he was fully submerged. The multiple cameras helped him to look for the neural cue, but without much success, and so he further advanced until he was past the gills, the cable of the drone going toward what he supposed was the equivalent of a closed throat not far from him. Is that it? He thought with relief as three of the cameras focused on two triangular shapes. It looked like a second mouth, but with a constellation of bioluminescent cells lighting it. And since it was on the upper part of the mouth, he knew there weren't 100 possibilities on what that was. Right there, Liam smirked while crouching down as he studied the mandibles. It was a bit like an unbloomed flower, and since he wanted it open, there weren't many options aside from using force. Maybe there were others, but he wasn't aware of them, and the clock was ticking. He took a better position. The mandibles were huge, both of them combined, likely weighing in tons, but he did as he must to access what was inside, slipping both hands in the interstice between to get a gist of how it was. Deciding he got enough information after more than half a minute, he switched position yet again. He grabbed the end of the left mandible, and by using the space between the two pushed both hands deeper until he got a strong grip. 1, 2, 3. He mumbled to pump himself up as he began to lift. For the first few seconds, nothing seemed to happen as he used more and more strength, but then the left mandible started to weaken slightly, and he used it to begin opening it. Encouraged by this, he rumbled internally, veins popping up at various points on his skin as he continued on even when it was half opened, and he could begin to see what it was supposed to protect. It was a fleshy cavity with a translucent membrane covered in a kaleidoscope of points and trails. Behind it, what looked like blood and nerve could be seen, but what interested him was none of those things. What took his attention was a bright red frill growing out of a bifurcated root-like structure right in the middle of the cavity. It was the neural cue of this species. He knew it because similar structures were found on smaller species of the same genus. But it was far from being a victory. It was only the beginning of the battle. He felt the pleasant burn in his back muscles and leg as he lifted it further, and when he deemed enough, he breathed in and out deeply the recycled air within his helmet, and he let go of his hold. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance. Patreon.com/user?mark_60424165. 62. Aegis. Deep in the Nalutsa jaw, Liam let go of his hold over the mandibles that protected the Nalutsa neural cue. The relief of not having to lift the ton of flesh, cartilage, and bones was short-lived as he instantly changed position. He put himself within the space he cleared, feet spread and pressing onto the side of the slippery right mandible. His right hand held on the fleshy side thanks to the large bone below and his back against the mandible. He just let go. The connection now. Liam thought the strain of holding such weight plus the muscles behind wanting it closed felt less strenuous with the use of more of his body. And if he didn't become numb to his absurd strength, it would have been mind-boggling to him. It was things you just got used to, but since he got into Hell's Gate, his inhumane strength became all the more evident. It was still an awkward position that made him very vulnerable, but there weren't 1,000 solutions. He was quite certain putting his weight on the translucent membrane below would rip it apart like wet paper. If it happened, chances were due to its location and the organ it had growing from where it led directly to the brain. At best, it will permanently cripple the Nalutsa, and at worst, it will outright kill it. Also, not forgetting, even if the membrane was capable of holding a fraction of his weight, it would prove to be an even worse support than presently. His back facing the inside part of the mandible, he lifted earlier, placing himself in the newly forcefully open area. His boots on the opposite mandible, his right hand holding a corner, and his back the closing mandible. This stopped it from closing up as he stayed over the fleshy cavity, maintaining the mandible, nearly using all of his instead of fraction, thereby making the effort diminish immensely. He commanded his left gauntlet to open up to his forearm, revealing his implant, as he extended his left hand toward the bifurcated Q, waving in the strong current, waiting for it to be pushed in toward his outstretched finger, and when it was close enough, he sucked the water in his inventory to gain a suction force and grabbed it. Immediately, Liam felt a prickling sensation as the appendage immediately coiled around his hands and glowed an ever brighter red. It coiled around his hand at first, then as if guided, many of the feathery tendrils dragged around his implant and coiled around. He felt a shock go through his tensed body as the connection was made, his pupil dilating to the point his silver irises almost became impossible to see. However, he did not waver. In fact, he put more strength behind keeping his position as it was. He closed his eyes, diverting his attention towards the foggy connection to the Nalutsa. The first Liam noticed was that it was older than him, and that all of his tame, but insignificant compared to the All-Mother. It was more bestial, less complicated, raw, and direct. And it was half dreaming, it was confused and sleepy until everything wasn't, and it suddenly became aware of him. It was as if both were staring at one another, immiscible like oil and water, their emotions bare to the others. One was confused, fatigued, and almost fearful, barely able to focus the drug in its system, plainly in effect, but it wasn't so much the case for the other. It was clear, calculated, organized, and impossible to comprehend. It was both alien and familiar. Liam's implant glowed an intense orange to the point of bathing the area in its light as he mentally began to try and make contact. As he did so, the strength behind the mandible suddenly weakened, leading to his right hand slipping further back. Then, as a deeper connection between the two was made, his mind pushed against the mind of the Nalutsa, using the same feeling he had when speaking to Iwa, knowledge and experience. He wouldn't have dared to do so before, but he knew he was safe, at least in a non-physical way. If the All-Mother couldn't enter without his express accord or knowledge, then the Nalutsa wouldn't either. This was aside from how anomalous Liam's mind was, but that he wasn't in the known about the finer details or even large. Only Iwa knew, and even then he was puzzling. Either case was that he needed to dominate it and force it into submission for it to open its mind, and a link and a hierarchy to be established, and the only option now was to fight. It was a battle of wills, but not only, as it wasn't the only factor. Metaphysical metallic root-shaped tendrils pulsing blue energy shot out from his mind toward the giant shark mind, and as they entered in contact, they divided into smaller tendrils, forming complex networks as they ensnared their target, as if ready to snuff it out of existence. Then the dreamy and sleepy state of the Nalutsa disappeared as it suddenly became all too aware of its state and pain, an intense mental one that was incomprehensible. Its mind suddenly fought back by sending waves upon waves of itself at the thorny tendril, as if it was the raging sea against the rocky cliff of a coastline during a tidal wave, and the results were similar. Nothing, it did nothing. At most it tickled Liam. Then the feeling of numbness over its body started to fade away, and Liam felt the world shake, destabilizing him greatly, almost to the point of falling, but he held. The mandible Liam had his back against suddenly tried to close by using all of the available strength. At this point, he understood that the 3 shots of tranquilizer had begun to lose their effect. It was sooner than he would have liked, but not sooner than he had anticipated. The drug could not even have any effect to begin with. His eyes suddenly snapped open. He gnashed his teeth together almost to the point of breaking while a deep groan of muffled pain escaped his throat as felt the fingers on his right hand bend the wrong way, the bones cracking, ligaments straining, and the metal of the gauntlet digging in his flesh. Even with what was happening, Liam put all of his strength in his leg, trunk, and back as he pushed the mandible open, uncaring if he caused damage. At worst, he would nurse the Nalutza back to full health. However, as much as he pushed, he could gain but a few centimeters, and that wasn't enough to dislodge his fingers without risking ripping them right off. He could but maintain his position to avoid further damage. It was a relief, but it was still very painful. However, it was far from the worst he had gotten. It hurt like hell, but that won't be enough to stop if nothing else. It did the opposite. He knew the reaction from the Nalutza was normal, and that minor injury, could have been avoided, but that pissed him off either way. Liam wasn't aggressive before. Physically, one was superior, but mentally one was pitifully weaker than the other, and it was a mental battle that had the most at stake, the physical one having been cheated through. The metal root coming from him suddenly stopped moving, seemingly giving a moment of respite for the Nalutza, and like the distressed, confused, and trapped wild animal it was, it lashed out a storm against the roots of the alien mind. But yet again, it had no effect. Then in a moment, all tendrils grew at speeds several times the earlier one, covering the formless mind of the shark in its entirety by an all-encompassing network similar to a prison. Submit. The wordless intonation resonated from nowhere and everywhere at once, as the cage of metallic thorn tightened, all the while the blue hue became both brighter in luminescence and darker in shade. The Nalutza did not do as ordered. It only fought harder, both mentally and physically, as it progressively gained control of its body back. The rhiniocopter hovering above did as its programs told, and gave more cable to not be dragged as the beast started to sluggishly flick its fins and tail. Submit! The same wordless intention echoed, this time louder and stronger as the root started to exert a great amount of pressure on the Nalutza's mind. The thorns of the roots dug and scraped it, creating great mental anguish lesser creatures would have perished from. Yet the shark continued to fight back. It didn't yield, but it was getting weaker, neither did it have the mental strength or physical, as even if the primary effects of the drug were wearing off, the drug was still in its system. The Nalutza understood it was going to lose, but it wasn't going to do so by abandoning. It knew intrinsically what it meant to relinquish. It was within its blood, and this realization led to its confusion and fear to vanish, as those were replaced by trepidation. It wanted a worthy individual to be the one dictating it, and this desire stemmed from the memories of its ancestors passed down from generation to generation. The ones having tamed members of its species were in the singular digit, and all exceptional, even if they nearly without fault bonded with young orphan Nalutzas. Even a young one was nearly at the top of the food chain and could swallow a Gnostic's whole, all the while being nearly immune to their weapons. Those were from a time when the Tulkun stood in opposition to their present ways of life, a time the shark didn't live but held very foggy memories of. This was different. This being made its instincts flare in excitement, so, in a last-ditch effort, it fought back with all it had. The outside world shook all the more, the cameras of the rhiniocopter giving feedback of the Nalutza waking up and trying to fight back against the floater, but again with no real success. The only thing it did was cause constant agony to Liam as metal fragments from his gauntlet dug deeper into his skin, damaging the tissues as they did. The feeling over half of his small fingers suddenly vanished, but none of this diverted his focus. The mental defense from the Nalutza increased all of a sudden, waves growing, current increasing, and the storm rising to new heights as it ceaselessly slammed against the alien root-like tendrils. But the pattern didn't change. It did nothing. It couldn't do anything, and all efforts were useless, with little to no effect aside from seemingly enhancing the growth of the tendrils, whose hold became more powerful as those last few endeavors to fight rapidly weakened into nothingness. It was futile. The moment this being seemingly touched by Iwa connected to its mind, and after it didn't manage to force him out, it was a lost battle. The only two possible outcomes were death, or as he asked, submit. The wordless intonation rang true for the third time. The intention behind it was more powerful than ever before, raw alien emotions pulsating from the metallic tendril as their hold became a death grip. The other option was submission, and that is what the shark Dunkleosteus hybrid-looking beast did. Its mind suddenly opened to its deepest level. Without much of a fraction of a second, the entire cage of roots shifted back as if time was going in reverse with it. The pain disappeared as well. The metallic roots changed into thin, ethereal blue threads of energy that entwined together in a complex pattern that dove into the core of the weaker mind, shooting thinner thread at every layer as it did so. Each and every one of these ethereal, when in contact with the Nalutza's mind, led to both partially fusing, leading to a permanent mental connection between both, but with one winding as the dominant one. Liam, as he gained control of everything, yet the Nalutza kept its life, ego, and free will in exchange for its liberty. A good deal, if forced upon one, but that was how it is, the fittest, luckiest, smartest, and most adaptable one. The Nalutza wild movement stopped as the link was finalized, and both felt the other's intense emotions and thoughts. Open, Liam, not savoring his victory, ordered. His new tame, undemanding what it meant in the grand line, opened its two inside mandibles. The physical connection was severed as he immediately stood up, his muscles burned. He immediately placed a bag over his right hand and walked out of the shark's jaws. Once above, his helmet unfolded as he commanded his aircraft to hover down before jumping in it, the cable attached to him going back to where it came from. At the same time as two Tetrapterons flew out, extreme worry for him and their minds clear for him to read. It warmed his heart to think this degree of anger directed toward the Nalutza was unwarranted, and without his express order to pop the floaters, they would let the shark stay in this position and would have likely started eviscerating it. Placing his right arm on a flat metal surface caused bloody water to spill out from the nylon bag. He put his hand in, but he didn't care. This isn't a pleasant sight, he thought, sizing up the extent of the damage after having stored the bag back in his inventory. Only his thumb was in good shape, the rest were bent in the wrong way. But the one that made him feel strange in his stomach was his small finger. It was ripped off, only holding by a thread of skin and artificial textile. It was a strange feeling. No wonder I couldn't feel it, he mumbled in slight disbelief, his eyes locking for a few long seconds onto the visible bone. Several thin metallic arms grew from the back of his armor and cradled his damaged fingers as he poured saline solution onto them. Then he started to take the pieces of his gauntlet off with his inventory to avoid further damage. Each time a hiss of pain escaped him as blood poured from the ugly wounds. When all of it was taken a few seconds later, he began working on his right small finger. He didn't want to lose it, he wasn't sure it could regrow, and wasn't going to test if it was the case or not. Compared to when he was shot in the chest and envenomed by a slinger here, he was perfectly awake, more experienced and knowledgeable. He didn't need to do the job of several surgeons for 10 hours straight. He needed to set everything back in place and let his body do the rest. Stitching the finger back in place the right way was done in under 5 minutes. Doing it was painful and unpleasant. The feeling of a needle followed by a thin string in your flesh, far from being in his top 10 best things, but he didn't shy away. It was that, or he risked losing his piece of finger. Then the three others were broken at various places, with the middle finger having one of its bones poking out slightly. A very unpleasant experience he will not be able to erase from his memories. He set everything back in place, took bone fragments and things that shouldn't be here out, closed and disinfected the wounds. After he put on a makeshift cast composed of thin stainless beams and bandages, but it was temporary. Only after he finished his improvised surgical operation on himself did he take painkillers in the form of paywall cubes, the pink aloe vera. He did it all without taking any, as he deemed it necessary to feel potential mistakes or foreign bodies. If this entire problem could have been avoided by not wearing gauntlets, Liam didn't know and didn't truly care. It happened, and that's it. At most, what could be taken was that the armor was flawed for such a case, but it's not like there is any possible solution against being compressed. A force field would work wonderfully, but that wasn't possible as of now. Now, Liam thought, a large, almost euphoric smile formed on his face, varying his beard away to show unnaturally white teeth, his excitement palpable as he felt like a child. Without even needing to ask anything, the Nalutza, now free from the floaters, swam toward his aircraft, inviting him to jump on its back, which is exactly what Liam did. Yes, your name shall be Aegis, he exclaimed, crouching down next to one of the black, large eyes of his newly named tame, an apex predator, and it was an incredible feeling to be able to have such a massive and powerful creature. Though it was still very much wild to everyone that wasn't him or his tames. It just obeyed him and considered it's better. Aegis will need to be trained and quite intense at that, but that didn't deem the sheer joy mixed with relief he was feeling. The wind against his beard and hair only helped, but what really made him happy wasn't his new tame by itself, but what Aegis gave in terms of sheer possibility. He didn't go tame it for only this masculine childish urge to get such an aquatic tank of a beast. Unknown to all, a curious young adult, Tolkien had seen everything unfold. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 finished in advance. Patreon.com/user?mark=60424165. 63. Transfer of consciousness. Deep within the Hallelujah Mountain, surrounded by a cradle of rib-like stone structure, was an old tree of souls. The buzzing sound of air vibrating at hypersonic speed was heard. The large group of Gnostics below gasped in stupefaction as a shiny creature that they never saw before but reminded them of a lort seal, shimmy fly, and his eyes, hellfire wasp, hovered closer to where one of the giant stone structures grew out. Its 6 legs extended, and its clawed top dug slightly into the stone as the wings started to slow their beat down, revealing their number and shape. At this moment, many understood what it was. It was a machine, and the owner of it didn't need to be said, as he had already landed on the soft soil. His helmet absent with Septan on his shoulder, Liam gazed and walked toward the crowd of blue people, as if looking for someone, and he was quick to find this someone as a middle-aged human woman wearing an exopack over her face arrived. She seemed excited. Behind her, a male Gnostic with a large healed burn scar over one side of his body, who seemed just as happy. "Greeting, Chief of the Sky People," Liam Cram, Sute said cordially, giving his left hand for a forearm handshake, a practice he learned from Jake. It was a sign of amiability and respect, which he had both in plenty for the man who single-handedly made the result of the battle against the RDA end so positively. He did personally see glimpses of what Liam was capable of, and his actions are why he was still alive. There was an awkward moment as the Gnostic saw the bandaged right hand and realized his mistake, but the chuckle from Liam made it vanish, giving the chance for Tsute to correct his mistake by giving his right hand instead. Liam, careful as always, gave the outstretched arm a firm shake. The burn scar healed, but were still weak and prone to infections. Being careful was even more warranted here. His focus then switched to Grace, whose eyes were on his right hand. "I almost believed you weren't going to come. What happened to your hand? How did this happen?" Grace asked with confusion, disbelief, and worry as she gazed upon his right hand. "Fucked around and found out what else? But in a week, everything will be as good as new. I'm not indestructible, just hardy and heal fast. Got a big fish will at it. But it's not the time to speak of that now, is it?" Liam said with a smirk, making the tip of his small finger twitch to show he was fine. It had been 5 days since he tamed Aegis, and the same amount of time he hadn't seen her in person. Both were very busy individuals, and speaking through Overseer with concise information was much more practical. "I can see you doing that, and right? Tonight is, I still can't believe it." She mumbled, the comparatively large hand of Tsute arriving, and massaging her shoulder helped calm her down as she massaged it back, all the while a smile formed on her face. It was in a way the equivalent of killing yourself. Changing your body means killing the one you are currently in. It was final. There was no going back. She thought of this in death and was ready to undergo the transition, but saying she wasn't afraid of potential complications would be a lie, adding that she was truly excited like a kid in a candy store about what was going to happen. That wasn't the only reason behind such an almost infantile excitement. She wanted to take samples and study this marvel of biology that was the Tree of Souls. It was such an incredible plant, a marvel of nature, both externally and likely even more internally with the mysteries it had under its bark. "Grace Augustine, it is time for you to be reborn. Mother is ready to begin the ceremony," Neytiri, appearing from behind, suddenly said, her eyes turning fearful and filled with guilt when their focus landed on Liam before switching back to normal. It happened so fast that only he perceived it. She regrets not having listened. Liam thought, his mind wandering when he first met her, and she decided to not even try listening to him and how passive-aggressive she was. It wouldn't have changed the fact the victory would have been Pyrrhic in all points, as nobody truly won in such a bloody battle, but the death count and the number of injured on the Omadikeia side would have been significantly lower. It was a fact one she visibly hated to admit, but at least she did, and this was better than many. People who did this were too few. But it was the past, and it couldn't be changed. However, he didn't really blame her as he wasn't unable to understand the point of view of others and the reason why they would act in such a way. The RDA and Quaritch were the real culprits. "Don't forget to give me the record of everything. I want it all," Grace said to him before walking up to the massive root of the Tree of Souls. Cradled within thousands of thin, furry tendrils was her mostly naked avatar in a fetal position, the start of pregnancy evident even in that cocoon. Liam simply nodded before walking farther away up a root of the closest tree. But it wasn't as far as others such as Norm and Trudy, who weren't even allowed to come closer until all was ended. Different status, different treatment, as simple as that, and it was a great honor for them to even be given the chance to observe such an event. The entire atmosphere suddenly shifted. Wood sprites that were dancing until now in the air soared away into the safe confines of the Tree of Souls tendrils. All except a dozen. The dozen moved toward Liam. One landed on his implant. A few more all around his body. Two before his bandaged hand. And the last landed on Septon's beak, causing the bird to caw out at first in outrage before its 4 eyes looked in utter fascination at the floating jellyfish-like seed. This didn't go unnoticed by many, but this equally didn't surprise many. None shared the same level of sensitivity as their Tsahik with the All-Mother, but the air around him was eerily similar to the one they were currently bathing in, adding that it was known he communed to her in some way. Grace laid herself in the same position as her avatar, while facing, her expression serene as she looked at what was soon to be her visage forever. She shivered instinctively as from the roots, white filaments grew and covered her exposed back, following her spine up to her nape. She muffled a scream of pain as it felt like hundreds of barbed needles dug into her skin, then her flesh to go around her bones to meld with her nervous system. It wasn't pleasant, but it was normal. Humans didn't evolve to do this, and she had expected this to be painful. "I want to learn all about you," she thought with conviction. Her eye bags felt heavy as she gazed at the Tree of Souls for the last time from her human eyes before she fell unconscious. "The ritual may begin," Moat, having seen the woman at the center of this event, exclaimed, the flap of her dress spreading with her arms as if they were wings. At her words, the crowd organized itself. Friends, cousins, sisters, brothers, fathers, mothers, mates, ones with dislikes for the others or opposite, all took in a cross-legged position at equal distance from the other, all the while facing the Tree of Souls. Each took their cue and connected it to the bioluminescent root system of the wheeling willow-like tree below them. Fuzzy tendrils grew out of the roots and interlocked with the ones of the people. Their eyes blanked out for a long second before they grabbed the hand of their neighbors, who did the same. Then the roots pulsed a soft green as their heartbeats synchronized together. "Listen to us, please, oh great mother," Moat chanted, her cue connecting to the pink tendril of the branch, giving her all the mobility she would need. "Listen to us, please, oh Iwa." The group of Nasiks chanted back in a chorus, their bodies moving at the rhythm of their heartbeat. "Oh great mother, please listen to us and help her. Please let her spirit travel through you." Moat chanted, her movement ordered, yet chaotic as her voice grew in strength. "Please help her, oh Iwa." The chorus chanted back as each beat of bioluminescence from the roots seemed to grow stronger. "Oh great mother, please let her see the world with our eyes, hear the world with our ears, feel the world with our skin, taste the world with our tongues, breathe the air with our lungs." Moat chanted in a trance-like state, her eyes blanking as her body seemed to be possessed by an external force. A few verses before, Liam had noticed something crawling up his ankle. It was the furry roots extension of the Tree of Souls, his link to the All-Mother more vibrant than ever. He had moved his left hand down while his gauntlet unfolded to reveal his sun-kissed skin. He felt and saw the tendril move around his finger, as if caressing them before they moved around his implant. The familiar prickling sensation was felt, and his eyes dilated. It wasn't the true deep dive with slinger venom, but more of a small dip, one that made the link between him and the All-Mother clearer, but far from the point of speech. And now he was vaguely feeling the minds of everyone currently in the ritual, each with the unique aura. He only could guess who they were from their positions, general brightness, and hue for lack of better terms. It was a sight humans didn't evolve the necessary biological accessory to comprehend, but he wasn't human by a strict definition. He could feel much of the flora in everyone from Emoat, Jake, Neytiri, and even her unborn child, of which he realized with this that it was a boy, and similarly, he could feel an even younger nascent mind in the womb of the mindless and soulless avatar of Grace. Compared to his own, they seemed weak no matter the species, age, or sex. They appeared small and fragile, and age seemed to be the main factor. The youngest of all, the features in Grace avatar seemed to get particular attention from Iwa. This type of relation between stronger and weaker minds was similar to his tames in a way that if they weren't used or resistant enough to him, he could snuff them out or damage them by mistake. His tame, which nearly all could be considered sapient, so it was even more significant here. And it must be the same for Iwa, but to a greater degree, which would explain why she didn't communicate with them directly like with him. The risk of killing or damaging them was too high, but in the end, it was all but supposition. As for Grace herself, he was guided by invisible hands to see what was happening. He couldn't understand what he saw, but he knew what it was. It was the mind of Grace, but not only as her soul, he presumed was here, just out of sight, and both were getting separated from her human body. It was like a heart transplant. He could see what was happening from point A to point P and point Z, but the in-between was incomprehensible, and it was even more pronounced here with the seemingly impossible complexity it was executed with. It was quite literally a mind and soul transplant from one body to another, or a body transplant, depending on the point of view. He didn't know how it was being done, but it wasn't like his implant, which was strange as it was him. There wasn't any kind of extremely advanced technology in use here. He couldn't understand how it was even conceivable with the brain difference. There evidently was more than biology to this. He wasn't going to call it divine or magical per se, as he had in his memories knowledge of equal impossibility for others, but it was exceptional all the same. And there was the fact as to how the All-Mother knew how to do this. It's not something done on the fly, and it wasn't the only thing strange, the Nexus. He wasn't a biologist, but neither was he blind. The Nexus stood out like a sore thumb compared to other native animal life forms. They broke the pattern, Pandora invertebrate, but with 4 limbs instead of 6, a single pair of eyes, the presence of hair, and no operculum to breathe. Yes, they were from a movie, and their appearance was to garner attachment to the audience. But here it was real life, and they really looked human, too human in fact, or it was simply the randomness of evolution. Only Iwa held the answer to that anyway. Speaking of, he knew why Iwa was showing him this. It was his curiosity toward this aspect, the most likely reason. Curiosity, and as such emotions in general have different shades, each shade associated with something, at least how he saw it with the link to his tames and basic logic. Again, all was supposition. Feelings weren't objective reality, and he wasn't quite sure it was even possible to quantify this type of thing with how inconsistent they were. It was to the point he was beginning to realize as things were. It was a pointless endeavor. Studying psionic was going to be a hard and lengthy process, and it gave him a new sense of respect for Iwa, as he couldn't even begin to fathom her experience and knowledge on this anomalous part of reality, and also for the many Tsahiks and Tsakurems as they studied this, even if not directly or even knowingly. It wasn't his domain of expertise either. He could only do so many things at once, but it was an eye-opening experience of what it was aside from the obvious being telepathy. Grace was currently in a strange state. It was akin to being in a lucid dream while drunk, but she was aware enough to see, or more precisely perceive, her surroundings in a sense she never had before. She felt watched, bare before all, as an impossibly large godly presence manipulated her body toward one direction, and she was powerless to stop it. It's not as if she would have even tried to do that. She had a vague idea of what it was. It was the giant root network of this moon. It knows she was Iwa, the Great Mother, All-Mother, and a plethora of other titles. And all of a sudden, the perception of the Nexus about this ancient being made so much more sense. She wasn't only a planet-wide neuron network. It was an insult to consider her this. She was more, so much more. She was facing the closest things to a goddess, as much as it was hard to accept. A goddess that Grace could but comprehend a fraction of her magnificence. All she could see was a ball of white watching over her in a way only a mother would to her child, and what she was seeing was but had one eye in the form of a ball of white energy. But it wasn't the only thing she could sense. There were the 100 of Nexus, the echoes of their chorus, keeping her from falling into eternal slumber. However, what took her focus was in the far distance a smaller presence than Iowa, but considerably more massive than any others was also here. It was sharp, organized, and calculative like a machine, almost how she would imagine an AI would be if she were to sense one, and it simply observed her from where it was and seemed content to do so. And she was as well, but the general feel she got from it was eerily familiar. Though her mind became muddled as the world started to spin, and she felt like she was both falling and being compressed as well as being sucked in, and that was her last thought before this strange hallucinogenic dream came to an end. "Oh, great mother, please hear us and let her be born anew as one of the people," Moat chanted with conviction. Her body was sweaty as she almost fell to her knees, showing how much it was taxing her. "Let her walk among the people. Oh, Iwa," the chorus chanted back, reaching new heights, their bodies moving in rhythm. "I lose myself before Iwa." All started to speak in unison, seeming to enter in an epileptic fit. Liam felt them getting weary at the same time until Moat snapped out of it first, causing a scene reaction that calmed everyone. "It is finished." The sound escaping Moat's aged vocal cord was hoarse, yet clear as she turned around to gaze upon the two bodies. Then the eyes of the avatar snapped open, and she rejoiced, her raspy voice filled with joy, echoing far and wide. "Iwa has answered our prayer. Grace Augustine now, and for as long as life beat in her heart, shall walk among the people." 64? Alien? 365 days. 1 year since Liam was brought on this moon by unknown means and for an unknown reason. An entire year, he has been and done things to him that the past would have never been capable of. Many of these things he wasn't proud of, and they changed him. He perceived others differently, having the power to rip others apart, and having done so wasn't without effects. If those were bad or not, only time would tell. 1 year anniversary or not, it was a normal day. "So that's supposed to know my age by scanning the structure of my bone?" Liam asked the avatar in front of him as she fiddled with a device that was almost too small to handle. "It's more complicated than that, but basically yes, it works on trees too." "You sure you don't want anything to dull the pain?" Grace said, her voice muffled by her exopack as she disinfected the needle-shaped drill. "I wish yes was an answer, but no. It won't work unless you put enough to knock me unconscious," he answered, placing his right forearm on the table. "Your choice. It won't be pleasant," she said, placing the drill above the location of his radius. She never used it on anything aside from plants. "You don't say," he said, not interpreting himself as the drill drove through his skin, muscle, then bone, and bone marrow. His only reaction was his face handling and the muscles of his right forearm slightly tensing up, and he paid attention it wasn't too much or the body of the drill would have bent. 2 minutes later, the drill was taken out, leaving behind a droplet of blood, and a few seconds later, the result arrived on the holoscreen. "Huh, between 1 to 2 years old, strange, but can't say I didn't expect that. Maybe it's innate to your biology, and the computer can't understand." Grace mumbled, reading the data, while for Liam, a simple, amused chuckle escaped him. A 2-meter-tall, muscular, bearded, 30-year-old looking man that was in fact a bona fide 1-year-old. Quite a bizarre reality he was in. Jake wasn't different in that aspect now that he thinks about it. The ex-Marine body, even if the time taken for the avatar to grow was put in consideration, the Oloicton of Omaticea was physically less than 10 years old. Even less if the moment the avatar was out of the pod counted as a birth, then he was barely 1 year old, and it was the same for Grace to a lesser extent, if 2 decades could be considered that. It was amusing Jake and he were not that much older than a newborn like the son of Miles Quaritch, but ultimately it didn't truly matter what physical age a body artificially created had. Only the mind in it mattered. "Unrelated to that, but you seem to be doing better than Jake after he switched," Liam said, hinting toward the first few weeks after the Battle of the Hallelujah Mountains, where the avatar in question was brooding over his decomposing human body. "No, it feels like a dream. I feel better in every way possible. It's hard to put into words. It's a constant feeling of euphoria. It's different than when I drove. It's clearer. It feels real. I feel alive," she explained, a hand going over briefly on her stomach, a faint smile appearing. "That's good to hear," Liam let out, relieved. The wound on his arm was already closed. He flexed the fingers of his right hand and stood up. His fingers were all healed. Only thin scars, lines of the worst damages remained, but to see them, great focus needed to be put on them. They were pretty inconspicuous. Today, Liam had other plans, so he bid the ex-human goodbye. Plans for when the RDA will come back, and working on them as soon as possible was a must. Better ready than dead. On Earth, the company already was aware of what had happened. At the very least, the big picture, messages were sent, and they were pretty clear on the fact surrendering was the best option to alleviate a very long list of crimes against humanity. A list he found hilarious coming from the company that was the main reason behind Earth and humanity's currently more than deplorable state. The usual hypocrisy of a megacorp aside, this was why having tamed Aegis, his giant armored shark, changed everything. His Nalutza gave us safe access to a large supply of extremely pure raw uranium, which he hadn't begun to exploit aside from taking a few kilos of it after having taken the half-melted hermit crab drone out of the shark's stomach. A mineral that might seem pointless at first glance as fusion reactors existed in those days and ages, but why he needed tons upon tons of this element wasn't to specifically generate energy via nuclear fission. He needed radiation, an excessive amount of it in a controllable way, nothing hazardous like polonium. Nuclear waste was exactly what he needed. The best source available was uranium. Precisely the more radioactive form it could be turned into, the element found in nature was certainly radioactive, but nothing special or really dangerous. Radiations aren't some kind of supernatural killing force. It's when it's too much it becomes bad, like pretty much everything. And radiation included many things. He needed them for a very special reason, to grow element, or more accurately, to accelerate its growth. And to do so, a safe area needed to be chosen. Not for what is grown, but for everything around. As such, the option for a specialized facility dedicated to that goal couldn't be on Pandora. Even if everything went perfectly fine, it was still too much of a risk, permanently damaging the one hospitable celestial body in light years away being one such risk. And thinking enough precautions were taken for this risk to be worth was a moronic line of thought that had been the road to an early end for many. There never were enough precautions for what needed to be grown. This was even truer when he had zero solutions to act against it if things were to turn for the worse. It was a problem with a solution rather easily found. If there is a problem doing it here, then doing it elsewhere was the way to go. The other moons of Polyphemus were this solution. It was the gas giant Pandora was orbiting around that the Gnostics called Naranom, which meant greater I have translated directly. There came another problem, or several. Moons needed to be chosen, and it was between 13 moons. Their orbits and general stats entered in the equation, reducing this number to 3 as the distance to Pandora needed to be close. The first was called Nexus, meaning Eye of Fire, and it was a moon 70% the mass of Pandora. Its name is apt as it has an atmosphere composition and geological activity, leading to a similar climate to Venus, if less extreme. Its orbit made it so it was always nearby, as it was similar to that of Pandora. Besides the gas giant, it was the biggest thing in the sky. The second was half the mass of Pandora, an ocean theorized to be hidden below the multiple kilometers of ice that covered most of its surface. It was cold, colder than Antarctica on average by a factor of 2, and overall a visibly barren ball of ice. Its name, using the same logic as its counterpart, was named Naratsipe, Eye of Ice, and its orbit was similar to that of Nexus, but farther away. As for the third, its name was Naraninen, meaning lesser eye. And as its name indicated, it was the smallest, being less than 15% of Pandora's total mass. Compared to the last two, it had little to no atmosphere. Still, it had both extremely cold and hot areas, but also areas with less of these two extremes, making it better. But its orbit made it so it was close to Pandora only 5 days a month. This one would be good as a future automated mine. The choice was on the second. All had pros and cons, but Naratsipe was the best of the three, or the less worse. It was at a manageable distance. There was no acidic rain with constant earthquakes and volcanic eruption, instead an eternal blizzard on nearly its entire surface. And there was water. The element thrived better in extreme conditions, be it from any source. Looking at the rapidly increasing distance between his current position and Pandora, Liam felt the hold of gravity weaken to the point that jumping would lead to him floating in the pressured and recycled air of the Valkyrie. Beautiful as always, he thought as the image of the back camera entered his mind through his implant. It was the first time he saw Pandora from outer space. It had just never been this far. Going into space was the first thing he did after acquiring Valkyrie 16. It was a must, and it was disconcertingly easy to do. It felt like driving a car to the grocery store, the type of vehicle the Valkyrie had been designed for that exact purpose. Atmospheric exit and entry/re-entry, and space travel at short distances to transport cargo, a giant flying delivery truck. Pushing more power into the engines of the wings, Liam began the acceleration phase, and two bright light blue trails began following the spacecraft. After checking that everything was in order, such as the angle at which the Valkyrie was propelling itself, Liam pushed himself off a wall with a weak kick and let himself float through the recycled air. He moved past several crates and various tools, all of them neatly placed and secured to the walls, grounds, and ceiling as floating objects when gravity was weak. As much as they were amusing to play with, were a complete hazard, and it made atmospheric entry/re-entry unnecessarily dangerous. A little fun wasn't worth death or potentially crippling injuries. This was why he wasn't piloting Valkyrie 16 where he slept, but instead, the one that was used to collect the fuel for the multiple fusion reactors. Though a little fun was what he was going to have while he waited for the voyage, it wasn't going to be purposeless. Above his bare left hand, a bulky metallic gauntlet appeared. Attached to it was a long cable he connected to the Valkyrie. Liam flexed each of the bulky fingers before pointing his palm at a rectangular fire extinguisher. He mentally commanded the clasps holding it to open. Then, as the fire extinguisher started to float aimlessly, he aimed the palm of his gauntlet. The triangular light at the end of each fingertip and the circle on the palm turned from a soft, icy blue to a bright, fiery orange, not dissimilar to the hologram above his implant. Then he flexed his thumb. Nothing happened at first, then the fire extinguisher flew toward his spread-open left hand before it could slam into him. He suddenly flexed his left finger. The orange light in his palm grew slightly brighter, and the incoming projectile froze midair. A large manic smile spread Liam's face as he began to make the fire extinguisher spin on itself. Each flex of his left hand and fingers led to an equal reaction to the fire extinguisher. This was due to the gauntlet sending precise and more or less powerful magnetic streams. And by changing the parameters of those streams with the movement of his left hand, he could do the feats of controlling objects at a distance. Simple to describe, but less than easy to execute, as every micro-movement affected the object currently held. Aside from him, only individuals having trained years or powerful computers would be able to wield this tool effectively in the state it currently was in. It was one of the results of Pandorium research, the prototype of a magnetic gauntlet. The nascent technology behind it had an almost limitless potential in use, but as of now it was severely limited, too energy-intensive, too slow, and weak. It had many parallels with the regular use of magnets to maintain objects in the air, yet it was entirely different in many aspects. The fire extinguisher wouldn't have been budgeted if it were to be on Pandora, as thanks to its gravity on it, only small and light objects could be manipulated, and what the objects were composed of evidently played a major role. Liam wasn't sure how the Pandorium in its natural state could hold such a massive amount of mass and stable levitation with seemingly no change, particularly the Hallelujah Mountains with some rock formations weighing in the several 100 million kilograms. This kind of mass doesn't stay in the air for thousands to millions of years without reason. There was more to it than the Pandorium, and he was ready to bet on psionic, Iwa, or more precisely a fraction of her, such as the Tree of Souls for these reasons. A very broad hypothesis without many bases aside from supposition, but there needs to be a start somewhere. Hours rapidly flew by, and in 17 of them, he had arrived at his destination, the autopilot program having put the spacecraft in orbit. Liam during those hours took a rest full now that he just woke, and it was followed by him eating while sitting on the ceiling with the sight of the icy moon thanks to the cockpit being aimed downward. It was a unique experience, eating a microwave pizza while only wearing a pair of gray boxers from the safety of a spaceship in the void space, and with such a view. It seemed oddly banal. However, after that he began working on why he came here. First was to put in orbit the two satellites that were held below each wing of the spacecraft, which he began immediately. Their purpose was to have a more precise and in-depth map of the moon's surface up to several hundred meters down, and also to serve as a signal amplifier. After putting the two in orbit the way he wanted, he began his atmospheric entry. It happened without a hitch, as hostile as the eternal blizzard was. It wasn't worth mentioning compared to what the Valkyrie was built to withstand, such as the thunderstorm on Polyphemus. and second, to drop a team of drones to have more knowledge of the terrain. It was cold, but not sub-zero cold, and the heat generated from multiple propulsor kept anything from potentially freezing. "Can't see shit," Liam mumbled the obvious as from any camera, and the cockpit only white particles moving at an average speed of hundreds of 50 kilometers per hour. 93 could be seen. He ordered the valves of the cargo room to open. He wasn't in it, and the room was currently sealed off. He was doing this to avoid a violent shift in air pressure. It was by the protocol. He wasn't going to go down there on foot or land the spacecraft too. That was for later, as doing it now was worthless at best and suicidal at worst. The ramp suddenly opened, and the 24 metal crates, each being a similar model to the drone he just swallowed, but with adequate modification to work for a few weeks here. And when all of them had slid off, the ramp closed. The hundreds-meter fall wasn't going to damage them. The gravity was lower here, and they had inbuilt airbags programmed to activate a few meters before impact. He wasn't going to start building a facility right now. That was folly. He needed more information than the general temperature, weather, and topography to do something that will be solid and functional for years to come. And he wasn't going to build it here. Doing prefabricated pieces engineered for here to build a facility was how he was going to proceed. There was no need to go for complicated when simpler alternatives existed, and Liam was a fervent believer of work smarter, not harder. He started his ascension, a process that took a few minutes. He made use to look at the 20 drones, of which a fourth didn't survive the landing due to unpredictable variables. A very good result for the first batch. Beginning the atmospheric exit, the Valkyrie's speed multiplied to the point it would put to shame even the best of the 21st fighter jet. A heavy frown appeared on his face. "What is that?" "It looks like the tip of landmass that had been ripped off and dragged here," Liam thought as the first few surface-level scan of satellite CM2 revealed the water in the solid form changed to something with various metals in it in one of the highest peaks of a valley glacier's chain. It looked like a fraction of a massive flat, ovoid object, if you were to take a guess. A rectangular protrusion, full of intricate markings, could be seen growing out of its periphery after that. It was a blurry mess. The scanner did go deeper, but for much more finer detail, a more specialized one would be needed. It's not as if eerily geometrical shapes didn't exist without the intervention of a highly intelligent life form. They were extremely common, in fact. So common nearly everything was geometrical in some ways. It just didn't sit right with him, but that unknown structure was a problem for later. He couldn't do everything at once. Adding a potential spacefaring alien civilization to the mix was a bit too much. He was but one man. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance. Patreon.com/user?U=60424165. 65. Gratefulness between two antitheses. Year 1, Days 13. Liam was currently looking at Gladius running after its bifurcated tail, trying desperately to eat an iron truffle glued with sap to the left tip of its tail. And while the great Ostropede was in this less than optimal state, Orion, Oxidant, and Septen atop the Valkyrie wing were mimicking a laugh, and the trio wasn't discreet while doing it. "I know you want to help go," Liam said to Mary. The red Tetrapteron was fidgeting over his armored shoulder, hesitating on what to do. "They are literal children," he thought amusedly before whistling. A few seconds later, Daisy walked out of the Valkyrie ramp with nervousness in its steps. The slinger walked with its spindly legs over the dry grass and cracked dirt toward him. The strange creature was still the size of a golden retriever, if a rather large one, and was overall very shy. Shyness or not, he was going to need the little guy for what he had in mind. He currently was in the Great Plain and a few dozen meters away from the Sacred Hollow, and he brought the entire group here aside from Aegis for obvious reasons. He brought them here for them to have a little outing to let them exhaust themselves out, and he knew Hell's Gate stressed them. It wasn't so much the technology and lack of vegetation, even if the latter played a role in it, but the number of people, from humans to Gnostics, was the major player. Something that he could feel through the links and affected him to a degree, but for different reasons. He wasn't antisocial before, and still isn't, but to say the constant irrationality of everyone around wasn't getting to his nerves would be a lie, even Grace. The fact he needed to micromanage most things didn't help. He already stopped several potential catastrophes from happening. It's not that others were incompetent, it's just that nearly no one had the competence he had for what was needed. Plenty of scientists, but nearly no one for what was actually needed. And the fact that the threat that was the RDA and United Nations was understood by too few individuals, and that within those it didn't seem to ring true how concrete it was. Many had decided to make children as if thinking about no more than 2 decades in the future was asking too much. They were short-sighted, too focused on the present, or played the ostriches by lying to themselves. But it was understandable. They knew he was working on solutions, having proven multiple times his capabilities, and as such thought everything was fine, and in many aspects, they would be correct, but that wasn't an excuse. He couldn't do everything. They became dependent on him, Liam the magical solution to fix all. And he wasn't ignorant of the fact it was partly his fault it happened, but he was new to this and didn't have many options. Things needed to be done fast and efficiently. He understood now why Iowa rarely, if ever, intervened directly, even if the context was different in his case. She didn't want nor need little mortal worshippers doing nothing for themselves and hoping she would save them if calamity struck. No good deed goes unpunished, as the saying goes. It was a complex balance to set. He didn't need a general panic about how everyone was doomed. This would be the worst, and he was in the end nitpicking. It wasn't that grave as of now, but nipping future problems in the bud was the best solution, even if the method to do so was currently unclear. Laxity about the future was a problem to be corrected for everyone. A little space training that Jake spoke about wasn't going to cut it. He was their leader of the human faction at the end, and so it was his responsibility. But he needed a place of peace, his own little sanctuary. He deemed that he deserved this much, and he had several locations in mind thanks to the dozens of satellites he put in orbit around Pandora, but talking with the true owner of the moon was a plus. And it was but a fraction of why he was here. His tames weren't mindless machines that just needed food to function. This was a bonus of coming here, even if not the best since it was in the middle of the dry season, but it's better than nothing. Water was at his tame's disposal and abandoned anyway. Be careful as you play and do not eviscerate anything or anyone without reason, he warned, his deep voice echoing loud and clear. And as he pushed aside green thorny vines covering the cave entrance, cause of acknowledgement from the 5 birds reached his ears, causing a smile to form. The change from the struggling and dying plant to the vibrantly bioluminescent, strikingly alive once was quite violent. He kept the vines aside for his slinger to walk through, then he followed, his helmet folding back over his face, giving full-body protection. His armor didn't truly change aside from several upgrades such as an integrated cooling and heating system, a far more efficient energy system, better cameras, better under armor, etc. It just was better overall. It was an upgraded version from the precedent, but nothing out of the world compared to before. It would be considered a masterpiece of engineering, if not for it being heavy, to the point no human trained or not would be able to wear it for an extended period without the risk of injury. And that didn't take into consideration that many of its functions were commanded mentally needing higher and faster brain processing power or cybernetic augmentation. Components, even if modified and treated in ways that will increase certain of their characteristics to their extremes for precise effect, do not equal them suddenly becoming perfect and indestructible, but it certainly helps in getting close to that. As such, Liam couldn't magically improve the performance of the armor to an impossible degree. The large round of an autocannon would still dig a hole through his head. Helmet on or off, it wasn't a 1-meter thick armor plate after all. Though most high-caliber bullets from handheld firearms would have great difficulty ever going through the outer shell, it was designed to protect the wearer against that, explosions, and more, but it wasn't a perfect armor, not that it was even possible to begin with. Even less currently, but still as of now, only a small fraction of Pandora's fauna and flora could actually harm him in any meaningful way, but that wasn't a reason to be careless. 4 3-meter long, 9 feet 8, mechanical tendrils grew from the upper back of his armor, 2 on each shoulder blade as he picked up Daisy under his right arm and began advancing within the cave. The tendrils pushed blue jellyfish tentacle-like vines covered in a mucus capable of melting steel and flesh alike without getting any damage on themselves due to the alloy of metal and polymer they were made of. As was the same for most of his armor, he simply didn't want to damage the area where it wasn't the case and cause grievous chemical burns to his slinger. Armors for his tames was an ongoing side project. The travel downward went without complication, Daisy following behind, jumping far and high to keep with him, all the while it produced pheromone upon his command to keep critters such as the flashlight viper wolves at bay. They weren't a danger, but having to kill without reason was a no in his book, and he cracked how the bones in their body collected hydrogen weeks ago. There was no point in fighting them aside from their meat, and they didn't taste that great either unless marinated in something strong to the point that the meat had barely any of its soapy aftertaste, and it held little to no nutritional value. To Nausicaa, it tasted great that he knew, but he wasn't one of the tall blue folk, so it tasted like soap. Standing in front of the rocky entrance covered up by pink fluorescent overgrowth, he closed his eyes and entered to open them to the sight of a massive white weeping willow split in two from its middle bathing the cave's ceiling it was growing from. Its ethereal light bathing the area in its hue. I swear it only seems to get prettier and prettier each time I go down here. Liam internally marveled at the sight, his metallic boots trudging carefully upon the root bridge he was advancing on. He didn't need to enter his order, as the slinger was already taking in a guarding position. Where he entered from, it was soon followed by hundreds of wood sprites blocking every other exit, and entry creating a tapestry of light over the cave walls. His heart rate increased slightly as he approached the throne of roots. The link with I was seemingly growing progressively stronger, making it easier for both to understand the emotion of the others. He was happy to be here, and he could feel the same sentiment from the link. It wasn't one-sided, far from it. He wasn't oblivious or blind to what was beginning to happen, but he didn't know how to rationalize it. And he knew she was aware as well. Both were far too intelligent and not dense enough for this to not be noticed. Love wasn't the right term. Far from it, at least for what it was, but a sense of kinship with a budding affection developing toward this would be a more appropriate term. It was positive if strange for the common mortal, he supposed, but as arrogant as it sounded, he wasn't of the common mortal with his admittedly basic understanding of his biology. He was the implant straight up. It was where his engrammic matrix resided, his very mind and soul. His brain was used solely for computing power, automatic and somatic bodily function. But the body was him. It wasn't a human-shaped meat puppet he was parasitizing. The nervous system of a human wasn't considered a parasite. And the logic was the same here. The implant was just more him than anything else. And this only he and Iwa knew, both understating the other more than any others on this moon. In any case, it felt good, and it was a good development for everyone. And at the end of the day, it was what mattered. And added that there was plenty of reason for him to avoid this type of development with others, humans or Nausicaa. Mentality between the two parties in both knowledge, way of seeing the world, and understanding of it were the most important of all. They needed to be both distinctively different and yet similar, but those weren't the only factor. Aside from the potential lifespan problem, he didn't need someone so inferior to him that they might as well be an accessory, if a rather unfitting one that is here more likely to suck up to him than anything else. Elitist, insane, freaky, or an inhuman way of seeing things maybe, but he didn't care if he wanted a partner. It would be a partner, not a submissive plaything or a pretty parasite or an average person, as it was a recipe for a disaster to happen. His way of thinking didn't do a full turn from before. Changed, yes, but in essence, it was the same. It was just that the necessary requirements were pushed to his current level. Liam cracked his neck and sat on the throne-like structure of roots. His armor then began to unfold from his body. The gauntlets were the first to go as metallic pieces until now unseen snapped open and moved backward, taking the armor with them and revealing his arms. His shoulder followed, then his helmet, and after this a thin line from his neck to his lower abdomen. And in a similar fashion, the armor fragmented and slipped away to his back where the other pieces glided downward toward his thighs. The armor didn't disappear into nothingness. A syringe materialized in his left hand, and without much of a thought, Liam stabbed it in the most prominent vein of his other arm. Then he injected himself with the slinger venom. He gritted his teeth for the first few seconds as the foreign substance almost felt like acid coursing through his vein, but this feeling soon became overtaken by a slowly creeping numbness. However, it always was present in the background, if ignorable. At the same time, he felt the furry tendrils growing and start covering his now bare upper body. It was from everywhere at once, from his Adonis belt, abs, and pectoral muscles moving around the short and neatly trimmed patch of hair on them to his shoulder blades, arms, and back. Some of those thin filaments even going over his armor. It was everywhere except for his face, and it wasn't the most unpleasant thing in the world. In fact, it felt like a hug because it was one, as he realized from his link, if a rather alien one. And less than innocent one with where and how some of the tendril-like filament moved. This realization led to an amused smirk growing on his face and an eyebrow to be lifted. This became even more obvious, as only in specific areas where his nervous system concentrated, such as his spine, nape, and implant, did the prickling sensation of a connection being made was felt. And it wasn't new if the two last connections were any indication, as only those 3 points of interest were important for a connection of the ritual for grace, where those tendrils were only following the central nervous system and making a large net over both bodies. The difference was evident. Iwa held the shared knowledge of an entire species from its creation. Gnostics, in many cases, weren't less inventive than humans. As such, she wasn't an innocent being free of any knowledge about this aspect of the world. Quite the extreme opposite, in fact, and he would have guessed even without his link that it was on purpose. In the end, it was just a hug, if one that was very focused on every groove of his muscles. Though why she was so specifically interested in those, he wasn't certain, but he didn't complain. It was like a pleasant massage that drove him to relax and let the venom take its full effect. And so after a few minutes of this pleasant peace, his eyelids became too heavy to hold and his mind too foggy and unfocused to work properly. He finally let himself fall into this half-asleep, half-awake state. "Welcome back, Liam. It's a pleasure to see you again." The soft, multi-layered voice of the All-Mother caused the man in question to turn and meet the multi-eyed gaze of the goddess. "The sentiment is shared, Iwa," Liam answered, genuinely, his body and its ever-shifting skin from an almost golden tan to a translucent blue, showing nerve and vein turned into metaphysical tech structure, a thin smile forming as he faced her. The link here was stronger than ever, but it couldn't overwhelm him. He was calm and collected, his very being focused on what words must be spoken and the being to which they must be spoken. But he wasn't the first to speak. "We must thank you for the actions you have accomplished. It is evident, clear, and apparent to all, but without you, many more of my children would have died, as we only acted when the time was deemed adequate," she said with joy, anger, and sadness as she inched slightly closer. "We do not possess the untold knowledge and influence over what is known as technology, as you do, and never will, but has shown it as a necessity for survival. You have taught me a lesson. We cannot win and survive with the ways and laws directed for peace. We will adapt with you toward our survival. And for what you did, doing, and are going to do. Simple gratitude is not enough," she continued earnestly, both through words and emotions, her vine-like hair glowing a brighter shade of violet and bluish white. "I feel no different. I'm grateful for your assistance during the battle. Without it, I would have had to continue participating in this senseless slaughter and spiral downward. As for my knowledge, I hold a similar view of amazement about your own on what humans call biology and psionic," Liam said in a similar, if colder, tone of voice than her, the various rings of metal and small sparkling hexagon orbiting around him slowing down as he moved slightly out of their protection. Paranoia was unneeded here, and what a freeing feeling it was. All was but the truth of what the others thought with their intentions and raw emotions. It was exhilarating to not have this constant nihilism at the back of his head. He trusted her, and she trusted him, plain and simple. No sophisticated and nefarious ulterior motive behind anything. Liam knew the him of the past would call him insane for thinking that about a more than million-year-old hive mind, and that would be correct to a large degree, but not for the same reason. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance. Patreon.com/user?mark_60424165. 66. Empathetic bond. A few seconds of silence passed where both the All-Mother and the lost child appreciated the feeling of contentment from the other until it was broken by one of them. "Thankfulness aside, you must already know one of the reasons why I'm here," Liam said confidently, eyes locked onto the primary ones of Iwa, never leaving contact. "We do, but it is rather unclear. Your emotions are complex and new in many aspects to me. It is but assumptions, and assumptions are not reality. It would be foolish of me to act upon them. We know of your immense desire to learn, improve, to grow beyond, and far above all, to have a place to truly call home, but further and further. These aspects became a complex network without any true singular outcome," she said with an imperceptible smile forming over her features. "Indeed," Liam said pensively. She was right, and he felt dumb in a way for that. But he had exponentially more of a problem understanding her through the link than the other way around, It's hard to compensate against a being with, at the very minimum, 2 million years of experience in a certain field, adding she was utterly alien to him. He realized he was arrogant on that point. She understood him very well. Even if he wasn't that much of a complicated individual at the end of the day, his goals direct and without nonsense. And it didn't bother him. The opposite would have, in fact. I have many things I need, want, and desire to various degrees from you. I will not lie about this or hide it, even if this is not even a possibility. I suppose emotions are not enough for this, and neither would words for what is necessary to my and your and our survival. Symbiosis is the only way, he let out calmly, which the All-Mother acknowledged with a nod of her head. They were on the same page here. Working together was pivotal for their survival, but both not only needed it, they desired it. At this, the ring spinning and the 1,000 metallic hexagons orbiting around him slowed down to a crawl as he floated forward closer to Iowa. He placed his outstretched hands over the wall dividing the room they were in. On contact, the air and light seemed to bend around. Observing the scene, the All-Mother knew what to do and responded by repeating the action with his own hands. The raw emotions shifting between them increased in depth, clarity, and intensity as the tip of their respective fingers touched, and it only amplified further as the deity gently held Liam's hand. Both of equal size, but clearly different in essence, interlocking. The invisible chasm between metallic roots pulsing with alien energy, pillars of unknown material, and strange particles of light, and the primeval forest composed of both poisonous wicked thorns and enchantingly beautiful plants seemed to twist as both antitheses partially merged, but the violent shock of theme still evident and forever to stay. Then, after a few seconds from the implant in Liam's half-translucent muscular chest, and the center of Iowa's chest made of a smooth pearly white bark where the scar seemed to be disappearing, saw the thin thread that was almost invisible before starting materializing to the point it soon became almost tangible. This feel different, Leah mumbled, his eyes never having left the one of Iowa, their gazes only growing in intensity, but his hyper-organized thought focused on the strengthened link. It was similar to how he felt when he snapped her back after one of the Tree of Souls was razed by a bulldozer, but overall, it was less intense and way more ordered. It wasn't unpleasant, but very much unusual. They were of equal standing as it should be, even if both were fundamentally different, opposite even. Neither were they equal in power, experience, or knowledge, but those didn't need to be for the status empathetic link to be this way. Both brought entirely opposite aspects. And it was an incredible feeling for both of them, the All-Mother in particular, as it was still an entirely new experience for a being such as her, never having a living being capable of supporting this much of her presence without losing or greatly damaging their sense of self. It was as if an impossibility came true. There was a loneliness that was finally beginning to be filled. The only beings remotely close to having done such were the wisest and most intelligent of her children, the Tulkuns, or the exceptional appearance of an extremely gifted Nexus, such as the future incoming one, but even then none could interact with her in such a direct and almost visceral way. Things such as this empathic bond with this very interesting individual that appeared from nowhere, and she became almost infatuated with, were unique and never going to happen again. Liam affected her that much, and the man in question knew how she felt, and she knew he knew. It was strange, better than before, and he was affected as well. It's just that how he functioned in this place let him keep his perfect, almost machine-like composure. Such an intimate bond affected both parties on a very deep level for as long as life was within them. It was how it was. It wasn't as profound as when two Nexus mates connected their Q together, because Liam and Iowa didn't and couldn't merge to that degree. But what was ongoing was as if not more intense, and will be everlasting. Though none of that stopped Liam from focusing and working on what he was here for. He had goals, and he was going to achieve them. He focused on his memories and through the link pushed the fragments of the ones he wanted to be shared to the being that knew him the most. It was equivalent to downloading data from one software to another via different, more exoteric means and harder as well. It came instinctively to him, like many things in this place. If he recalled, Iowa called the upper part of the Sea of Souls, but that didn't mean instant mastery. Far from it. Those various locations are for you to do as you wish. We trust you on your capabilities to know what must and mustn't be done. be it on how to exploit resources and how to interact with my more intelligent children living nearby, the All-Mother said, not even a fraction of a second after having received the memories about various coordinates and images of dozens of potential base locations. That's good to hear. Liam trailed off, stopping further words as he knew she wasn't finished. It was an evident answer from her, all things considered. He was aware there was no problem, but that was always good to have a real confirmation. The thoughtful care is appreciated, Liam, and will not be forgotten, but it is unnecessary. The seed of a tree of souls requires only a few droplets of water in its liquid form to germinate after that. The nascent sapling shall adapt to its environment and grow in it or perish trying. They are precious, long to mature, but not invaluable. Granting you more is but a simple task, she said, her smile growing as she easily caught on to what he intended to do. He was worried about the location of his base for several reasons, such as having access to the sea, but one of the major ones was that he wanted to plant the seed she gave him months ago, and he wanted it to not die. It was to an absolute degree, in fact, as if losing it was the highest crime, not because he would feel especially guilty, but because he wouldn't know how to ask for a new one. He wanted a tree of souls of his own, and for quite evident reasons. It was both silly and cute in a way with the current circumstance, to go to such length for that. And she couldn't hide how she felt about this. She never felt this. She knew what it was, but memories of an untold amount of individuals, while both her own were just as much not her. A single cell, or several million of them, is but a minuscule fraction of an individual, and that was her case, but cells could be replaced with Nexus. Her reaction led to a frown of confusion appearing on his ruggedly handsome face that she chuckled lightly at in her multilayered voice. Then what followed was a deadpan both outside and inside, aimed at her, not truly helping his cause. He was numerous times in the extremes, one of his best qualities, but as well worst flaws, and something she lacked in and appreciated about him. As long as balance remained, no problem would happen, and as contradictory as it was, Liam was measured in his decision. Nothing was done without reasons or ulterior motives for the long term. He wanted everything to be perfect and go smoothly, even if he knew it wasn't possible. He thrived toward it and had the same, if lowered, expectations of others. On to something else, Liam declared as their hands holding each other parted away, almost reluctantly, leading to the newly strengthened bond to dampen immediately. But it was still more potent than how it would be outside, and the wall was back in its full power. Both sides separated again. I want to trade knowledge for knowledge, precisely about what I spoke earlier. Psionic dash. However, before he could finish, Iowa lifted her hand, and the bond led him to be quite puzzled. We reject your offer. We do not need this knowledge, as invaluable as it is, and certainly not in such ways, she said rather severely, leading to his earlier frown appearing back on as he immediately wondered if he made a mistake of judgment somewhere. Do not worry, Liam. You have made no mishap, and if it was, it is understandable. It is just that knowledge has no reason to be a regulated resource between us. We will not ask for payment for what does not deserve payment, and such a concept as no right existing within such a place. If knowledge, you or we desire asking is all is needed. Without missing a second, Iowa clarified her earlier point. Understood, he said coolly, his face relaxing to its resting and motionless position. It was logical from the symbiosis point of view, even if it was unfair, as he cared more about what she knew than the other way around. But it was what was the present. They weren't frozen in time, without the capacity to change. Already, the All-Mother suddenly said with a hint of disappointment, and a few seconds after the world around them seemed to fickle in and out of existence. The resistance of my body toward the venom used is at fault, I believe. The concentration, potency, and quantity will need to be increased. The lost child stated the most likely reason, and he would be correct. Then he added a very real worry. But that is a temporary solution. Other substances should work, but that will not change the result. I will grow a resistance with repeated injections. Iowa did not answer immediately, as she was in thoughts, and after 3 seconds flew by, she seemed pleased with whatever results she got, but what that was, she didn't share them with him aside from an almost mischievous smile. Our time together is running thin. It was a pleasure to be able to converse with you, Liam. May we have many more such rendezvous in the future. She spoke, and as the words entered his ears as the world around finished fading away and everything veered to black. Under the light of the neutral yak, half-open silvery gray eyes had their focus and clarity coming back. They were staring dreamily at the upside-down trees, long iridescent leaves sprouting from the massive, sinuous white branches. Then their owner blinked, and a long groan escaped Liam's body like the rumble of a motor, as even in his light-headed state, memories of all of that happened slammed back into his mind. IW just dwid basically propose to where wout the ring. He said, his words slurred as several muscle groups in his throat, mouth, and on his face were still affected by the venom and resulted in the current difficulty in speech. The embarrassment of what his words could have been taken for not that fundamentally it was different, so it stayed and disappeared in the same second. But during that lapse of time, he felt like a teenager, and frankly, he wasn't that far from that range of age. His only similar experience was with a childhood friend who, after a year and a half of dating, both became friends again because both realized a couple thing didn't work out for them, and so disarmed the bomb before it exploded. Aside from this quite childish fit caused by the few toxins still in his brain, Liam was extremely pleased with the result. It wasn't truly what he came for, but it was a better result, better than he could have ever hoped for. There was no reason to complain or be negative, nor to be paranoid. He felt the furry tendrils at his nape, spine, an implant exit, leaving behind minuscule blood droplets and thousands of pinprick-style wounds that healed in barely a dozen seconds. However, he didn't move. He couldn't really do so with much efficiency. The effects of the venom were centralized on his main nervous system, certainly, but not only in his body focused on that part first, but he was gaining everything back in functioning order at a rapid pace. With all this, he stayed perfectly still, his chest rising up and down as he enjoyed the picturesque sight unfolding above and the massage from the many filaments glowing a soft blue hugging all over his exposed body, except his head, with also the several wood sprite having arrived while he was unconscious like some kind of extravagant body-fitting suit. It's a bona fide empathetic bond, not just a partial link anymore, he thought, giving a name to the phenomena all the while studying it. It was 1/3 the strength of that of the links for his tames, and unlike before, each of them could feel this unique connection if the various feedback of curiosity toward the specifically was any indicator. There is nothing to worry about, he sent to his tames, Gladius getting more as the bird was, to put it mildly, overprotective, and so this quenched their building anxiety born of their worry that something very bad happened to him. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance. Patreon.com/user?U=60424165. 67. Meritocracy. Within the confines of a high-tech glass house in the Avatar compound close to the Simod, 2 women were wearing less cumbersome and better designs of the RDA exopacks. Those new models designed by Liam had a bulletproof visor, were lightweight, capable of shifting depending on the wearer's physiology, keeping a stable air pressure, filtering out breathable air out of the most commonly found non-solid substance, such as water and Pandora's atmosphere, but also recycling it. They tracked both the position and basic bodily functions, such as the heart pulse and body temperature, and had the basic function of a phone, all the while having virtually infinite energy as long as hydrogen was at disposition. Not forgetting the most important part of all, drinking food, various drinks, and medicine safely was possible via specialized valves letting a straw leading to the mouth open from below the mask, and all could be remotely monitored and controlled. Those 2 women were working on both native flora and highly genetically engineered ones from Earth. The fair-skinned one with almost pitch-black hair was BB Lev's son, a young xenobotanist who had arrived from the very last ISV Venture Star. She was taking samples of a Xenopole salmortis, or goat horn, that was growing in a specialized plantation rack. This plant was brought here by her idol, Dr. Grace Augustine, though those weren't discovered by the Avatar. By her current works and tasks, she was to study the native flora first on a surface level to see which had potential use for human consumption and what could they be used for. The goal was focused on the community as a whole. This was by Liam's edict, which were around 2 very basic and all-encompassing rules that were to be respected to avoid his judgment being brought down. The first was, actions done with malice or inaction against such shall not be tolerated and will be judged. And the second was, actions done against or inaction for the betterment and progress of the community shall not be tolerated and be judged. The first rule protected the individual and the second rule the group, but they were vague and it was on purpose. It wasn't a set of rules to follow to the T, but more of a way of life, a philosophy. For example, a 2-year-old toddler, a pregnant woman, or a wounded man recuperating would not be held to the same standard as a perfectly healthy adult. This is further separated by age, hierarchical position, knowledge, and experience. The two rules always were adapted for each individual, but never changed in their consistency. But it was a philosophy warped around the view of the one single individual that possessed all the powers: reward, coercive, legitimate, referent, expert, and informational. One that was unbiased and did not care for what others might think unless it held value. They were sheep, Hell's Gate, a pasture where they could only live, and Liam was their shepherd who both protected and dictated them. And this metaphor was terrifyingly true, as many like BB understood how accurate it was. But it was far from being as bad as it sounded. Yes, he was a dictator by the strict definition of the term, and didn't shy from that fact, being quite blunt about it, if not by words, but by actions, as he had absolute power over everything remotely connected to technology. He was no tyrant, even if plenty saw him as exactly this, as they were unable to differentiate between unfeeling logic and cruelty. That's how she saw it. He understood that happy and healthy people were productive people, particularly in the long term, and that it brought, if not loyalty, a sense of dependency. He understood how humans worked and how truly animal they were. It was the eternal carrot and stick method that was used. A method that proved time and time again to be effective, and here it didn't do any different, even more so, with such a diligent dictator. But it also built laziness and complacency, and he understood this very well. So everyone able to work had to work for a set amount of time, achieve a certain goal, and fill a certain quota. Those were established by either him, non-sapient AI, so virtually still him, or higher-ranked individuals like Catherine Hale, who herself wasn't immune to such standards. In fact, they were much higher and risked far harsher punishment from Liam. Failing to do so, with no justifiable reasons, would mean infringing on the second rule, ending with the punishment of doing more work in their given free time with the ones that were missed to bland nutrition bars instead of regular food for a period of time, and even temporary privation of entertainment media. The punishment increases or lessens depending on what the fault was. In all cases, it gave a social stigma. Their data and faults were for all to see on the large holoscreen in Hell's Kitchen. As such, doing the opposite by going beyond gave advantages such as more free time and being considered a more valuable member of the community, something shown too on the same screen. The scoreboard showing who was ranked compared to who by different factors on it only helped in building a healthy competition for the one who wanted, as it was evidently intended to do. As healthy as possible, that is because the principle of a competition was as double-edged as it could get, bringing both the best and worst. Cheating was an impossibility, not for the fault of a few now still struggling to crawl out the lower spectrum of the board, and the same for others who undermined their colleague. But those in the end weren't abandoned to spiral downwards indefinitely. It wasn't a fatality, but actions had consequences. And to climb the ladder, doing your job as diligently you could wasn't the only method. Bringing divertisement or good ideas were such other means to go up. This led some individuals like Dr. Edmund Langforst, an old man with graying blonde hair, and a psionicologist, to jump from the 20th place to the 6th as he directly asked Liam for the resources and manpower to build a school for both humans and Gnostics, all the while proposing himself to be one of the teachers. It was a redo of the school, the RDA, so easily destroyed now under the name of the community school. This is how the base worked so smoothly for the last year, and how nothing had fallen into chaos in the 2.5 years since the RDA had been evicted from Pandora. Was this the best solution to make their little community of traitors against humanity thrive? VB Lev's son didn't know, but it seemed to work like a well-oiled machine, and it was infinitely better than back in her home country. At least she could speak freely without risking losing a piece of her body in retaliation or simply walking in the wrong place, or being sold as some kind of pet to some twisted ultra-rich individual. She was safe. They were safe with a stable supply of healthy foods, drinkable water, warm beds, and roofs above their head. No hunger, thirst, illness, or fear of being maimed and then killed. Compared to most of humanity, they were pampered to the extreme, but this wasn't free. It had a cost, if admittedly cheap, one of being useful. And at the end, they were completely free to do as they pleased. But again, freedom had a very hefty price, didn't come without heavy baggage, and had many consequences. This means that with how the base operated for an individual like her, a workaholic and a passion for her job, led her to be high on the scoreboard averaging between the top 10 and 20. She dreamed of doing this exact job since she was a kid, studying and working on Pandora's flora with Grace, and it was going past and beyond her expectations. The goat horn plants here, for example, were fascinating. They used a mechanism similar to osmosis, but instead of water molecules being interchanged to maintain a balance within the cells, it was sodium chloride, salt directly manipulated by a complex chain of enzymes and multiple specialized organelles. For all intent and purpose, the plants should be dead. They looked dead from the outside, and at first glance from the inside as well, but it was the exact opposite. It was as if they were in a cryptobiosis-like state while still perfectly active and living. She would have believed if she was more gullible and someone said they were engineered life forms, she would have believed them in a heartbeat, but she wasn't. How the plants did this wasn't truly understood as of now, but these various processes led to the formation of razor-sharp pure salt crystals upon its two corkscrew-shaped leaves that absorb only a fraction of the light spectrum for the plant's bizarre photosynthesis. The entire plant, both the simple shoot system outside and the complex root system larger than most trees. They were like a mushroom cap and its mycelium in repartition. Both parts were edible and were rich in various essential minerals, making them better for the human body than the sea salt that was used, particularly here, where the lower gravity had various negative effects on the body, and they were a nice complement. The plant in its natural state was obviously not to be consumed under any conditions unless internal laceration was the end goal, with a sprinkling of salt poisoning. Hey, I have been wondering, and this might be overstepping my bounds and out of the blue, but why does Mr. Cram seem to have a particular interest in one of your sons? She suddenly said to the other woman. The woman in question was middle-aged with dirty blonde hair, and she was Mary McCosker. She was her colleague, a friend, and one of the 3 agricultural technicians of the base remaining. Her domain of specialization, being in GMOs, made her an important member. No, it's not a problem. I can see why. Many want to ask, but few actually possess the ball to do so. It's not like I bite or something. I'm a bitch, but not to that extent, Mary said offhandedly, her attention shifting from the Solanum chimera made from 3 separate plants, potatoes, tomatoes, and eggplants, to the young xenobotanist. Her words weren't lies per se, but they were mostly false all the same. She was ill-tempered at times and wasn't the most self-retrospective individual there was. Speaking of such a sensitive subject, that wasn't so much of a thought in her mind until fairly recently, after her husband brought it up to her, tended to annoy and anger her. It was a very confusing situation, and she didn't know what to do. You got it wrong. It's the opposite. Miles is obsessed with the genetically engineered freak for some reason. Sorry, slipped a bit here. She spat with dismay, turned to frustration. The word describing Liam, while not false, led to a small frown appearing over BB's face before it disappeared as the apology. It's hard not to with that body of his, BB snarked internally, quite a drastic shift from her earlier mood. To say Liam wasn't attractive to her in many aspects, at least physically, would be lying. Alas, that dream of a potential relationship or a fling with him was crushed to dust, burned to ash, and rendered to nothingness long ago. He wasn't dense or blind to advance and social cues like this. He just didn't care and was very blunt about the fact he wasn't interested. A fact not unique to her, as she wasn't a lone case to be interested in him. He had the body of a Greek god after all, but not the temperament, as a brick wall would have more interest in her than him in that department. However, that didn't mean she couldn't appreciate the sight. Shaking the thoughts away, the xenobotanist refocused on the present and pressed further. But that's not the full story, right? Kids are pretty random and illogical, but still, it seems to bother you greatly. There is more. I don't know if I should say it because he always listens, but arg if I didn't appreciate you. At worst, nothing happens, and I trust you can keep your mouth shut. You know who killed the colonel? Mary relinquished and began explaining. Yes, it's not some kind of top-secret information. Mr. Cram killed hundreds, Quaritch within. BB said she didn't really follow where this was going, but a few possibilities of where this was going entered her mind. That's true, and it's my point. Never have you asked yourself who were the biological parents of Miles within those killed? The blonde-haired woman asked, leading her friend to the answer. Now that you point that out, aside from the biological mother Pa Socorro that I recall died by those bats. I don't know about the fact though. Oh shit. BB almost screamed as the realization of who the toddler's biological father was clicked in her head. Indeed, oh shit. Liam killed Quaritch, Miles' biological father. You didn't miss the mark by much earlier. He is protecting him. It's why nobody except a very few that you are now a part of knew who the biological father is. And with this protection came interest, maybe by some kind of twisted sense of guilt us mortals can't understand. He feels responsible for Miles, and this led to this. Mary let out her eyes, reddening slightly at the end, but they disappeared rapidly. It hurt, but there wasn't much to do but bite the bullet. The child never really connected to them, be it either with her or her husband. The only exception to that connection was their biological son, but here it wasn't that different. The two were close, but not brothers. The fact she made the distinction didn't help either. She saw him more as a nephew than a son, but it still hurt. Yet it was her and her husband's responsibility to take care of the orphan boy, and they will do so with the best of their capabilities. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear, Mary said, her eye narrowing as the one main individual they were talking about could be seen walking with long strides toward them. He was a 2.16 meter, 7 feet 1, tall man of pure muscles, yet perfectly proportioned, and his silver eyes were locked onto them. On his shoulders resided three beings. The one on his left was a sleepy 2-year-old boy with shoulder-length dark blonde hair and an exopack on his face, using the head of the man as a pillow. If the mask wasn't there, drool would drench the dark brown braids, while on the man's right shoulder was an avatar girl, looking not much older than the human boy, and she was dreamily petting a large green tetrapteron with an eerily human face of annoyance. Its wings were open as if to avoid the sleeping girl and sleepy boy from falling. The 3.5-meter, 11 feet 5, tall glass door of the glass house slid open, and the silver-eyed man walked to them, only stopping 1 meter in front of the two women their biometrics constantly sent to his implant. Here, the little guy escaped your quarter, but he couldn't escape the cameras, and as I was already watching over Grace's daughter, I exhausted him for you. Your daily quota has been met. You can go, and the same is for you, Dr. Lev's son, Liam said calmly with an amused smile. Crouching down, he picked the boy up from his shoulder with extreme care in his large calloused hand, as any fraction of his true strength being used would lead to a snapping of the spine or crushing the ribcage. Human bones for him were fragile, his strength having slowly increased as he grew and worked out through the 3 years, only amplifying this point. And toddler bones were almost as if he was handling fresh snow and trying to keep it in the same shape. He was no Superman that could throw cars in outer spaces, but he needed to tread carefully with weaker beings if he didn't want to harm or kill them. No, I want to stay with Daddy. Miles mumbled in his sleep while he was being slipped from the post-human hands to the ones of Mary, who almost snatched the boy as soon as a solid hold was given. Did he just call me that? Liam's mind slowed to a crawl for a millisecond before it was back to normal, and he stood up, the recording from the toddler's blue exopack being repeated. At least nobody else heard Miles, but that was just the incoherent babble of a toddler that didn't mean much. But with the earlier discussion the two women had and the general situation, Liam wasn't blind to what was potentially happening, but he was stumped on what to do or not to do. Or he was putting too much emphasis on the random words of a toddler. Letting time pass for Miles, or as he liked to call him Spider, due to his tendency to climb like one to grow up, seemed to be the only wise choice here. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 finished in advance. Patreon.com/user?mark=60424165. 68. Technology, bad or good? Looking for a brief second to Miles and Mary's arm, Liam shifted from his crouching position to a standing one, making go by a few heads above the two women. I must bid you goodbye, he said, not bothering or needing to explain anything further. He needed to deliver the boy, and that's what he did, and so his task was done. He walked out of the glass house, leaving the two women behind. Huh, Mary, are you all right? Bibi, the first to snap back to reality, asked her friend, whose body was trembling slightly and her hands focused on tapping gently the boy's body as if to look for any potential injuries. Yes, it's just, he scares me to death. He ripped people with those hands. He's a monster, Bibi. I know I repeat myself, I know how you feel about him. Hot or not, he is still one. He doesn't even see us as equal. The Gnostics have more in common with us than us with him. We are dumb animals to him, Mary said in one breath, and her heart started to calm down. Bibi mentally rolled her eyes at the drama of Mary. She understood how it was possible to fear him. She wasn't different the first few months, but after years people like her friend should not be as skittish when Liam is in the same room. They should feel the opposite in her opinion. And the man they were speaking about was already on his way to the exit of the Avatar compound. Liam had heard it all, and he was used to it. At first this kind of thing annoyed him, but now he didn't even remotely care. Being offended is a choice. He had thicker skin than that. He wasn't going to be offended by Mary's petty words, not that they were void of any truth, and this was inevitable. Humans were never happy, always ready to find something to complain about or create imaginary problems to then complain about. As long as it didn't go to a certain point, he wouldn't do anything. Though if it was in his face, or if it was rather extreme, then things would be set straight. If it was a remark from someone he was close to, then it would stick, but otherwise he cared little. In the end, the ones acting this way were a minority who didn't speak of him with vitriol in such a way aside from others they knew wouldn't berate or slap them. They were cowardly, and their only strength was creating a group of like-minded people, which was useless here. It wasn't a democracy or any kind of such, it was a meritocracy dictatorial. Rioting wasn't going to bring positive results if it was for such reasons. He was kind, but his kindness wasn't unlimited or for everyone. Right at this instant, he could kill everyone wearing exopacks as he already recycled every old one to basic materials. He can make the devices hold onto the skull so that the wearer wouldn't be able to take it off unless skins, hairs, and jaws were ready to be ripped off or broken, and create a vacuum or switch the air to the regular one of Pandora. And everyone knew he had, or was quite literally the kill switch. He wasn't happy with this situation and would prefer to not have to need such things, but what he wanted, that reality and stupid people didn't care, and a wordless threat to your very existence got the message across better than any words. The most dangerous aspect about him wasn't his superhuman strength, speed, or even his inventory, but his knowledge and control over technology. Because if he didn't have such a thing, he would just be a brick. One that certainly punched hard and ran faster than nearly all land animals, but that would be about it. Any strategies with some thoughts put behind them and done by mildly competent and dedicated individuals would end up with him in a highly secured cell in some laboratory or dead. He wasn't different from regular humans here. His greatest strength lay in technology. Though without it, he wasn't completely defenseless either. Mentally commanding the reinforced gate in front of him to open, he walked past the electrified metal fences and was out of the compound. The jungle began but a few dozen meters, but it was far from being in the true wilderness. Aside from the odd viper wolves and small group of stingbats, nothing truly dangerous roamed this territory. Making sure the Avatar girl on his shoulder was safe, he progressed into the jungle following a very precise path. Various buzzing, chirps, yawls, and clicks were heard from both fauna and flora, alike creating a chaotic melody of which the loudest partaking in it were a group of monkey-like creatures with 2 arms slipping into 4 forearms ending in 2 fingered hands was following them with but curiosity. Those were a pack of Prolemurus or Cyaxucan Nasics, a curious and non-aggressive species related to the latter in a way similar to humans and chimpanzees, even if for the Nasics they would be closer to a species of chimps. And it was a pack known and followed by the xenozoologist. They were just as much interested in him as in the small avatar of which for some reason Liam and Iwa only knew, but one 4-eyed glare from Orion scared them off. If the Tetrapteron wasn't on his shoulder, and with the task it would have trapped one of the small blue monkeys and eaten it still alive. And in an order of 15 minutes, he walked 2.5 kilometers to arrive at a bizarrely shaped clearing with a lake in its middle. The change almost as drastic as between the Avatar compound and the jungle. It was the first mine that caused conflict right after the departure of the RDA, and it had been repurposed when all important minerals had been excavated out. Destruction, as it maybe, wasn't the end. The local flora took a heavy toll, and the fauna was forced out, but no toxic substances were used, and the soil was still fertile and safe to live on. It wasn't as grave as some would make it sound. The mining expedition wasn't done recklessly without care for anything but short-term benefit, which Liam made sure of. It was unlike the others of the RDA, which had become almost a wasteland where the biodiversity was extremely limited to a few specialized organisms that would in due time make them habitable for others. Life always finds a way, even more so when she has a consciousness. And this mine in particular is still in use, but for wildly different reasons. A house that looked like a mix of modern, but with woods and plants growing everywhere that developed into an ordered botanical garden. The building was situated on the edge of a cliff with multiple ropes and ladders leading to the crystal-clear water of the lake, full of giant lily pads below. Various fish could be seen swimming with a large cephalopod-like animal in between a nautilus and a cuttlefish. A Sagittaria, or Skooka in Nasics, and its timid nature led it to disappear in the depth of the lake. Liam took in the pleasant and peaceful sight before being reminded of why he was here by a soft yawn from the Nasics human hybrid sleeping on his shoulder free of charge. A bed, right, and food too. And a new pair of diapers as well, but those are problems for your father. He chuckled to himself as a very recognizable scent entered his inhumanly sensitive nose. Hasting his pace, he moved along the coast up to the cottage. Walking past a dire horse, drinking the nectar of a tube-shaped flower with its long tongue, he arrived at his destination. His silver eyes met the yellow cat-like ones of an adult male Nasics wearing a pair of bloody cargo pants, a dirty brown shirt, and a black metallic suit over the right side of his body, from right shoulder to tip of the right-hand fingers. It covered his right leg to the foot. "Liam!" the Nasics exclaimed with a bright smile as he stopped shining the already bled-out carcass of an hexapede and stood up to his almost 3-meter height. "Sute," Liam said back, but in a lower voice as both men exchanged a firm forearm handshake, the blood left behind on his left forearm warping away in his inventory, and a handkerchief materialized above his implant, which he gave to the Nasics. "Thanks. I hope Kiri didn't cause any trouble," Sute said with a hint of worry as cleaned his hand, the drying blood vanishing into the tissue before he picked up his daughter from Liam's shoulder, all under the scrutinizing gaze of the green Tetrapteron. "Calm down, girl, don't go rip one of his eyes out," Liam sent to his tame through the mental link while at the same time. He answered, and mirth filled him at the sudden reaction from Tsute about Kiri's surprise gift. She didn't. She played with Gladius and Miles before falling asleep. On another note, it seems the suit works as intended in action if you manage to hunt such a game in such a short time, Liam said as his eyes narrowed slightly and his implant glowed ever so brighter as he looked over the data from the suit microcomputers. "Yes. It's impossible to describe. It's like I never was injured. I can use my full dexterity, sense of touch, and nearly all strength. It's only Iwa knows how grateful I am for this piece of machinery." How things have changed, Sute snorted amusedly at the end. "This suit has the purpose of substituting the epidermis for protection and the permanently damaged nerves due to the 3rd to 2nd degree burn the Nasics received during the battle against the RDA. The suit detected the electromagnetic signal of the healthy nerves and translated it into usable data for its paper-thin microprocessor, all the while sending its own magnetic signal to the nerve back, mimicking almost too perfectly what is supposed to be still functional, such as the nerve on the skin, to give back a sense of touch with thousands of cell-size sensors. It didn't grant him extra strength from anywhere as he misinterpreted. It let him have access to the one he lost, but not all, as some muscles simply couldn't heal back to their full capacity or were still in need of being strengthened after an extended period of inactivity. The time passed to keep them from atrophying, and few months of testing not enough to keep everything in perfect shape. The snort amused Liam. Wearing such a piece of technology with clothes from the Sky People was something the Nasics would have preferred suicide over barely 3 years ago, and it wasn't an exaggeration of both his knowledge and understanding. Grace changed him, and Liam found it quite ironic. It was almost the exact opposite of Jake, or Psyche as his name in Nasics was with his mate Tyree. But all Nasics and their view on technology has changed and is bound to continue on this route. It's just that Sute has become one of the most open-minded about this. He realized it was the user the problem and not the technology by itself. A gun by itself isn't dangerous. The one handling it is, and the RDA was the handler until recently. It didn't mean he liked many of its facets, such as vehicles, but he saw the utility in having them, and who would say no to running water that magically changes temperature, a box that cleans and dries clothes, or a cube filled with cold air that kept food for far longer than it should. It wasn't black and white. This was one of the reasons why Sute didn't live in the encampment of the Omediakea, barely 3 kilometers north of here. These machines wouldn't be accepted. The other was Grace. She might have become an avatar, but she very much remained human in both heart and mind. And she wasn't part of the Omediakea. Being part of the people and that of a clan are two distinctly different things. She refused to be part of the clan, judging it wasn't for her as she knew she could never integrate. She still held very good relations with its members, but she wasn't one of them. As such, the couple with their daughter didn't live with the clan, preferring to live in between the two worlds. There were some more minutes of small talk between the two before Liam bid his goodbye and sprinted off back to Hell's Gate. Not needing to be careful about a sleeping baby on his shoulder, he enjoyed the full extent brought by his transhuman physiques, and with Orion holding on for dear life as he arrived back at the Avatar compound in barely 3 minutes. Then he tracked right where he was keeping the kids, the lesser replicator. Grace used the chance he was here to use the machine to ask him to watch over Kiri while she was working in her lab and Tsute hunting. Gladius was sleeping in a ball with Daisy fiddling confusedly with a regular Rubik's Cube in its first pair of legs, both now fully grown up. The slinger wouldn't differ much from its wild counterpart aside from a bulkier body, and that it was smarter while for Gladius. The great Ostropede was almost 2 times the size of its wild counterpart, much of it by sheer muscular mass, making it stand at nearly 9 meters, 29 feet. If the head is counted, the middle part not needing to be mentioned, such the difference was huge. And that wasn't all. Liam had recently started training Gladius to use the suicidal attack the species is known for. Sounds were extremely powerful and dangerous weapons if used correctly. "Wake up, lazy bird," he said both physically and psionically to his clawed monster of a tame, who in an almost comical way straightened up at the call. A few mental commands later, Liam verified if the harness over the giant bird was good before jumping down and checking for one last time over the large trolley that was supporting the weight of a large blocky metal structure. Attaching a similar, if smaller, harness to his body, Liam cracked his neck, and the two breathed in deeply before they began dragging the trolley and what was on it out of the lesser fabricator toward Valkyrie 17, a few hundred meters away. Could a vehicle or other methods have done the job? Yes, but the two of them do so as well, and remarkably so, adding that Liam found using his strength liberating even more so when it was a real effort like now. Every day, hour, minute, and second, he was forced to control his strength and restrain himself for the others and the world around him. It wasn't a complaint. It was a natural consequence of being gifted with such strength, but by all means, letting loose from time to time was beyond relieving. The structure being dragged was the last piece of a puzzle he had been working on since he decided to build a facility upon the surface of Neratsepe, the icy moon. It was a time-consuming and resource-consuming project. Designing and finding the perfect place to build the element Nexus, as he called it, was the easiest part. Pandora wasn't the moon used for most of the minerals for the facility creation. What was unique about this moon was Pandorium, and this metal wasn't needed in the 10,000 tons here. Metals weren't all that were needed either, and those prime materials such as silica could be found elsewhere, such as on Naranenan and Nerixep, the two other closest moons to Pandora. Though this wasn't what led to the beginning of an extra-lunar mining expedition, it was something already planned by him and Catherine. It was a necessity aside from the obvious point of being the best choice for everyone. And the moon exploited was Naranenan, the smallest of the two. There wasn't everything, but there was what was needed. The other moon currently was simply out of their league, too dangerous with an average temperature enough for lead to melt, extreme or basic rain to earthquake, and almost daily volcanic eruption. It was a mini Venus. To put it mildly, the miners weren't trained to go to such dangerous areas or even equipped for it. The moon, Mars, and asteroids were quite comparable to that literal hellscape. Automatons would not fare much better either. It was but the start. After all, he had only 2 Valkyrie shuttles at his disposition, and aside from him, only 2 other pilots, which was the number necessary to pilot one, were under him. Doing more such mining asteroids was not quite right doable for now. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance. Patreon.com/user?mark_60424165. 69. Element Nexus. Whipping the thin sheet of sweat that accumulated over his brows and exhaling, Liam smiled in contentment as the chains behind him fell with loud clanking sounds on the concrete, leading to Orion flying away from his shoulder at the sudden sound. They had arrived at the Valkyrie. "Help me take that off of you, Gladius," Liam said to his tame, who didn't need detail to obey. Immediately sitting down, the giant let him take off the harness, and as usual a reward was given, and it was in the form of a large 1% vegetal cookie made of condensed iron truffle. Placing his implant in front of his closed mouth, he began to drink down what was materializing out of his inventory. It was a liquid paste tasting like strawberries composed of water, various vitamins, protein, and minerals way past the fatal concentration for humans. It was basically poison, but one that gained him plenty of time. It was because he needed to eat almost constantly, or more accurately never felt a kind of satiety, or, when it was the case, it lasted but a short time. Even more so when there was a strenuous effort. It's not as if he was going to die or weaken if he didn't eat anything for one day or more. He could probably last several months if he truly had no choice, but his body still requires fuel and a ton of it to work at full capacity. The fact he was constantly slowly growing in height, size, and weight amplified this. It needed to be fueled as well. He didn't run on magic or power of belief. The dozens of mitochondrial-like organelles in each of his cells aren't going to produce their highly optimized ADPs with clean air and water. For now, it was easily manageable, barely an inconvenience really. He wasn't badly designed. When no demanding activity, both mentally and physically, was done, his body entered a sort of semi-hibernation state. He wasn't going to starve to death, but in the end, he still demanded more than any average human would in food daily. The fact his character back in the game was in a constant state of hunger seemed to make instantly more sense in a very unpleasant way here. And his eternal growth spurt wasn't going to stop as far as he knew. It was very consistent, unnaturally so even, and that was something to take into consideration for the future. With how it was now, in a few years, he would be taller than some of the adult Gnostics, and in a few more years, he would be taller than most. It was a bizarre but very real future if things went as calculated. That is, this was aside from the potential consequences tied to such a height and his bulk. He wasn't lean and lithe like the Gnostics, though he preferred his strength 10 times over, but for clothing and armors. This was a great annoyance, more so with his growth. Adding that presently everything not made to hold nearly half a ton on a small surface would snap under him. A very big annoyance in his daily life at Hell's Gate. He couldn't even sit on a regular chair. So his growth by the square cube laws would mean an exponential increase in mass, and as such weight leading to him potentially weighing in the tons. This was with his inventory empty as well. How Mary called him, a genetically engineered freak, was quite apt a description, if a bit too pejorative to his taste. Even with this much artificial flavor, the aftertaste is horrendous. Maybe blueberries will be better next time, or a mix of both. Or maybe something extremely spicy or sour. Possibilities, so many possibilities, he thought, finishing gulping nearly 1 liter of this mixture of crushed animal and plant parts diluted in extremely mineralized water. All of his senses were enhanced to various degrees, such as the one of taste, adding to the fact his brain was capable of processing more information, led him to pick up the minute difference when he ate, a gift for someone like him, but also a curse for things such as consuming this highly processed source of nutrition. So the fake strawberry taste couldn't fully hide the ungodly taste of the flesh organ blood root fiber smoothie, but 2 liters of water drunk in a similar fashion were enough to wash most of it away. It helped, but it was more of a band-aid type of solution, yet this substance was very helpful when the time for cooking wasn't an option or he didn't have several kilograms of food at disposition, like now. Liam cracked his neck and climbed the ramp of the space shuttle, and before it closed he waved Gladius with a smile. The great Austrapede cawed and nodded happily, all while still munching on the massive cookie as it walked away. His tames could take care of themselves in Hell's Gate while he was away. Their status, unknown to anyone but him within the internal system of the base, was equal to Grace's own, who herself was only second to him, and this was recognized for his tames via microchips implanted deep in their skin. Facial and vocal recognition was not up to date for his little family of mostly murder birds, and it was better to begin with. Moving past everything in the spaceship, he arrived at the cockpit, and as if it was a regular old car, he lit up the already warmed-up propulsors. The massive multi-ton vehicle started to fight back the shackles of the moon's gravity and easily succeeded in breaking them as it hovered 24 meters above the ground. Focusing, Liam piloted the spacecraft as it methodically moved above the massive rectangular object, as heavy as 3 school buses he dragged here. From the belly of the Valkyrie, 6 circles slid open by their center, just enough for an equal number of short and bulky, articulated arms adorned at their end by what looked like the barrel of a gun, each barrel as long as Liam was tall. Fusion reactors are stable. Everything seems in order, Liam thought, checking both mentally and physically at all the data of the space shuttle. Each of the barrels spun on its axis. Flashing red lasers scanned where each focused onto the rectangle warped like a burrito in a protective layer of highly insulent and heat-resistant material of polymer and steel alloy. A warper that had been recycled dozens of times for atmospheric exit and entry. It was printed around each piece of the facility for their transport. Damage done upon them, while not grave, was something that would waste time. Several seconds passed as the laser did more scans, and the main computer calculated the best way forward with his assistance. The 6 barrels recalibrated themselves to the millimeters. Then the warped rectangle worth almost 30 tons started to float up in the Valkyrie and stayed above completely unaffected. There was no spectacle or fancy light aside from the red lasers. The few that had seen the scene didn't stop their current tasks either to appreciate this feat of engineering. It wasn't the first time they saw this, nor would it be the last, so they became numb to it for the most part. They didn't even know what it was, how it was done, or why it was done. It was quite common with Liam, but whatever was the result was going to be a net positive for everyone, that even the less affectionate of their benevolent dictator could realize this much. The 6 armed turrets were magnetic tractor beams. They were based on his magnetic gauntlet and the tractor beam of the tech skiff. But instead of a controlled gravity field, they worked by generating magnetic fields focused into beam-like forms, all thanks to the Pandorium used to build them, and weeks of work. This difference in the fundamental force used led to the object needing to be lifted being magnetic to a no small degree, and that it was to be lifted in a certain way. Gravity was still very much in effect, and depending on how an object was lifted, it could lead to damage, as the non-magnetic structure could potentially collapse or fold on itself. Something that would not happen with the tractor beam, as it enveloped homogeneously the object, but compared to it, the magnetic tractor beams could work at infinitely smaller scale due to the effect of gravity weakening the further an object lost in weight. But this facet was not of much use here. Putting a no small percentage of the fusion reactor's energy production into the magnetic tractor beams, and by moving them, Liam dragged the gravity-defying rectangle 5 meters below the Valkyrie. Then he began the ascension to a few minutes later the atmospheric exit, of which he weakened the magnetite hold as the effect of Pandora's gravity became but an afterthought. Only around layer 18, when he began the atmospheric entry of Neratsepe, did the power behind the magnetic tractor beams were brought back up. Flying in the white chaos that is the eternal blizzard of this moon, there was no way of knowing by simply sight which way was which. It was a very dangerous place to be. Landing would not be impossible, but doing the opposite was something else. This was something Liam was very aware of. There was no need for an accident for him to realize. In an hour, several dozen tons of snow and hail could accumulate on the top of Valkyrie if it were to land. This was why bothering with a base in such conditions was at best stupidity and worse madness. It would be buried, crushed to never be seen again in barely a week. This was a problem that was excessively hard to solve, so the solution was to better avoid it altogether. And avoid it he did, but going to another place on the moon wasn't an option as the blizzards moved. Going under was. And this was why after an hour of flight, large mountain-like structures pinged in his mind through the computer his implant was connected to. Those were extinct cryovolcanoes. As their name suggested, when they were active they ejected cryomagma, composed here of a mix of liquid water and ammonia, of which upon contacts with sub-zero temperature on the surface froze, leading to their current state. Maneuvering closer, the view cleared almost instantly as the cryovolcanoes' sheer size and bulk acted like a shield protecting a large white and icy blue area of the most powerful winds, and as such what they carried, but their shape was carved in a complex pattern without any meaning. Progressing further down the protection given by those unique dead volcanoes, the spaceship's speed decreased more and more to the point a human could outrun it. Then it slammed into the nearest cryovolcano. The blanket of frozen snow broke apart before the whole of the Valkyrie, revealing a massive cave, and its insides were suddenly lit by hundreds of light, placed in 2 straight upon the smooth, cold blue ceiling. This wasn't a cave in the truest sense, but the exit of the cryomagma from another nascent, now dead cryovolcano that had started growing below another one. Liam was proud to have caught this on the radar, this pearl, and knew how lucky he was to have done so. It was perfect, perfect for the facility revealing itself before his eyes. On a flattened ice was a tall, symmetrical structure of 190 meters long, 623 feet, and 70 meters, 230 feet, width for both at their utmost. It was composed of dozens of rectangular blocks perfectly fused in the shape of a lozenge with 3 small extensions growing out from the border in its middle as if they were legs or roots, and it broke the perfect symmetry. Asymmetry he was here to fix, approaching almost to the point of hovering above at the barrel of the magnetic tractors, began to move independently as the warper around the rectangle was lifted away, revealing a structure identical to the 3 other legs of the massive metal lozenge. It contained a miniaturized nuclear reactor like the 3 others. Something Liam didn't have the engram off, but building them wasn't exactly difficult for all the other knowledge in his possession. It's at the end of the day for him a good old dynamo powered by an external energy here heat. Nothing fancy about it. The structure spun in the glacial air with the 5 remaining magnetic tractor beams as Liam oriented it and manipulated it toward its intended target, and as if the massive structure was but a vulgar piece of Lego, he plugged it in, both parts seemingly fusing. Finally, the element Nexus is finished now onto the element itself, but first to check up if everything is in order, Liam mumbled with an immense amount of satisfaction. A large smile, showing pearly white teeth before it disappeared by a metallic helmet closing over his face. It was an armor, or more accurately, a spacesuit of a similar design to the Titanium Seer version 2.0.7, the one he used when out on Pandora. But compared to it, the Titanium Protector version 1.3, as it was named, had the purposes of protecting against the void of space, radiation of all types, highly acidic or basic environment, and could switch between mods for extreme cold safely for extended periods up to minus 170 C degree, minus 274 F degree, and its inverse at 360 C degree, 680 F degree. This all the while being able to breathe. As the Valkyrie began to land, and the warper of the nuclear reactor was folded into a flat square and placed on the ice, Liam moved at the back of the shuttle. And with a dumb grin on his face that looked out of place, he started to run and jump down through the still opening ramp. Spinning in the air gracefully, he fell slower than he would on Earth and Pandora due to the lower gravity, giving the time to reorient himself and land one knee on the ground, the other up and first planted in the ice as he slowly looked up. Superhero landing. He chuckled internally as he walked toward the entrance of his facility, passing dozens of fist imprints on the hardened ice. He might appear extremely serious, no nonsense, and stoic to others, which he was. It wasn't an act, he was very bad at this kind of thing, but he wasn't like this at every second of his life, quite the opposite in fact. It's just there was a time and place for various things. A set of doors that camouflages itself with the wall open before him as he entered to then close. The sound of air being vacuumed. Then pressurized water, washing the ammonia away from his spacesuit from all sides to the sound of air, both drying him and replacing the icy moon air echoed. After this process ended, a new set of doors opened, revealing an interior of metallic gray, holographic screen, soft blue light, and a plethora of budding plants that now were almost unrecognizable, but were of both from Pandora and Earth. It was the living quarter with everything needed for someone like him. But that wasn't what interested him. He walked toward the newly integrated nuclear reactor and finalized the connection to the main and subsidiary cooling systems and energy-related ones. After this, he continued his checkup to see if everything was operational and ordered the main computer of the facility to do the same digitally. Only when he was certain all was functioning correctly did he finally take off his spacesuit, put it in a specialized washing machine, took a shower, then throw on a pair of boxers, pants, socks, and clean shoes. This left his torso bare, but he didn't care. There was nobody, and if there was, he wouldn't care either. Downing the same abomination of a smoothie from yesterday, but this time nearly 4 times the quantity, nearly leading him to puke even with 2 liters of water added to wash out the taste. He was satiated, but that wasn't in the most pleasant of ways. He waited 50 minutes for his metabolism to truly begin the digestion, then he walked toward the blood extraction and filtering room, or BFR for short. His mind focused on the future, apprehension, and excitement mixed together. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance. Patreon.com/ /user question mark u equals sign 60424165. 70 of blood, sweat, and element. In front of Liam laid a 50 centimeter, 20-in, tall glass cylinder connected from both top and bottom to a sophisticated bulky machine, itself attached to a blocky metal structure. From the same structure, tubes and cables led to a vacuum chamber, of which passed from on its corner a thin tube of nanofiber lead and titanium alloy entered, and it was connected to the vacuum's centermost cube of a fist-sized translucent tesseract that was held at equidistant from all sides of the chamber by magnetism. Extending his left hand toward a circle on the main body next to the cylinder, he willed it open and thrusted his hand in almost to the elbow. Then it closed around, almost like a seal. What followed was UV light being blasted against his forearm, hand, finger, and implant before all air began to be vacuumed out and metallic claws grasped his wrist for it to stay still. "Here we go," Liam said under his breath as a needle he was controlling suddenly breached his skin in the space connecting his flesh and metal. He felt it slide against both surfaces as they were sensitive to various degrees. It moved deeper until it perforated his hyper-developed radial artery, and an anticoagulant was then injected to facilitate the procedure. A few of his powerful heartbeats later, from the top of the cylinder, dark red, half-liquid, half-viscous blood. His blood could be seen accumulating on the metal. And then it started to fall slowly, large scarlet droplets by large droplets, showing that the drainage had begun, and it wasn't going to end now. Seconds turned to minutes that turned into a full hour, where liter upon liter of blood was drawn out to the point the cylinder was full. With a pale face and lightheadedness bordering on a splitting headache, Liam almost buckled as the machine by his will took out the needle and got a hold of his left forearm. Placing his bare back against the cold metal wall of the room, he gazed with a strange mix of muddled emotion at the sight of almost 11 liters, 2.75 gal, of his dark red blood taken from his body being flushed down the machine to be filtered down to the atom was a good reminder. And it was getting filtered down because the element he wanted was in his blood, but it was in such a minuscule percentage it might as well not be here. But he knew it was here thanks to the scan of his inventory, yet he couldn't get it through his inventory by itself. At maximum, he could take out individual thin grains of sand in terms of size and weight, but as precise as it was almost on the cellular level, but the atomic level necessary to filter his blood himself was in the million times smaller in terms of scale, as such a specially designed machine was a must. His specimen implant was tech in nature, and this means element in some form. And this element he did everything to get was, well, element. Fractional particles of it that got expelled and absorbed by his implant daily, with an increase after eating due to a boost in production. A quantity that even if it were to be multiplied wouldn't change anything, as it was what he lived on literally. The true essence of his being was even that to a no small degree. All the metallic roots and pulsing blue energy when he spoke to Iowa or when he tamed Aegis were no simple representation. They all had elements in some shape or form or showed their presence in the deepest part of his being. It was one of the potentially most dangerous substances in the universe when in its raw form, it could alter anything and everything into copies of itself, forever altering the fabric of reality, from physical material to energy and more. It was an exotic chemical outside of all known physics, yet at the same time with interaction to all. Only the word element was a good denominator for what this thing was. It couldn't be truly classified on the periodic table, being placed to the side as X short for element. It was in a way not part of how reality was understood. It seemed to work both in and outside of the closed system that is the universe. As it grew, it created more matter and energy than it consumed, increasing its growth further, breaking several laws of physics, such as the first, second, and the law of thermodynamics. It broke the entire notion of entropy by its mere existence. This was in its raw, pure, uncorrupted form. It wasn't immutable to change, the exact opposite. Each of its forms had different properties and uses. It was an endlessly strong and adaptable substance. If it wasn't the case, it wouldn't be usable at all, and Liam would be presently dead, having turned off. It wasn't conscious, alive, or anything of the sort by itself. It simply was as much as hydrogen or any inert matter was neither alive nor conscious. It just reacted differently depending on its state and what it was used with. It wasn't evil in the same manner as anti-hydrogen, or the most dangerous virus that could exist, or prion or plutonium weren't. They were to not be handled recklessly or without extensive knowledge. Well, as long as it didn't become the corrupted element, then it would have a will, a twisted, destructive one born as a consequence of humanity's collective action and emotion such as pain and madness brought by war, thereby changing what was pure, not alive, by giving it a purpose to grow, consume, and subdue everything standing in its path by any means necessary, switching from passive to aggressive. For that to happen, he must mess up really badly, or do it on purpose. But even though it was pretty harmless overall, as of now, it needed to be handled with the utmost care. It could snowball rapidly out of control with its capacity to spread like something almost akin to cancer. At least that was per Liam's understanding, and he will make sure it will grow by his will to be used for his, Iowa, and everyone's continual existence. A few minutes passed as his weary silver eyes instinctively trailed toward the tesseract, even before the various scanners that told his foggy mind it was 11 picograms worth of impure element, slightly lower than the weight of a human red cell. 1 picogram of impure element per liter of blood. 1 picogram being 1 quadrillion times less than 1 kilogram. All of this blood for so little, he almost shuddered, and the thought that this would have been done to him if he had been captured, and if he got captured, this would happen and so much worse. Blood wasn't going to be the only thing to be extracted. It was low on the ladder of horror, but if the humanity of this universe came to get element, and he had no control, then the end result wouldn't be different from the lore or reality of this video game universe. What he was doing was a risk that could end for the worse, but between this and the certainty it would turn for the worse, then the choice between the two was self-evident. The Tesseract was a safe place for the few picograms of elements he recorded from his body, and there was no need to worry about it, since the form it currently was, its growth capacity was almost zero, and it was kept in the Tesseract as a way to not lose it. Far from the sheer scale and speed that, for example, an odd 5 kilogram of raw element could swallow an entire town in not even 2 weeks, the more time passes, the greater the growth. Even without it being corrupted, it wasn't a toy or to be underestimated. Sleepy might have gone a bit too hard for the first time. He mumbled, massaging his sweaty forehead as he stumbled back toward the living quarter and felt like a log on the bed that was defying the moon's gravity by simple magnetism. A mattress with pillows and a comforter where he could change their shape, density, and temperature to his will. The sudden disappearance of more than a third of his blood from his body was not without effects. It was already miraculous he didn't pass out yet. He was slightly too excited and only stopped before the seriously dangerous limit. Liam woke up the next day after 12 hours, his face still pale and heavy eye bags under his eyes, with in bonus a killing headache that came with a feeling of weakness and a deep hunger, which was something he had predicted in advance. Walking up to the massive fridge that was more of a cold chamber than anything, he opened it and stared at several dozen metal compartments that each contained 4 kilograms worth of extremely nutrient-rich food, all with ingredients oriented toward replenishing blood. He wasn't going to only drink this meat-plant smoothie when alternatives existed, and he doesn't have much of it left to begin with. What to eat? He scratched his beard while cold air wafted over his body. His stomach rumbled loudly, and without much further thought, he took the closest to him with a full-course meal with pot au feu as the main dish, but instead of beef, the meat was of a venator and every other ingredient from Pandora with various supplement added. After heating up what needed to be heated, he sat on his bed, a table rolled by itself, and he began to eat. At this point, the headache had mostly disappeared and his face had gained some of its color back. He hummed as soft classical music started playing and a hologram appeared before his eyes, lazily waving in the air as he took a large piece of meat that melted on his tongue. The freezer didn't alter any of it. He designed it right. His left index finger moved as from the hologram what appeared to be an alien tower of metal and strange root with a lozenge-shaped cavity right below its split pointy top. Implant glowing a bit brighter, the plan of the megastructure snapped into millions of pieces, all grayed out or loading as it focused on a small part of the whole. It was the design of an obelisk, similar in shape, but in a Grant Party different in gold than the ones on an ARK. It was barely a month-old project, and these obelisks would serve 3 major purposes: defense, attack, and support. But it was tech he didn't have the techgrams of, and as knowledgeable as he was, a single month wasn't enough. Several years were. Then there would be the astronomical amount of resources necessary to build them. At the moment, he didn't even finish working on the outer shell. Oh, fuck my head. The hologram fizzled out of existence as he cursed. The headache suddenly flared back in a way that led him to crush the titanium fork in his hand and stopped him from thinking coherently. Yeah, clearly overdone it, but I will do like half of it now. Liam babbled, breathing heavily and deeply as with the twisted utensil, he finished eating. The table by his mind moved away, and every dirty silverware was put in the washing machine. Even the fork, but he couldn't manage to bring himself to care. He laid on his back, his boots still on from yesterday on the mattress whose temperature lowered. Closing his eyes, he breathed in and out deeply as he tried to void his mind of stray thoughts, but without much success. Groaning, he cut off the music and tried again, yet no success. He knew he wouldn't be able to sleep from the get-go, and to begin with, having no thoughts for him was almost an impossibility, his brain constantly going over and over many things at once. Abandoning this senseless endeavor, he decided to go the opposite direction, as in either case. The headache wasn't going to diminish, even less disappear, until his blood level became close to normal again. Focusing upon his links to his tames, he felt the minds of every one of them. Nearly all were asleep, and only one was dreaming something remotely interesting. It was Gladius, and it was about eating with him and everyone. It was heartwarming but quite common for the murder bird, while for the awake, Mary was playing with apparently still living food, and Aegis, the massive armored shark, was just hunting, likely going to take down 2 or 3 reckless flying creatures before sleeping. Surface yet detailed level information garnered from his deep familiarity with his tames. He knew them like the back of his hand. They were an extension of his will. One interesting was that there was no variation in intensity, no latency or interference. The kilometer of snow, the ice above, with the blizzard, added to the sheer distance between the icy moon and Pandora, was almost 3 times the one between Earth and the moon, being of no effect to this psionic phenomena. It meant several possibilities, of which 3 stood out. It was supraliminal and couldn't get affected by those earlier mentioned points by ever the tiniest degree, or it was working on a different plane of reality, or a blend of all and some more. It was fascinating, and from his weak understanding, the last option was the answer. It couldn't get affected and didn't obey regular laws of physics because it was simply working outside of them. They were metaphysical in nature. The only physical materials seemingly interacting with it without being alive to a great extent were Pandorium and Element, but for the latter, he played just as much of a major role, not that life didn't play a role for the former. Psionic was tied to life, or as it seemed, emotion, thoughts, mind, and soul, all that was born and the byproduct of sentience and sapience. And those 2 materials had in common that they were doing the middle finger to physics and many, if not all, of the great minds behind its development. But the study of physics at the end, like all sciences, was a human idea, a way for the species to try and understand a fraction of the universe. It wasn't the universe itself. It was bound to have mistakes and change to evolve for a better version of itself. And he, Iwa, human, Gnostics, and Tolkien, for all sapient beings or species, needed a common understanding of reality, wherever its name may be, to communicate and understand each other. There is the truth, and the opinions around this truth, no matter how close or far to it they are, their very nature as opinions is immutable unless the individual can bend reality. That's how he saw it. That was his opinion. Seeing on the side for his tames, there wasn't much going on, and it needed more focus to have any information not helping the headache. Liam decided to do the obvious and put his entire focus, foregoing everything but the empathetic bond toward the being that for Gnostics would be considered eerily close to a mate. A bond that had kept on growing slowly like a tree, its root digging deeper, its trunk gaining in strength and leaf in vibrancy. Focusing on it, his thoughts stopped for the briefest of instant. The pain didn't go away. It was a physical one, and not mental, but his mind entering in a suddenly deeper mutual embrace with that of Iwa let him put it at the back seat of his thought. It was there, but not a focal point anymore. Both basked in the other inter and intra-flow of emotions, both human, aliens, and oh, so much more that none but them could understand. They didn't need to have a deep meaning or need to complex. The presence of the others was enough to bring a sense of peace, protection, and serenity to both. This was how the next month unfolded: eat, drink, communion with Iwa, work, eat and drink, bath, blood drainage and filtration, sleep, rinse, and repeat until no food was in the fridge or his inventory. A flight back to Pandora was in order. And for more than simply refurbishing the fridge, Liam couldn't stray for too long. He couldn't communicate and connected to Hell's Gate from here aside from his tames, and such he was limited. And the amount of blood drained and filtered led to the production of not even a nanogram of element. It was a slow start, but a start needed to be somewhere. It didn't matter how much effort, blood, and sweat he had to put in for it to truly begin. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance. Patreon.com/user U =$ 60424165. 71. Private Island. Year 3, days 189, July 17th of the year 2157. It has been a few months since the element Nexus was finished and functioning. A few months in with Liam did 2 months at the facility and 4 on Pandora, which he was currently on the latter. He had only recently come back from his second month-long bloodletting session, and the quantity of impure element, while it nearly tripled, was still not much, not enough to be purified. It's not that it would be impossible, but the subatomic particles of raw and almost pure elements that would be produced would be airborne due to their low number, stopping them from ending in liquid or solid state, and as such couldn't be manipulated under what he considered as remotely close to safe conditions. A single particle running wild and with matter and energy to consume, which was in the facility aplenty, could lead to an uncountable number of problems, if not catastrophes. Better producing impure, but stable and extremely small quantities of elements than rushing it and ruining everything. The RDA won't come back in 1 year. There was time, but losing this time for less than intelligent reasons was a no. And it certainly won't be element that would be a resource to lack, thanks to its very nature that lets it multiply itself at supreme speed. The hard part is to contain it and get it from his blood. It would be like a gold bar in that everything it touches transforms into gold, and everything that is transformed leads to further transformation of everything it touches, as well, be it organic or not, into gold, and this until nothing but gold remains. Growing it on artificial satellites would have been an option, if not for the fact that if the element ran out of control or another problem arose, it would be a free ticket to outer space for the exotic chemical, even with an express order from him to the satellite to crash. If it wouldn't be orbiting Pandora, that is, and even if it was orbiting around the other moons, it still gave the chance. On the ground, at least it stayed anchored, no matter what, adding that a ground facility was easier to maintain, evacuate, and protect right now. The quiet and strange hum of multiple sets of artificial wings buzzing in the air could be heard, and the short light blue grass, accompanied by various plants adapted to live atop a cliff facing the harsh wind of the sea, were getting blown at by the wind generated. 6 long, sturdy insectoid legs made of a titanium alloy grappled the interstice within the basalt, stopping any potential slip for the machine. The wings slowed their beat before they folded against a body almost similar to that of a helicopter, if not for the tail being articulated and ending in the barrel of an autocannon. One of the doors slid open, and from it hopped down a very tall man in dark gray armor that couldn't hide his devolved physique. He had dark brown hair braided in a shoulder-length ponytail and a streamed full beard, and on his shoulder was a blue and purple tetrapteron. Liam's eyes studied his surroundings for a few seconds, appreciating the sight of the island, his island, while Septen flew and cawed loudly, both physically and metaphysically, calling its sibling all around the island that father was back. The ones that were napping or sleeping woke up, while the others already knew of Liam's arrival and were coming, the first announcing its presence by blocking the sun with shadow as it jumped. Aegis, surprise, Rain? He smirked at the sight of the massive alien Dunkleistus that just jumped over 30 meters, higher by a third of the island cliff on the side. Gravity called the shark back, and it fell. The loud splash was heard, followed a few seconds later by droplets of sea water, which Liam blocked by placing his right above his face, where a large shield unfolded, blocking all water from reaching his head. This island was located 30 kilometers south of the main reefs of the Eastern Sea, where many of the sea clans resided, such as the Mecca, but it wasn't far from the continent, either only a dozen kilometers east of a vast desert that turned when it met with a dry broadleaf forest into the Bone Sanctuary, where animals migrated to die when too old or when disease-ridden, but it was as well where the main bulk of the noble Anurai clan lived. The island was surrounded by very deep water, easily oscillating between the sunlight and twilight zone, and the entire area, while volcanically active, was not to the point that more than hydrothermal vents could happen. But this fact had led in the millions of years before to the formation of many volcanoes, both under and above the water, of which he was currently on the biggest. It was safe, he trusted the geological data in Iowa, and volcanoes didn't erupt without prior warning. But the island wasn't fully cut from the land, so it was possible to walk from here to the continent every 3 weeks when the weak tide of the moon was at its lowest. It was due to a massive chain of reefs that grew on top of one another from the very bottom to a certain place barely a few centimeters below the sea level, and it grew from the beach of black sand to nearly all volcanic islands. When the local sea level decreased, it made it possible to move by foot. The coral themselves being flat made it easier. But it wasn't without risk, as Akula's smaller, dumber, more aggressive versions of Aegis species were prolific here and would not hesitate to jump or bludgeon the coral to break and obtain a snack from the lands. The bridges made could be used by his non-flying tames with Aegis as a guard shark, and they were mostly used by his slinger for one purpose: hunting. But that was when neither Gladius nor Daisy directly used the Nalutsa as some kind of taxi. They were more than mere animals. That fact was more than obvious to him. The possibility of Nausix suddenly arriving was acknowledged, but not much worry was made over it. Nausix knew how to make boats to start with. The Anurai and the Sea clans were likely better than any others, and if they didn't know how, both could tame creatures to traverse this short distance of water with ease by either using the sea or airborne life. He couldn't stop them. If they wanted to come, they could simply do so. They must clearly know who he is, at least in the Grand Line, and be aware that he came here fairly regularly. He wasn't going to make the first contact, particularly with the Sea clans, as the Anurai were living deep in the arid land more than anything, and as such quite probably didn't truly care. He was a celebrity by all measures of the term. He was a panjandrum of Pandora and this fraction of space, but the world didn't revolve around him outside of Hell's Gate. Sumong the Nausix that taught him the basics of the people language was a rare case and not the norm. Liam would not say no to being able to meet this Nausix again. The reef was beautiful, though, particularly in the night. But that was nothing new on this moon, yet it never got old. This island was at the end not massive. It was the eroded head of a volcano, and he didn't need it to be the size of Australia. It was shaped like a bowl, adding to its general height compared to the sea level, with nearly the entire of it adding a massive cliff facing the sea, making it so only the strongest of storms were the closest to what could be considered a worry on the point of natural catastrophes. Walking down a cleared path where plants seemingly decided to grow shorter or move the other way, he took his time. There was no rush, and appreciated the way his other side of the bond affected the world for him in a way that, while not necessarily increasing the quality of life steeply, it made him feel at peace and in a way cared for. A grin grew on his face as the sound of heavy and rapid footsteps, accompanied by branches either bending or snapping under heavy force, approached his location from behind him. A large head suddenly landed on his shoulder, and a loud reverberating powerful enough to cause minor internal damage to a normal human. Then, with one hand, he stopped a lick from Gladius that would have covered half of his face in saliva, from the same hand's fruit naturally rich in iron, who was gulped down. The giant bird made a connection to his implant and gave compressed packets of information about all that needed to be known while he was away, such as the growth of a very special tree. No words were spoken from Liam as he scratched the head of his tames, all the while the flock of Tetrapterons arrived, with Septen landing on Gladius' crest. Mary, Orion, and Occident did the same as his favorite murder bird. It's like I'm some kind of princess in some overly positive fairy tale. Liam chuckled as he gave more snacks to his favorite tames, Daisy and Aegis being more akin to servants than what could be called family. He cared for those too, but not as remotely close as his murder bird, be they airborne or not. But he considered them all tools at the end, a fact known by them, if not truly understood, but you could love and take care of a tool without changing the fact it is still one. There was favoritism, but not in a way that would lead to negative conflict, only a sense of positive rivalry. It was a hive mind of anyone, and everyone understood the others without any possibility of ambiguity or misunderstanding. Adding that none were humans, not even truly him. To be fair, he didn't work the same. He couldn't even if he wanted to. He had emotions, which he has plenty of. His first month when he lost his marble punching a great ostropede to a literal pulp is a perfect example of such, but the kind that would influence them into being irrational and against one another were not present in any meaningful amount. It was a unique relationship only possible through even more unique, anomalous circumstances. A few minutes passed as the greeting ended, and he continued on to arrive at a large clearing that was artificially natural. It wasn't that none of the flora was untouched, but it grew in a way that showed the influence of a guiding force, one with a sense of detail and complexity beyond the human mind. Overrun by nature, yet not was a large house of sharp angular shapes, vast and many reinforced glass panels. Dark shining exotic wood treated to be metal-like in both appearance and quality, growing from the feet of a broken rocky cliff appeared in Liam's silver eyes. His very presence added with a command, and an increase in brightness of his implant led to every main lamp to light up, giving an ever greater view of his place of relaxation. Working ceaselessly would drive him insane. He had the right to such a place. The building was simple in design and futuristic, its homogeneousness and symmetry that was violently broken by the chaos of color and life surrounding it, but never covered what shouldn't be covered, as if the most dedicated and talented gardener was working tirelessly to give a sense of harmony between the two. The crystal-clear stream full of minuscule bioluminescent shrimp-like arthropods flowing in front of the house was born out of a river that itself was from a pond that was overflowing with brackish water. This water came directly from the mouth of a cave below. It was one of the many entrances and exits of a complex cavern system connected to the sea and many other factors such as hot and cold currents. And this was where he planted the seed of Tree of Divergence. Well, not truly. He took it out of its box and placed it on the moist soil, and as he was going to start digging, the seed began to fly and landed right in the middle of the pond. Then, as it floated in order of hours, it sprouted several hundreds of thin roots anchoring deeply into the cave wall and soil, and he was now looking at what it had become after more than 2 years. A tree of size below by a no small amount to the average height of a tree on Earth. The only true difference was its smooth, pearly white bark and light purple feathery, tendril-like leaves growing from its many branches. A miniature tree of souls, smaller than how he calculated by quite a lot. An average tree in a city on Earth was often smaller than grass. But it wasn't small per se. It was the tip of an iceberg, whereas it didn't develop much on the upper part. Its root system was, to put in 2 words, monstrously massive. It was where most of the energy seemed to be put. It covered most of the forest and probably most of the cave system, and up in the sea with thousands of roots, most bigger by several magnitudes than the tree trunk itself, that covered the roof of the cave to the point he could barely go through them if he wanted to without brute forcing his way in, something he wouldn't do, and dive deeper and deeper. Those trees were one of the most unique life forms on this moon. When one germinated, the entire ecosystem bent backward for it to promote its growth and development. But the most interesting part was that a seed could lead to a virtually infinite amount of possible forms of trees for the same amount of environment. Its equivalent of DNA has not even been translated by more than 1%. But from these little bits, it was known that Tree of Souls shared many similarities to both flora and fauna in terms of pure information contained within, many that weren't even remotely related, such as a venator and a species of grass. Those pieces of information were both from Grace, who manages to get a few samples after months of negotiating with a Moat, and the cryptic words of Iowa, with a few observations such as dying animals giving their body to the tree for it to quite literally consume them. But the most unusual fact about it for Liam as he approached was the sheer psionic pressure of the young Tree of Soul. It was superior to that of the Tree of Divergence. It wasn't unpleasant, the opposite, just very notable. And he didn't exactly know why, aside from Iowa preparing something here, and as such putting more of her presence here. But for what? That he could but do wild guesses. She didn't answer his inquiry about this, refusing to do so by telling him he had to be patient. So he was waiting and was quite anticipating what she was going to do, because the excitement was not missing from her. She was the guiding force, the manifestation of life itself on this moon. Anything involving this domain was within her grasp as long as she wanted it to happen. Crouching in front of the pond, he dipped his left hand in the water, and as the hologram above the implant grew in intensity, blood followed by bones, organs, and damaged skins from the inedible or unpleasant remains of a game he hunted started to flow in the water. Fertilizer is fertilizer, and biomass is biomass. Liam thought, looking at the bloody vertebrae, getting caught in a net of white roots that slowly began surrounding it in a ball for complete digestion. Then his eyes trailed up next to the surface and widened slightly as a relatively small creature with deep teeth marks around the belly. It was dead. He had never seen such a creature before. It looked like the mix of a seal and an otter, a dead one as its body was halfway swallowed by roots. However, what caused his reaction was a similar but smaller creature in its embrace, as well entangled by hundreds of bioluminescent hairy filaments. It had 3 of its 4 diving flipper-shaped back legs greatly, but the otter was kept from bleeding out by the same filament. It was as far as he could see, kept on life support by the Tree of Souls. Might as well save it while I can. It costs nothing to try. He mumbled with an almost unnoticeable hint of sadness at the sight as he moved toward the baby, while fully knowing that if he wasn't coming here, the Iowa would have already made the Tree of Souls begin the digestion of the otter's duo. Iowa was far from being only the pretty and good side of life. She was prey, predator, and all the arbitrary definitions that were in the middle of those at the same time. Death was a part of life and integral to her being. In the end, all that arises from her will come back to her once they fall. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance. Patreon.com/user?mark_60424165. 72. Training montage. 2 mechanical tendrils ending in a 3-clawed hook sprouted from Liam's left shoulder blade as he crouched down right in front of the roots where the injured otter was maintained alive by the Tree of Souls. Liam conveyed through detailed and precise pulses of emotions to Iowa that were equivalent to the words, "Can I move it?" The empathetic bond that, thanks to the proximity to the Tree of Souls with its pressure, resulted in it intensifying and clarifying new heights. Their familiarity with the other's emotions eased this unique method of conversation, similar yet distinct to his tames. And even if it decreased the further he was from the small tree until it returned to normal, it was still a very noticeable increase. A truly relaxing one that made sleeping in his house here one, if not the best experience. It gave him a feeling of home in a way. He was not less stressed or worried about the future thoughts. It just wasn't so much a part of his daily life while here, and with the bonus of being far from anything else he deemed irritating. A small piece of heaven for him and his tames. Nodding at the affirmative response he got from the All-Mother, he plunged the 2 artificial arms deep in the pond, the small cameras on them letting see and work with efficiency and precision. He tried to delicately pry the wounded baby from the death grip of what he assumed to be the mother. "Cutting it is," Liam remarked as he concluded. Trying to pry the limb open would be more complicated, potentially leading to damaging the filament of the tree. One of the claws grasped the unconscious otter by the nape, while for the other a diamond blade, as sharp as obsidian, popped out of one of the metal digits. Then he incised the scaly skin of the wrist, then a blubber-like substance of the tendon and muscles, the blade going cutting like a hot knife through butter. In under a minute, the left and right arms were tendered into useless bags of flesh and bone, leading to the death grip disappearing. Then he began to pull up, with the other moving with extreme care as to damage the furry tendrils keeping the otter alive. As soon as the otter's body was out, Liam carefully put it in a clean towel. Its body was cold. He could via the thermic sensor, but it was normal for that species. He wasn't sure, but considering the current state of the otter, it likely was too low. Water was expelled out from 2 operculum that were until now sealed, at the back of its nape, which after one furry tendril dug in the chest to the otter breathing again, if rather slowly and raggedly. "It's not as bad as it looks," Liam thought with some relief as he placed the otter with the towel on a flat rock and immediately began studying the wounds. He didn't put much worry into what Iowa just did. If she didn't see a point in him, not them trying to save the critter, then it would have already been dead. The 2 back flippers were bitten clean off, and half of one in the middle suffered the same treatment. It was bad, more so for such a little animal, but nothing vital was touched. Crippling injuries, certainly, but far from fatal, be it directly or indirectly with him around. He was far more experienced and knowledgeable than when he did his first surgical operation. If the butchering of a teenager's hand could be called that. Looking back on it, not a lot could have been done with the current resource, but Maruk would certainly have less scar and overall damaged tissue. It was what it is. It could have been worse and nobody died. As he began to work on the wounds, the fuzzy filaments covering them moved back, giving him the space necessary to do so. Each of his precise movements having an equivalent reaction from the tendrils as one worked on cleaning, disinfecting, and closing the wounds while the other kept the hemorrhage at bay, and so much more biological function stopping the otter from dying. Bizarrely, this was a unique, if morbid, couple activity. Never before had both done something quite like this, and neither did find it unpleasant. It demanded both attention as they worked to save and keep the pup alive. Barely 10 minutes later, all wounds were sutured by a biodegradable organic polymer silk. But the otter didn't wake up, yet it very much was alive, breathing and heart beating weakly, yes. But it was consistent and its body temperature was higher than before too. All good signs. Can't do much more than that. I fear the rest is up to you, little buddy, Liam said as he switched the towel for a clean and bigger one, which was in mere seconds covered in furry tendrils in the same manner the otter was. He was going to take care of it. He took care of the wound like it was now, even if healed, it will die if released in the wild due to the crippling nature of the injuries, and that it was a pup, one of unknown age, but likely no more than a few months. He didn't do things half-heartedly or stopped halfway through either. A cybernetically augmented alien otter riding his shoulder was quite an enticing prospect, too. He wasn't a difficult man. An opportunity presented itself. He wasn't going to spit on it. He needed to make some concrete progress on cybernetic as well. Two birds with one stone. He had many plans, and while cybernetic augmentation was quite literally impossible for him with his regenerative capability, it was not the case for his tames and others who could benefit greatly. He let Iowa take care of the rest. He did study and train in his pastime on that domain, but monitoring an entire unknown organism on the verge of death without specialized equipment was very much out of his domain. Cleaning and suturing wounds are quite not on the same level. A small Arachtek similar to the one he used to hack the Valkyrie more than 2 years ago, but better in every aspect materialized above his left palm. The robot came to life, standing up like a massive spider-scorpion hybrid. It skittered at blinding speed along his arms, and then down his armor. It jumped on a higher-placed root, and its multi-purpose camera locked on the unconscious pup. With a view of the otter from the machine, Liam finished putting non-edible parts of the animals he hunted in the water as fertilizer before he gazed at the young tree of souls. He was all too aware that he was gazed back, but in a manner so utterly alien to humans. He sat on a rock and stayed this way, breathing deeply and bathing in the silence and sound of water running. It was pleasant, and he stayed here for a few minutes until his stomach called for nutrition. Standing up at that, he cracked his neck before walking up to his house. Changing his armor for a much more comfortable black pair of shorts, then he prepared himself a feast for an entire family with only quality, taste, texture, nutritional value, and quantity being of the most importance. He wasn't in the culinary school, nor the kitchen anymore, where nothing short of perfection was acceptable. It's not that he didn't appreciate putting time and effort into this part of this form of art he loved. The problem was that the ratio of the time invested in appearance and the quantity of food produced at the end was not worth wasting a third of the day for his daily intake. Though a minimum of effort on appearance was put into his cooking, just not to the multi-Michelin star levels, and even if it would be far better than most could ever hope, it still irked his perfectionist side slightly. He couldn't do both. As of now, that is. He preferred form and function working together, but between the two, the latter was more important. Yet he strived toward having the two. After having his fill, he switched his armor off for a much more comfortable pair of gray shorts before he walked out of the house and followed the stream to arrive at a flattened field full of short, dark green grass. Hidden by trees with only a portion of its roof bathed in the powerful sunlight was a shed built of wood. Placed on its wall, or below on the ground, if too heavy or large, were several structures of many shapes. Some were intact while some damaged, and other broken, all made of stone. Taking his heavy-duty boots and socks off, he appreciated the cool feeling of grass below the roots of his feet. And as he advanced toward the wood structure, as the enthusiastic step of Gladius approached from behind, smirking slightly as the faint sound of familiar wings beating entered his ears at the same time, he grabbed the two of one large stone structure that was a vaguely ugly humanoid figure as tall as he was with an arm spread like an eagle. Placing his hand below, he left the half a tone worth of granite until it was high enough for him to put himself under around its midsection. Then he let go of his earlier hold and grappled both sides as he stood the entire thing resting on his shoulder and kept from falling by the hold of his arm. Walking at a moderate pace, Liam saw Gladius grab with its beak a hardened clay pot, and with its claws, a broken piece of stone with a flat side. On its back was a malformed rug weaved of plant fiber the tetrapterons made for the great ostropede. It was for Gladius to train its ability to produce abnormally powerful sound without leading to injury or damage in anything but what was aimed at. It was more complex than it seemed, and progress was slow, but there was, and now the bird could aim and modulate its scream in particular directions. Step by step was the way to go as always. And this training was also mental, as Gladius needed to understand what it was working with vibration and how it interacted with the world. It was an exercise of extreme focus, needing to be careful to avoid injury to itself and others. The sound emitted has the potential to kill him. It was melting his internal organs while he pummeled Gladius' biological parent to death. The effects on others would be as horrifying to describe in detail as it would be fatal. Acoustic weapons, no matter the origins, should never in any case be underestimated. As for his quad squad of tetrapterons, they opened the door of the shed by themselves and did whatever they wanted to do. They helped one another put thin, plate-shaped weights on various parts of their body, then took flight to begin exercising, which Liam could guess would in the end evolve into a childish fight to exhaustion in the mud. Here should do it, he thought, placing the statue in a pre-made slot on the ground and verifying if it was held securely before he began wrapping his hands, tibias, and feet in dozens of layers of a thick, clean white bandage. This was a training area. His house was large because it was adapted to his current and future body type. It was a basic 6-room building, cuisine, and living room connected, a chamber with king-size bed, a bathroom, a crafting room, and a large basement serving as an all-purpose storing room. Plugging his ear with a wireless earbud, he put the music to the highest level before spreading his leg apart, hunching his back slightly over, and putting his hand forward as he put them in a fist with the thumb out. Then after a deep breath, he began attacking the stone status. From multiple sets of punches to a plethora of kicks, many of which required a great deal of body control and strength, almost to the point of being called acrobatics. Each hit led to the whipping of the air, then that of flesh hitting and the low, reverberating sound of something cracking. It was inhumanly fast, brutal, and concise, to the point with no fancy or unnecessary movement. Each hit calculated to be the fastest with as much force necessary. It wasn't a fight per se for Liam, but a way to familiarize himself further with his body and build up muscle memory. Training this way was not optimal. It was only him correcting potential mistakes for his movement to be the most optimized as he hit a piece of stone alone with his body part covered by clothing to avoid shredding his kids to the muscles. Using robots was an option, but he didn't have the digitalis knowledge of even one martial art in Hell's Gate. Doing one that would learn from him was an option, but that wouldn't magically recreate martial art. Adding that making such a robot and it being remotely strong or durable enough for him to not break it by mistake was not possible yet. And the most important of all was that martial arts for him were in many ways very unadapted. The current ones were made with the idea of an opponent not being so far from the scope of human strength that any technique possible and experience was moot. There was one for amped suits fighting, but that was clunky, slow, and clumsy, adding that nobody alive was an expert on it. The only thing he got was footage, and even then it was not much help for him directly. He wasn't going to use one that was obsolete for him. He needed a training partner capable of similar physical feats and one better than him at fighting in terms of skill, which wasn't that much of a rare find for the latter. He couldn't improve without someone capable of teaching him, but most importantly, keeping up. No amount of technique for someone way weaker than will stop a punch with the strength to go through a carbon fiber skull as if it were a wet sheet of paper, ending in them being killed like a bug. Jake was a better fighter in terms of pure skill and experience. It was factual, but it was also factual that he could kill or immobilize the Avatar in a dozen ways before the ex-Marine's brain could begin to process anything close to a fighting strategy. He was a cheater through and through when it came to this. One stupidly strong, but that didn't change that he was one to use underhanded tactics when opportunities were given. In a fight to the death, ending as the living one mattered. And he would be fighting in armor with more gimmicks and tricks, but in the end, simply venting on a poor stone until it broke apart was quite a relaxing experience. It wasn't painful either, as he put adequate protection and didn't use his full strength, which could lead to him breaking his own more fragile bones and a feeling of being hit back. It was a balance to have. His strength wasn't magical. At a base level, it was far above what was humanly possible, but it was enhanced by the fact he had access to his available strength at all times to the point of even causing self-injury, which happens often when doing what he was doing right now. But they would heal in short times. Almost a quarter of an hour passed like this, as he never stopped alternating between body parts used, his upper body glistening under the suns with the accumulated sweat as he moved with a smile on his face. He only stopped when one of his kicks ultimately ended in causing the statue to crack and shatter from the middle due to the constant hits that were more powerful than a sledgehammer in kinetic energy. He simply changed and took another statue before continuing. After this, he took a bath, cooked, and at least worked on some alternate project while listening to music, then hit the snooze button. This was how the next few days passed until he suddenly woke in the middle of the night. A signal through the empathetic bond, and one from the palm-sized robot spider ended his light sleep. Without bothering to put the cloth on, he rushed out in a pair of boxers outside to be met with a confused and terrified pup trying and failing to crawl away from him. Grabbing it was risky, but there weren't 1,000 options, so with a towel appearing in his left hand, he moved, catching the otter in less than a second. "Feisty, aren't you, Cupla?" "A good sign," Liam said rather happily, christening the momentary wild pup who in the towel growled threateningly at him, while its 3-segmented jaws opened wide, showing growing teeth as it viciously bit his covered thumb. But it was barely able to close around, doing nothing aside from amusing the post-human. It was doing this all the while trying to escape, which was in vain as well. The only option for Cupla to calm down was, sadly, to let it exhaust itself to sleep, which didn't take long. As he entered the living room, the otter had stopped moving, but it was breathing perfectly fine. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance. Patreon.com/user?mark_60424165. 73. The All-Father. "Good afternoon, class," an old man with graying blonde hair and rectangular glasses said with a warm smile to a class of kids between the ages of 4 and 7 years old who stopped talking all at once the moment he entered the room. "Good, if you stay calm, participate, and work well, I might end the class earlier or possibly even give sweets to the most astute one of this group." Cheers were heard after those words. With a simple hand gesture, all quieted down as he asked, "Today's class will be focused on English, but first, does anyone want to help my failing memory by graciously giving me the date?" A 4-year-old Nexus, wearing an exopack on his face, lifted his hand with palpable excitement, almost jumping from his chair, and with an affirmative nod of the old man, he knew he could speak. He wasn't the only one to have done so. He was just the one that stood out the most in the small group, and so he was chosen by the teacher. A female avatar of roughly the same age huffed in annoyance as it wasn't her chosen. The 5-year-old human boy seated next to her swallowed a chuckle at that, earning a small glare from her. "Mr. Edmund, it's Friday of Mark HM Marth 8 of the year 2159, I think," the boy said pensively with a thick accent as he counted his fingers to make sure he was correct and didn't count wrong. "That is correct, Medium, bravo." Edmund praised the son of the Omadikeya Oloikton, and before he could open his mouth again, the avatar girl lifted her hand. "Mr. Langford, can I write the date on the hollow board, please?" Kiri asked almost hesitantly after the teacher acknowledged her. Many were visibly annoyed that she managed to get it first, which made a small smile appear. The human boy next to her, Miles, dramatically rolled his eyes at that. "Indeed, Kiri, you may proceed to do so," Edmund said as a large holographic screen came to life behind him. Picking up her stylus, she began to write on her table. As she did so, her writing appeared in the upper right part of the hollow board, showing her exceptionally good penmanship. For someone her age, some would even say for her species, but that they would never say it out loud. It would bring the wrath of very important people such as her mother and godfather, who for the latter was always listening, always ever knowing each word in the base for him to know. And so the first class of the day for the 4 to 6-year-old group at the community schools began. The English class was around an hour long and done with the interests of the students in mind. Kids needed to be interested, and Edmund Langford was very experienced in that domain, as he was a father of 3 and grandfather of 7 back on Earth. After this, there was a short pause, then Edmund switched the subject to mathematics, but it was done in Nasics orally, as being bilingual was not an option, but a necessity here. Sometimes it was in English, or sometimes it was in Nasics. Starting to use both languages from a young age was one of the best methods to make the future generation accept the others better, at least on paper, but a start needed to be somewhere. It was far from easy for the kids, but each teacher was chosen specifically for this task after having volunteered and passed a dozen sets of tests made by Grace. She was intransigent on who she deemed possessing the aptitude for this job. The school was not a building on itself, but the revamped inhabited hamlet of Hell's Gate. Plenty of plants were added with paint, and in general modified to be a cozy area where nobody would feel uneasy or worse trapped. So when the class ended, the entire group of children walked out into the common living space of this mod, where many people could be seen, from humans to Gnostics, wearing exopacks to breathe properly in the recycled air of the base. But the natives of this moon was in the single digit. Miles followed Kiri, who was happily munching on a lollipop, and stopped moving as he saw Jame Cameron, the son of Mary and Nash McCosker, being taken into a big hug by his father. Nash hadn't seen his son in the flesh for the last 2 months, as he passed them hard at work on one of the many mines of the smallest moon orbiting close to Pandora, so the hug for John was almost too strong. Miles felt a pang of jealousy had the sight, more accurately what it represented, but it was very short-lived. He had better, he thought. Then he made a brief eye contact with his supposed adopted mother Mary, whose gaze instantly shifted up to the ceiling as if in shame of herself. If he was older, he would have seen conflicting emotions in her features and more, but he wasn't, so he didn't understand. For him, he could but see that she didn't like him. She felt shame in his presence, and he was fine with that. He didn't like her very much either. Couple inquire with confusion, Miles. A robotic voice snapped him back to reality as he gazed up to see an animal similar in body shape to an otter, and as long as he was tall, hovering 1 meter above the ground thanks to a set of rotor blades growing from its metallic back, its head with its head plate flaring out slightly in confusion. "Coupla!" he shouted in joy, his mood doing a full turn for the better as he ran up to the hovering alien otter, Kiri throwing the lollipop stick in a bin followed after him, but her target was the slinger behind. "Coupla say with happiness, Miles." The otter declared again that it was not a sound produced by any of its biological functions. It was through a microphone around its neck that used a voice box containing hundreds of words and sentences for many situations. The otter didn't understand all of them, but it was trying its best. It was very smart to the point of self-awareness, like all of Liam's tames, and Coupla was very high on that list of intelligence for its age. Considering in the wild, its species used tools with its thumbs on nimble hand-like paws, and they were very small, highly social, swift, and agile predators in a hyper-competitive environment, it made sense this species was naturally gifted in the intelligence departments. It was their only true advantage over others. Since Liam adopted and tamed it 3 years ago, it grew both mentally and physically, and was cybernetically augmented thereby, leading to it being able to hover and breathe here by miniaturized machines functioning in a way similar to exopacks that were added to its operculum and more. Coupla was the first subject under the Lost Child hands and the All-Mother roots to have been augmented with various inorganic additions for it to live a better life. None of this the otter understood, but one thing was for sure: it was very happy with the result. It could swim, fly, and crawl everywhere it wanted or needed. Arvok looking from the side as he saw the 2 kids fussing over the 2 abnormal animals, he waved goodbye to the other handful of adult Gnostics, as they had already finished herding the ruddy Gnostics children in a group. Netyam, one of the last to be herded, waved goodbye to both Miles and Kiri, which they answered in their own way. One nodded and the other waved back. The firstborn son of Neytiri and Jake was their friend. The way Gnostics acted was a drastic discrepancy from the humans who stayed together doing small talk with one another. It didn't mean there weren't positive interactions between the 2 species, the opposite. It was because the Gnostics didn't have a lot of time on their hands right now. Traveling into the jungle when it was going to be nightfall was far from being a good idea. This was even more the case when it was with a bunch of children who lacked any sense of self-preservation and would not hesitate a second to walk away after having some pretty light that would be the lure of a carnivorous plant. Infantile death was not common, but neither was it considered rare in their society due to Pandora's biosphere. Gnostics were an integral part of the food web. Iwa was fair and saw all lives as a part of the cycle. "Miles, Kiri, I know you love those 2, but you can do this when we finish the walk back to my brother and his mate's abode," Arvok said with a faint smile. This led to his niece stopping fidgeting one of the many trinkets around Daisy's front claw, but not Miles from continuing scratching the otter's soft scale. "Okay, Arvok. Okay, Uncle." The 2 of them said simultaneously, Then the human boy climbed on top of Daisy with extreme ease before giving a hand to the struggling Kiri for her to climb. Coupla followed suit and laid on the slinger's head, its paws gripping the wing ear on each side like it was a steering wheel. To the slinger head annoyance, and this emotion was felt through the link between them and brought the otters great amusement. When the small group arrived at the chamber that separated the recycled air of the base from the toxic atmosphere of Pandora, the young Avatar girl took a deep breath and gave her exopack to Miles, sitting just behind Daisy's back, as if one of the most vicious and venomous predators of this moon was but a regular horse. The march back to the abandoned mine took well over 20 minutes, as Daisy would need to wait for Arvok if it moved faster. During that period, the two kids spent time playing, and not in any random way. They passed it by levitating a small hermetically sealed and malleable sphere full of ferrofluid with two hypersimplified and safe models of magnetic gauntlets built for them by Liam. The gauntlets were modified to uniquely work on the sphere full ferrofluid, with most of the motions regulated by microcomputers to avoid any accident. You wouldn't want one of the kids to stab themselves or others with, for example, a random piece of sharp metal. Their power source was a small generator in the slinger's satchel that was held around its necks and where the kid-sized gauntlets were taken out. They were not given to be simply toys, but to be used as a training tool demanding both high cognitive function, concentration, and imagination, while promoting those 3 points only Grace seemed to have grasped them aside from the designer himself. Those weren't mere futuristic toys, using technology with almost infinite potential for warfare and welfare in an equal manner. Sniffing the air as if she were a dog, Kiri jumped off the slinger in excitement as the odor of food getting braised registered in her brain, which was soon followed by Miles, who ran after her as the tantalizing smell hit him. They sprinted in the short grass toward a small cottage on the cliff of a lake. It was Grace, and she was turning a piece of meat on what looked like a primitive barbecue. Stopping what she was doing, the Avatar crouched down as Kiri jumped in her arms and started to babble about the day. And then Mr. Langford said this about how small we are, and then with my good answer, I got a candy. She finished with a large toothy smile before being placed down. Wow, aren't you my favorite little genius? Grace said with a smile before she crouched down and affectionately ruffled the shoulder-length dark blonde hair of the human boy. Hello, Miles. Your day was good, from Kiri's words, right? Since I knew you were coming, I have made your favorite food. One of the very special recipes Liam gave me just for you. Then she greeted her brother-in-law, but before any discussion between the two adults could begin, or that she could be her mate, Miles asked a question that he had on his mind for quite a few days now. When will Liam come back? He caught himself slipping further in his words, but this did not go unnoticed by either Grace or Arvok. It was a complicated subject one neither could speak about now. But again, before both could react, Kiri was next to Coupla, both eating marinated and grilled hexapede skewers, spoke her mind out with no filter. The mention of Liam bringing back what she had been thinking this morning. The All-Father. Yeah, he is doing something big, she blurted out, leading to great confusion, particularly for her mother. Kiri, all of it made so much sense, but she didn't realize it wasn't the same for others. She wasn't aware of her exceptional gift. Iwa and Liam were connected with an impossibly puissant bond that seemed to partially meld them together. Their heartbeats, as she called them, were similar, synchronized, slow, and powerful, and so much more. Her meager vocabulary in Gnostics and English couldn't even begin to describe those two beings. They were more than them. They were opposite, like two oppositely charged magnets were attracted to each other. At least that is how she remembered magnets working from Miles' clumsy explanation. It was complicated, since one was the All-Mother, which is how Liam and Iwa bond, seemed to hold many non-physical similarities to the like bond between her mother and father. Then Iwa was the mother and All-Mother, and the posthuman was the father and All-Father of the mating pair. It all made perfect sense, so saying it out loud for her was only natural, as others must already know. It was obvious to her. As for the something big, she would be correct, but she didn't know what it was. It wasn't even something only she knew. It's just recently, it had seemed to be ever-present in her mind. A few Earth-Moon distances away, deep in the largest and more secure room of the element Nexus, the man that was thought about was staring at something that would change this universe forevermore. His almost glowing silver eyes, full of jubilation, staring upon a grain of sand-sized droplet of a glowing translucent purple liquid falling upon a bowl-shaped piece of extremely pure uranium-234. My Patreon if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance. Patreon.com/user?mark=60424165. 74. Element. More than 4 years of bleeding himself half to death for an entire month every 2 to 3 months. That was how much blood, time, and energy Liam invested to produce 1 grain of sand worth of impure, but stable element. It wasn't hard per se, just extremely grueling, even with the fact that the more he drained his blood, the faster and in greater quantity his body would produce it. His large daily intake of food and beverage extremely rich in nutrients helping in this. There was also the fact he kept on growing. He was 2.39 meters, 7 feet 8, tall, and weighed nearly half a ton. His body proposition not having changed at all, if slightly bulkier and thinner in certain parts, keeping him in the domain of human-looking if carved out of marble. This size also meant, aside from being a great annoyance for clothing and armor and most of everything when with humans, led to a greater need for substance, but on the other hand, it also meant more blood produced. He discovered that being in contact with radiation, aside from seemingly bettering temporarily the functions of his implant by a small amount, also led to a minor increase in the amount of this chemical percentage in his blood. Those two aspects varied by the degree of radiation he was in direct contact with. So he might have added micrograms to grams of unstable radioactive uranium here, and there is some sort of spice, and it felt great. He didn't risk contaminating others. His body absorbed it all while his implant used it, and the element Nexus was not made for anybody aside from him in mind. This might sound dangerous for him, but he was aware that the amount of radiation necessary to pose a threat to him was far above this. It would be the one that would lead to his skin blistering and melting on contact. Wounds not directly leading to the loss of a limb or most of an organ would heal well and without much of a problem. A cancer like one for humans worked was not going to even be able to develop, and if for some reason it did, it would be eaten alive by his blood cell. The same was true for cellular degenerescence. The blood he extracted from his body was in the several tons, and the food and beverage behind that added even more mass, and all of it was for 1 teeny tiny droplet of pure liquid element. The chemical he needed for his and everyone else's survival. The win against the RDA and the United Nations of Earth without a difference of technology greater than the one between Gnostics and humans when the latter arrived would be nigh impossible to get without it, at least without extremely heavy loss. It was the equivalent of the Holy Grail for him, one from his body. If his implant did not cause the flow of impure element molecules in his blood, all would have been lost, or at the very least the situation would have been catastrophically bad. Adding to the list of problems, the leaders of humanity were not the only possible threat out there in space. Liam was certain the presence of element in his bloodstream was a type of malfunction due to the fact he was not connected to the ARK orbital network, the colony's ship, and more where his biometrics would be controlled and regulated. But it was a blessing in disguise. He doubted nigh-omniscient transhuman beings and their almost godly AI would make such mistakes about a substance that gave the coup de grace to humanity after its largest war. Or it was on purpose, or truly mistakes due to errors that would undoubtedly happen. But he could also be wrong for all. They were all but hypotheses made on wild guesses and knowledge of the lore that might very well be completely irrelevant in many points here. Yet doubting everything was pointless. And so he didn't in the end, he couldn't do anything about it. And the droplet that just splashed against the uranium-234 before his very eyes was what mattered. His implant glowed in response to his excitement, but it glowed even brighter as cables by his will over the systems connected to the magnetically levitating tesseract, holding the uranium and element started to pump nanoparticles of activated uranium straight in. The point where the droplet hit turned a purplish blue before vein-like roots of the identical color grew from it, and in a matter of seconds they propagated millimeter per millimeter, rapidly gaining in celerity as time went on and as uranium was warped into something else. The multiple scanners fed Liam all the necessary data he would ever need to know in great detail what was happening within the uranium as it was eaten and converted in and out. But one thing stood out to him with how glaringly obvious it was. It's growing toward me. He mumbled in stupefaction as he moved to the right to make sure he wasn't hallucinating or that it wasn't just a mere coincidence, and it proved to be neither of those two, as new tendril grew by converting matter toward his new position. "Fuck it is," he said, moving his left arm up to test, and in a few seconds the results of his experiment were immediate. The element grew up with his movement, and he added with just as much confusion, "It's actually growing toward my implant." How? The direction of the tendrils element, as they grew, seemed focused on his implant by means he wasn't aware of, such as how could it so precisely locate him in space or locate him at all. If Iwa, or even a particularly talented and experienced Sahik, or possibly even at Sakurem, or a very gifted individual like Kiri was here, then he would have been informed. But it wasn't the case, so he didn't. He wasn't in a subtlety when it came to that domain. It shouldn't do so by his knowledge, but he wasn't omniscient, and this was proof of it. And looking at the element, it made him feel a similar bizarre, but different feeling when he saw his nearly torn pinky finger after he tamed Aegis. It was puzzling and opened a literal Pandora's box of questions as to why those two specific things were happening. And the fact he was oddly focused on the substance aside from being a must-to-have. There was something between him, his implant, and the element, surely due to it being from his very own blood when it was inert and impure as well produced by him, but more time would be needed to unravel what all of it was in its true essence. He mustn't jump to hasty conclusions, even less so act rashly on them. Yet even with this, his gazes remained full of joy and relief, never leaving the element. It didn't only grow in his direction, it was the main point, but not the only one. It converted everything close to it all at once in an endless cycle that kept on snowballing bigger and bigger. Years of work finally beginning to bear fruit led his already present smile to explode in a full-blown, toothy grin that would scare more than one. Such was its intensity, and it was almost too wide. The fact he smirked fairly rarely outside of a certain set of individuals would add only to it. Most of the uranium was gone in the span of a minute, and from what it used to be, now was almost pure element and solid that grew explosively in the form of multiple twirling roots of dark metallic gray, glowing with a soft purplish-blue light, all ending in curved sharp tips akin to twisted javelin. The light from the ceiling seemed to distort slightly on contact, taking in the hue of the nascent, uncorrupted element node. A hum could also be heard in rhythm with his heartbeat. More matter seemed to form as the element growth and spread was promoted by what Liam had just done seconds ago. It replaced everything with itself and took more space than what was before, but it was with both mass and volume. It created more from what it had at disposition. The cube inside the tesseract housing the whole, not being spared in the least as it began to be converted just as well. The only known material Liam knew could slow down and not stop an element conversion by tangible barrier was an alloy of this chemical itself. It was a case of fighting fire with fire. As the last particle of uranium disappeared, the growth suddenly slowed down, but it didn't stop, it couldn't be stopped, only slowed down or used as material or separated from other materials to avoid its propagation. This was why at multiple points in the room he was in was separated from the facility, held away by magnetism. The same was true for the Tesseract. It was the best method for this kind of situation, maintain a safe distance and no physical contact. Flicking his right hand, the cables, unconnected, and a facet outer cube that composed the Tesseract snapped open, the facet floating above to be used for what was to come. Then a mining drill appeared from his inventory in his hand. It was a modified version made specifically for this exceptional task. A cable popped from the ceiling, and he connected it to the back of the customized mining drill, giving it direct access to the power of one of the 4 nuclear reactors of the facility. It would need this much, and it was because this mining drill place for fuel was changed for something else. And with that in order, Liam, without a second of hesitation, pointed the tip of the drill at the contained element before pushing the trigger. There was no time to waste. His sheer excitement is also a major factor. Look! In an instant, the disc-shaped barrel tip of the drill flashed brightly before powerful arcs of baleful orange plasma shot out and like a magnet locked and focused onto their target. Molecule per molecule, atom per atom, the Tesseract, and everything contained in it began to fade away under the thin plasma beam's collective power. Then what was collected traveled toward a miniature forge using a plasmatron as its source of heat, a plasma forge. The materials that composed the Tesseract were evidently not random. Their choice for Liam was based on 3 factors: how much radiation they can slow down under a certain threshold, their magnetism, and their use for stabilizing element. And this is what was happening to the 9 kilogram worth of elements whose unstable, ever-expanding state was brought down by localized heat rivaling the lower level of the sun's photosphere, the visible part of the star. The heat added to a precise cocktail of atoms, and a sudden thermal shock as the new half-plasma half-liquid mix was propelled in a separated chamber close to the absolute zero, caused the element to shift into perfectly spherical grains of an Arctic blue in color. It was element dust, an extremely stable form of element that can easily be refined into others' form. And as it entered the subspace that was his inventory, Liam's implant glowed brighter than ever, the hologram above gaining in intensely as well. I predicted something like this might happen, but it's fucking intense, wow, he set out in shock, his body tensing up and eyes dilating slightly as the entire 9 kilogram of element dust was stored in his implant. He was consuming a minuscule amount of the dust, but it felt like he got invigorated by a very powerful drug, which was a bizarre if accurate thought. Or also, if until now he had been dying of both thirst and hunger, and was offered a full-on unlimited buffet of the highest quality for him, and only him, or his specimen implant more precisely, which he was the same. It works instantaneously, he said, taking a deep breath as he took in and out of his inventory the mining drill in rapid succession, something that should take at least a few seconds. Acclimating himself with an object helped give a type of memory to his implant that facilitated the storage, but it never was remotely close to this. There was no latency or wait. The only limit was how fast he could act. All for but a meager tenth of a gram of element consumed, and he instinctively knew it would last for the week. He was well acquainted with the more technological part of his being. Incredible was the only words he could say, and it didn't only make the inventory work back at the capacity it should, but also the crafting function was back. Well, not truly, it was more akin to him being able to use his implant to transform this dust into a more condensed form such as shards, or in what could be considered ingot, which was what he was going to need. The crafting function for more at this point was not even needed. This, however, would make him gain a large amount of time, as condensing stable elements into their less or more dense forms was not a simple or not time-consuming process, to put it mildly. It was like a cheat to have this function back, a cheat he was going to abuse. That wasn't all, too. The link to everyone became clearer. It was felt by all, but the most prominently by Iowa. I succeeded, he thought, as the innocent curiosity from the All-Mother reached the edge of his. Then it was waves of relief. She trusted him and was the only one knowing precisely what he was doing and why. She knew of the dangers entailed, but it was a must. And she knew it was to be. She couldn't and wouldn't stop him from becoming what he truly was. He was at the moment still, but a child in his infancy, fated to grow beyond what he was now, but he needed to figure it out himself. That she was certain he would. She didn't let herself be infatuated and fall to this anomalous being from another universe for no apparent reason. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance. Patreon.com/user?mark_60424165. 75. A son. In the largest room of a modern house in fusion, with the wild flora on the biggest island of an archipelago located between the reef of the Eastern Sea and the bone sanctuary of the main continent. A tall, muscular man wearing dark gray armor could be seen standing in front of a part of what would be a large ring of metal made of an unknown alloy. It was covered in intricate carvings of mysterious designs, and it was held above the ground by a series of highly powerful magnets. His silver eyes behind the visor of his helmet focused on the tip of a high-precision tool that was in his hand as he was continuing to scribe the 30th circuits of element on top of the others in complex esoteric yet organic patterns similar to electronic circuits, roots, and muscles. The tool was reminiscent in shape of a tattoo gun working on the molecular scale while he directed it in its intended way with nigh-perfect muscle control, his vision on 2 points. The first where the tip of the tool was with a camera, and the second his regular eyesight is greatly enhanced by technology. This was the one and only Liam, and as usual, he was working hard, and he was working on a part of his future tech replicator, a component of one of the 2 rings that had the purpose of stabilizing a pocket of reality, obeying its own rules while the machine was turned on. It was an incredibly powerful machine, a large one as well. the size of a house that could manipulate matter, and to a lesser degree, even warp reality on a local level. It was a machine that would lead the current humanity to go mad over it, and most and nearly all advanced civilizations. How he was doing it from an outside perspective would look like he was some kind of technological wizard working on some type of world-ending magical artifact. The trail of elements inscribed on the metal, almost like magical and mystical runes of unknown origin and purpose. The fact he was in an almost trance-like state where his entire being was focused on the task at hand amplified this. Carving and scribing the element felt natural, and he could feel each millimeter of the lines he wrote. For him, it was akin to the feeling of a hair being tugged gently. By many metrics, what he was doing could be considered such. Magic, but magic is only an unexplained science after all, and he had these sciences. This was a project he had been working on and investing time and way before the success of Growing Element months ago. He started on it even before the finishing of the Element Nexus facility. Without this machine, Growing Element was pointless at best and a waste of time, with a potential apocalyptic end at worst. Here he couldn't simply bring a set amount of materials at a terminal below an obelisk, and with the press of a button it will craft itself. It wasn't that easy. Every little fragment of this machine needed to be built from the ground up, but it was a blessing in disguise. And what a complicated machine it was to build. The skeleton made of essentially metal alloy wasn't much of a problem aside from costing most of the stock in platinum. It was an admittedly complex structure on many points, but it was just that a structure was the magic, and the most complexity the part with Pandorium on some point to replace material he couldn't get, and of course element. And with this, it couldn't be 3D printed directly from the lesser replicator. It was too elaborate, and even if it could be, he wouldn't have done so. The elements also needed to be destabilized before being fused to the surface, a step that needed constant monitoring. He wouldn't trust a machine with at least any of the ones at his disposal. And it needed to be done in a vacuumed and sterile space to avoid any potential errors. He was crafting it on Pandora. He wouldn't want to cause an element outbreak as well. And all of this to make a complex matrix of information that seemingly had no end, a matrix that was in total far longer than the distance between Pandora and Polyphemus, this for one single ring. He could make technology with the addition of a constant supply of element now. He didn't absolutely need a tech replicator to do them like in the video game, but that would be a waste of time. A time he didn't have an infinite amount of. It would take an extended period to build tech by hand, starting from the biggest, and investing in it was as such the best option, changing potential months and years of work to mere seconds. Such was how drastic the difference was, and building a kilometers-high floating tower was not something he could do by hand. Even less so multiple to protect the entire moon. The tech replicator could do nearly everything at extreme speed, precision, and efficiency as long as data, matters, and elements were fed to it to create. With it, he would be able to modify whatever he may so desire to an unfathomable degree. It wasn't a video game. There was no rule or pre-designed limitation with what he could and couldn't do. Only resources, time, and capabilities were the limits to what could be done with such a powerful tool. Putting the tech replicator together would open the doors to most of everything he had on his mind, and it would be the culmination of a majority of his efforts since he took control of Hell's Gate. And Liam found it mildly amusing that his main goal, until now aside from directly surviving, was to build more and more powerful crafting stations. The tech replicator was just a better 3D printer at the end of the day. Caw! The sudden cry of one of his tetrapterons against the reinforced vacuum-sealed double door reached his ear by the microphones on it, but he ignored it and continued at the same pace with his steady hand. The inscribing of this fraction of the ring needed to be done in one session. This was why he did small pieces by small pieces. He couldn't work non-stop for several days and be expected of himself to not make potential mistakes, even less so for months. He wasn't infallible, or a full-blown machine that could do tasks 24/7. That's why he worked when he was in his utmost shape, physically and mentally. Failures were unacceptable. He was aware he was not perfect, and in the end, would make mistakes. More so if he didn't notice this failure in the form of errors that will show their innocuous effect when the tech replicator is finalized, leading to it potentially malfunctioning, which could end in either nothing with the machine not turning on, or with it collapsing on itself, then imploding, which would end up with it deleting a third of the moon from existence with it. Only perfection for what is needed was acceptable. Liam couldn't do less. The best of himself was required any less, and a grim future awaited him. Having succeeded in growing Element was but a single step between many and impossibly long and chaotic stairways. Kawa! Other cries were heard. This time they were more rumors, longer, louder, and also through the mental link, but Liam again didn't budge and continued on until the last few meters of inscriptions were perfectly done and finished correctly. Scanners flashed from all sides of the room, and he nodded in satisfaction at the positive results. But it wasn't finished just yet. Then with a mental command, thick walls of a glass-like material slid up and down from the floor and ceiling, encasing the piece of technology within. The temperature within that lowered to the point where most gases would undergo deposition and turn solid by the use of electromagnetic radiation. Another layer this time, made of an alloy of various metals and polymers, slid down in front of the glasses, completely sealing it off. With that done, Liam walked toward the door, which opened and closed as he passed into a small room where an added sound of air was heard. The room where he worked needed to stay in a sterile condition. "Calm down, I know what hour it is, and I'm not late, you silly birds," he said through the microphone as he took off his helmet and breathed out deeply, his face covered by a thin sheet of sweat while the white of his eyes was reddened slightly. He mentally commanded the door to open, and what entered his view was his 4 tetrapterons on top of the others who, like a card castle, fell at his boots thanks to them using the door until now to hold their weight, and it earned a deep chuckle from him. They were excited all right, but there was time. Being late was something he abhorred, so the day was planned to the minute. His tames didn't truly understand this, it seemed. Well, he might have been locked in for quite some time too, and they weren't unfeeling machines either, or had perfect control of themselves. In a few minutes, he ate, took a cold shower, and changed from his spacesuit to more casual clothes, which consisted of a light blue short-sleeved shirt, a pair of white jeans, and dark gray sneakers. All made by him for him and his insane bodily proportion. And those clothes won't stay this way for long before they pass through the recycling processes to turn into new clothes, as he would simply rip them apart with his growth. The shoes in particular were a very big annoyance. It was the same for any armor or suit too. Making cloth growing with him was only possible with a few types, and it had several limitations that directly affected the integrity of the clothes. At best, he could make them stretchy, but it wasn't for all fabrics, and it's a problem tech would solve as well. A few minutes later, after taking everything he needed, he arrived at his insectoid, flying vehicle on the island's highest cliff. The winds produced by multiple sets of half-translucent wings buzzing slowly, bathing his face in soft winds, and the squad of tetrapterons waiting for him inside, their excitement palpable in the air and potent through the links. Climbing in it, he rose high in the cloudless sky and oriented the vehicle toward a specific destination. There was no problem or urgency, but today was a very special day for someone. It was the 27th of July of the year 2159, and it had been 6 years since the biological son of Miles Quaritch and Pa Socorro was born. It was the first time he was going to the kid's birthday in person, and it was because the kid in question asked him to come, but he would have in any case. It's just that before he couldn't have realistically done so. Between being on another moon, working on major projects, solving interspecies problems, and more, he didn't have the time frame for this until now. It displeased Liam greatly, but that was life, and he couldn't have everything he wanted. The one affected the most wasn't even him, it was Miles. But as harsh as it sounded, he had more important matters for the betterment of everyone. He couldn't risk jeopardizing the life of many for the satisfaction of one. He had many responsibilities, some more important than others. Missing a few birthdays was better than no more birthdays for the future of everyone. This meant he was delighted to be able to go today, and this prompted him to push the 7 engines of the aircraft to their maximum power, resulting in the rhiniocopter breaking the sound barrier, and in a short span of time arriving at his destination, the abandoned mine where Grace and her mate lived. The cameras below the cockpit showed Liam that waiting below him were 4 kids, of which 3 weren't human, or at least fully humans, and Couple, his otter-like tame, hovering close to the one today was his special day. All of his tames were here, except Gladius and Aegis, as one was naturally too aggressive to be close to anything aside from him, and Kiri while he wasn't present, and the other was a giant fish. Opening the sliding door, the 4 tetrapterons flew out immediately as they cawed, and it was followed by him jumping down. He landed his right fist in the ground with one knee before he slowly looked up to the kid between the newly 6-year-old and 3 years old for the youngest. Then with a smirk his beard couldn't hide as he spoke jovially. Greeting Kiri Loke, Nediim, and Liam wasn't able to finish that a ball of energy in the form of a child only wearing a pair of shorts ran straight up at him. Dad, you came. Yeah. Miles almost yelled out with a bright smile as he secured himself on the mountain of a man's shoulders who slowly stood up, causing the boy to cry out in amazement as he held onto the dark brown braided hair of the man. Yeah, Dad. I don't particularly find that unpleasant to hear, Liam thought, not changing his expression as he and the kids began the walk to the cottage with Miles, beginning to babble to him about how he missed him and many things he wanted to do, such as piloting the space shuttle or his personal aircraft. Liam knew Miles didn't only see him as a father figure, but as a father straight up, even if the boy realized the two were unrelated. It was a strange but warm feeling, one he didn't find unpleasant. It was a unique one he never experienced before, and it made him feel human, something that now seemed almost alien to him. He had changed a lot for the better or the worse. Being a leader meant he couldn't be negligent at any point. It was different, yet very much similar to the Tames he was the closest to, Gladius, who for all intent and purpose was the closest thing to a child of his. The bird was smart, very smart, not adult human level smart, but self-aware and capable of complex emotions. It wasn't a pet, but an individual, yet still very much a tool in essence, an extension of his body and will. Here lay the biggest difference. He loved the big bird, but that was a fact. Gladius was a tool that remained. But for him, someone being a tool didn't mean them being worthless or not deserving of a modicum amount of love, care, or respect. Twisted as it may be, it was how he saw it. The circumstances around Miles' situation as an orphan made that it might, no, it would lead to future complications when he would reveal what happened to his biological parents, depending on how the boy would react. But that was unavoidable, and he was a truthful individual. He would not lie. The fact that for both Gladius and Miles, he was responsible for their orphan state was morbidly ironic, and with this that he adopted one and was thinking of doing so for the second made it even more ironic. But a son, something at his almost 30 years of mental age and 6 of physical one, would have never thought of. A human one, something that was a big responsibility, and it was something he couldn't find himself to be aloof about. More so when this situation was in large part the consequences of his own doing. He didn't know if he was ready, or if he would even do a good job at being an adoptive father. He was busy all the time, and it wouldn't be smooth, but closure needed to be given if not for him, for the kid. Miles would always be taken care of at the end of the day while he would be absent. The kid would never be alone. He would not let something like this slide. And it was added motivation to succeed in his plans. It wasn't only life on the lines after all. Yes, it was the main goal, but succeeding with no one else was not what he would call a success. He felt Iowa acknowledged his choice through their empathetic bond, a mix of pride with joy, which led to his smile growing bigger by a little bit. It won't be easy, but he never was one to say no to a challenge. Have you ever dreamed of controlling a mecca, Miles? Liam suddenly said, and as a would-be adoptive father, he would have an adoptive son at least a fraction as capable and knowledgeable as he was. He wouldn't accept any less. Love, even if it was tough, was still love. Augmentation might even be in order when the boy is old enough and wants to go under the scalpel. He won't take such a responsibility lightly. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 finished in advance. Patreon.com/user?mark_60424165. 76. Birthday. Have you ever dreamed of controlling a mecca, Miles? After those words left Liam's mouth, a moment of confusion followed, but it didn't last more than half a second before it was broken. What is that? Miles spoke out in excitement, suddenly standing and hunching himself over to point his head backward as he stared into the silver eyes of the man he saw as his father. Be a little patient, and you will see, Liam said mysteriously, leading to the kid being both disappointed and excited, with the others that wanted to know feeling dismally to a lesser degree. In particular, the younger of the Sully brothers, Loke. Liam, it has been a while since I last saw you, and you sure did grow. Jake was the first to greet him as he arrived at the cottage, doing a forearm shake and also informing the ex-Marine that it was also in strength. It was honestly terrifying for a single man to have such strength, but Jake knew Liam well, or at the very least enough to know the not-so-human was not to be feared under normal circumstances. That is the fate of the SEC Ops, having the misfortune of having unprotected Liam's path, ending in a very brutal manner. But he couldn't stop his instinct from being clear that the being in front of him was extremely dangerous and powerful, and it translated in small ears twitch and tail flick, which he knew was detected by the inhuman human facing him. Yet Liam was their most important ally, the second most powerful being on this paradisiacal and deadly moon. As an Oloichton, it was his duty for this to remain the case, and Liam was so much more if the words of the Tsahik Moat that were spoken to him and his wife were to be taken at face value. The Lost Child, and so many more titles under his name now, was someone akin to the Maid of the All-Mother, as insane and impossible as it sounded. And it was telling considering the man in question, an alien being strikingly human-looking and with knowledge far beyond humanity. And as much as Jake had difficulty to begin to accept this new fact about his friend, he couldn't lie to himself that he felt something larger, greater than him with Liam. It was almost overwhelming. It was the man's presence, but not only that, it made him remember the feeling in the air when in the proximity of a tree of souls. "You can't stop it, and I don't know if I ever will," Liam said humorously before he greeted Grace, Tsute, Norm in his human body, his girlfriend Trudy, and last but not least Neytiri, who was staying to the side looking at him wearily, which led to him saying a basic hello and nothing more. She was scared of him and had more problems hiding it than her mate, because it was genuine and not an instinctual response. The fact her two sons were pretty close to him in a way that made him similar to more or less a friendly but weird uncle that is seen a few times a year didn't help as it made it, so she was forced to see him occasionally made it clear for him that she didn't hate him. He was one of the very few humans she didn't dislike or straight up hate. She didn't even consider him as part of the Sky People. He was their leader, but not part of their species. It was fear mixed with respect and reverence, the same way one would fear a natural cataclysm, but Liam only knew that he was feared by her. An important aspect of this birthday party was that there was no one else besides the 10 of them present. It was by Miles' choice. He didn't have any other friends his age aside from the 3 Gnostics human hybrids present here, and both influenced the other, with the human doing the most. He was the oldest after all. Miles didn't like the family that was supposed to take care of him. Saying hate would almost not be an exaggeration. This was the case for many reasons, of which standing at the top was their general aversion for Liam and the lack of care toward him, with clear favoritism toward their biological son. And for a kid his age, it was too much, adding he never felt like a son for the human couple, but more something to be pitted and looked at in shame. He was loved and he felt it. It was better this way. Things didn't work out, so it was better to cut it short before it devolved further. And it means not interacting with them if not necessary, then so be it. That's how the others in the kid entourage saw it, and why it was bound to happen to begin within the back. It wasn't a sudden change of heart for Liam to adopt the kid. Far from it. This subject had been spoken several times with Mary and Nash, and was for a very long time on his mind. And as such, all went smoothly, too smoothly even, as sad as it was, since it entailed a lot on Mary and Nash's part that displeased Liam greatly. They were relieved, as if they had just gotten rid of a heavy burden in their life. He was partially to blame for it, and he acknowledged it, but that didn't excuse the couple. He was too kind sometimes, but in the end, there were no problems. It was like passing an object from someone to someone else. As horrible as it sounded, it felt like this to him. But the most touched by it all was the kid first and foremost, Miles. And as much as the boy was happy with the new situation he was in, Liam could tell he was saddened by the fact he was so easily disposed of. The boy, while young and acting his age, was smart. And this showed in the boy's behavior, the fear and terror mixed with despair, even to be abandoned. Yet again, the fact it was him now seemed to amplify it further. Compared to Mary and Nash, Miles was very attached to him. "Who wants to play basketball?" Grace suddenly said with a wide smile, a comparatively small ball made of leather and rubber spinning on her index finger. She was a very good player of this old sport back in her university days, and she kept on improving, as it was one of the main sports used to help the Avatar train and acclimate to their bodies. She was the best player by skill in the entirety of this multiple star system, and she will need this against a walking supercomputer with superhuman strength, speed, and resilience. But her great skill, or the worry about a superhuman player stronger than even the strongest of Gnostics, was inconsequential as the next few hours passed on the essence of exhausting Kiri. Loeke, Medium, Miles, by the culminated work of herself, Jake, and Liam with his tames as they played various games together, most of the time putting themselves in the kids' level. Most of the time are the keywords here. There is quite nothing like crushing the hopes and dreams of an over-arrogant kid and seeing the realization of their imminent defeat within their small, innocent, and naive eyes. All was fair in love and war. They needed to have fun as well, and if there wasn't any challenge, the kids would get bored. As for Trudy, Norm, Tsute, and Neytiri, they stayed on the more peaceful side, speaking together and observing the group playing until it was dusk. Two were afraid of Liam, and the two others were content to watch. And now it was nearly time to eat. Miles was back on top of Liam's shoulder while the man was flipping meat patties over the primitive barbecue of the place, and he was doing it in a way that was like a show for the kid on his shoulders. Ingredient appeared and vanished out of thin air as he flipped them one after the others. "What is this that you are cooking?" Tsute, arriving behind him with Kiri in his arms, looked over Liam's head and asked, as the almost heavenly smell was too much to bear, and he wanted to know. And what better to ask than the specialist himself? The number of recipes and tricks in the human mind in front of him was seemingly infinite in number, variety, and complexity. "Burgers," Liam answered, which didn't help the Gnostics in the least, but the new smell of something that was yellowish flat and rectangular being placed on the meat only made him feel hungrier. It was cheese. While not by the strict definitions of the term, Liam didn't have any animals that could produce milk for it, but that wouldn't stop him from making cheese-like food by using other ingredients. He adapted and overcame with the little he had on his hands. Real cheese would still be better, but he supposed nobody aside from him would be able to tell the difference, and that was pretty sad in his opinion. Flipping the buns, he began making each of the burgers with practiced ease. His movement all swift, smooth, and precise to a superhuman degree, as each ingredient landed to his left on top of the others, building the several perfectly shaped burgers simultaneously on a large bronze plate. But he wasn't the only one cooking. Behind him were his tetrapterons, who just finished making his version of French fries, crispy and salty on the outside and soft to the point of almost melting on the tongue on the inside. Potatoes were luckily available at Hell's Gate, if rather heavily genetically modified. Liam trained them in more ways than combat, and even without this they were bound to learn a thing or two from him. He wouldn't have accepted anything less from them. After this, dinner went smoothly, with Liam ending unsurprisingly as the one eating the most by a large margin. The dessert was a large cake he made using non-toxic seeds that had a taste similar to white chocolate, which didn't last very long as well. Eating for the ones unable to breathe the air was not a problem, as the visor could shift and adapt to the wearer's needs. After this, the Sully family said their goodbyes and rode back to the Omadikeya camp with their banshees. Jake couldn't stray away for long from his people as the Oloikton and Neytiri were reaching their limit of stress, adding that Loike was sleeping. Celebrating birthdays as a concept was foreign to Gnostics culture. It was alien and seen as another pointless excess of the Sky People. The phase with presents was not their strength, and it wasn't to them to give. Nor was it for anyone. Material was of non-importance here. But a gift was still to be given to the boy, which this day was very special to. "Happy birthday, Miles." "No, son." "Happy birthday, son," Liam declared with a smile on his face as he crouched down to barely be able to see eye to eye with his newly adopted son. The words he just spoke made him feel strange in a good way as he affectionately ruffled the hair of Miles, who smiled brightly. Words unable to escape his lips as he was currently incapable of voicing his thoughts. A click was heard from the side as Grace took a photo of the scene, and on the holotablet she used to take the photo, a text appeared saying thank you, while on the side the message saying something was being downloaded led her to chuckle slowly. "A present for you. It is not a toy, and you will use it with care," Liam said, waving his left hand led to space, bending unnaturally as a bulky dark gray box with bright orange accentuation appeared out of thin air, leading to gazes of confusion and curiosity from everyone present. Snapping his fingers, the box lit up and made a loud whirring sound. Then it unfolded. 2 legs, 2 arms, with 2 hands ending in 5 blocky digits, 1 head fused with a neck. Then with a mental command from Liam it stood. And when it attained its full height, it revealed a menacing, yet contradictorily non-threatening 2 meter and 20 centimeter, 7 feet 2, tall humanoid body of dark, painted metal appeared. Gasps were heard at the sudden apparition of the contraption. Liam snapped his finger again, and the hulking mass of pure technology opened. the head with the torso and belly unfolding like a burgeoning flower revealing various holoscreens, a seat, and dozens of thick cables connected to rings of metal and several other monitors. Is this the mecha you spoke about? It's amazingly awesome and super cool. Could I have one too? Kiri was the first to speak, inadvertently switching to English, leading to a raised eyebrow of recognition from Grace. While this was happening, Miles was already climbing in with little to no difficulty in the miniature mecha. Yes, it's quite similar to the metal armor you might have seen people wear at the base to lift big boxes. But here it's sized for Miles, and quite a bit different. As for one, we will see what the future might give us, and if you have the aptitude for it. He explained to the avatar girl, going to English as well. Both languages switched at times, but it was not a bother for anyone. His adopted son, beyond the limit of excitement, climbed up the legs and entered without even needing to be asked. Then he sat upon the comfortable seat of synthetic material that instantly shifted to adapt to the kid's body. Put your fingers in the rings and your feet in the large boots. Most important of all, do not panic. You wouldn't want to hurt anybody. You can breathe without an exopack, but still, be careful, he explained, and with a serious nod Miles did as asked with obvious clumsiness, yet it was still done with almost natural ease. Can I name him? Miles asked with hope in his eyes, and got a nod of approval from Liam. Then he declared proudly, then his name is Robotinator, first of his name. Have fancy and interesting. Good thing I didn't put a self-destruct button. Let's do a first 2-minute run for today, Liam added with a bright smile. Not caring if no one understood his century-old reference, he snapped his finger for the third time. The mecha began to seal itself back up, encasing Miles in an armor capable of protecting him from almost everything not in the heavy anti-tank category. And even then, multiple shots would be needed, and also let him move in virtually all terrain from the depth of the sea to deep space. The only negative point was that the battery could only last half a day before needing to be recharged by either solar energy or by connecting to a source of energy. Liam learned to miniature the fusion reactor in his pastime, but not to the point of keeping it functioning at a capacity that was even worth it. The mecha at the end of the day was very small. He couldn't fight the laws of physics right now, and put a fission reactor was no go-go as well. Are you sure this is wise, Liam? He is only 6. Norm voiced his worry as the last bit of Miles disappeared into the bulky body of metal, a headpiece similar to a crown of entwined cable encasing the kid's head visible at the end. He'll be fine. Trust me and trust him. At worst, I'm here in my slinger and I have first aid kits, Liam said nonchalantly, not calming the human xenobiologist in the least. Injuries and hurts were part of life. He wasn't going to shelter Miles from them all. This is impressive, he thought with shock right after his reassuring pitch. The syncing between his adopted son's central nervous system and the machine was almost at 59.86%, an insane percentage way past his estimation by a no small amount. But as promising as Miles was as a pilot with those first results, he was but a 6-year-old who never did anything quite like this. Even less so when on a slippery surface and the boot studs were not activated. One of the many functions the boy would have to discover. Got you, Liam said mirthfully as he grabbed with one hand the blocky metal hand of the mecha, stopping Miles dead in his tracks from falling on his rear, as presently the boy and machine were virtually the same. How it was stopped was almost as if the hulking mass of metal weighed nothing but air, and in a way it was. Liam didn't make it needlessly heavy, and he could lift more than a ton with only one hand. This is awesome. The mechanically distorted yet clear voice of Miles then echoed, its point of origin the mecha. The distortion was not needed or necessary, but Liam did as he pleased with his craft. And the boy could modify it if he found the functionality. My Patreon if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance. Patreon.com/user?mark_60424165. 77. Back on Earth. The last day of September of the year 2162, in a location 4 light years away from the mysterious and wild moon known as Pandora. It was the Sol system. Orbiting around the third planet of its star was a more than kilometer and a half, 1 ml, spaceship, its massive veil reflecting the current state of the world down below, or more precisely its biosphere or lack thereof. It was Earth, and this ship was an ISV Venture Star of the biggest megacorp that had existed in human history, the RDA, and this spaceship had finished its deceleration a day prior. A comparatively small Valkyrie that was until now attached to its long, tube-shaped body detached as the metal claws let go. Its engines turned on a bright blue as it veered toward the once blue planet. The people inside were the ones who were evicted from Pandora 7 years ago, all having been awakened from their cryosleep 4 days before the spaceship entered orbit, and all experiencing numerous sets of contracting emotions, of which Parker Selfridge was the one the most affected. "I'm fucked," was one of his many thoughts as he was weaving excuses and explanations in his mind for the impossible blunder that led to him losing control of Pandora, one of their biggest cash cow, but mostly a vital social, economic, political tool. But he wasn't fearful for his life. He didn't get where he was by not having important connections and background, though it wouldn't change that the future was quite bleak. Or not, he thought again. He wasn't at fault for what happened. The data englobing it must already be in the RDA database, and the rest with others that were highly placed in Hell's Gate could add to his points if push came to shove. It was Colonel Quaritch, Jake Sully with his squad of traitors, and the Gnostics at fault, not his. There was a wriggle room, and it has been 7 years. There was adequate preparation and time for the flame of potential anger to have quieted down. As the Valkyrie entered the atmosphere, smog immediately blocked the vision of the cockpit, but it was of no problem as the duo of pilots controlled the space shuttle. The more the Valkyrie progressed downward, the more the heavy cloud of acid and radioactive rain and pollution diminished to reveal a sea covered by several meters of toxic waste, plastics in all sizes, used tissues, and hundreds more unspeakable things that hid a water of a deep murky gray below, where only the hardest of life, both untouched by mankind and genetically engineered, could hope to survive. This vast sea of detritus was violently and suddenly cut by walls of a gray synthetic material that formed a dome reaching high, rivaling some of the highest skyscrapers of the early 21st century. This dome encompassed a massive area, and at several points, massive automated turrets could be seen. They were of all shapes, indicating many different functions. And looking closer at the sea, carcasses of rusted ships and aircraft riddles with bullet holes or torn up into pieces after having been exploded could be seen. And it was where the pilots moved the space shuttle, more precisely an extension of it in the form of a large floating bay with high walls, and as it landed on the platform in a designated area, the wall split, open red light beeped. Then from the wall of the dome, like a caterpillar, an extension grew out until it plugged into the back of the Valkyrie. Exactly where the exit was located, then the polluted air was filtered out. Then the metal ramp opened and Selfridge was the first to walk out, prompting the others to follow him like a bunch of lost sheep. The sight of tall, dark, gray, armored figures of sex, age, and ethnicities unknown on each side of the tunnel like statues. This was thanks to their heavy and highly advanced power armor that could let them lift cars with ease, punch through brick walls, and bend metal. Their menacing aspect was only amplified by the heavy rifles, just as advanced as the armor they were carrying in their gauntlet hands. This little show of power only intimidated Selfridge mildly, due to how much more advanced the elite guards of SEC Ops guarding this place were compared to the last time he was on Earth. However, it was quite a shock for the others who never were in this very special place for the Chosen Ones, and none of the people that came here had a military background. They all were civilians, some higher placed than others, incompetent, but still regular civilians at the end of the day. They won't stay here for long in any case. That Selfridge knew. They were brought here to be interrogated, signed dozens of complex and very restrictive contractual terms, and would have a remotely controlled chip full of potent poison put in them without them knowing, such as by ingestion. Of course, all of this was legal. It was in the fine print of the contract to work on Pandora. But rarely anybody ever read the hundreds and hundreds of pages of a contract worded in such a way that it would trap anyone not professionally trained. There was an untold amount of loophole and play of words. And even if they knew, they would be given a conversation worth enough money for their children's children's children. Morality was hardly worth a life of abundance in those days and ages. And going back to Pandora with the next ISV venture star for some was an option too. Why look to recruit new qualified people when they are at disposition? I hate this step, Selfridge thought with revulsion as a door slid open in front of him while a feminine and soothing voice echoed, giving warning on what was to come. And to his displeasure, it affirmed the process to enter did not change. Walking down an individual room of wall, floor, and ceiling of blindingly pure white, he lifted both of his arms before the soft robotic voice in the background. And he closed his eyes trying to think of something else. What followed was half an hour of thorough cleaning and disinfection of his being both in and out, leaving him feeling violated. He couldn't begin to fathom how some found this step remotely pleasant. Then he was dressed in an expensive suit and his body groomed to be presentable for the man he was going to meet. The highest end of the pecking order, he was quite nervous. Utopia as magnificent as ever. But he marveled at the genius of the architecture and beauty of the floating city as he stood on the edge of a ram-barred the azure sea. In this bizarrely clean and clear sea, a pod of uniquely colored dolphins swimming and flying above extinct species of birds in the wild could be seen, but what attracted his focus was behind in the distance. There were hundreds of buildings of all designs and colors, but all covered in rich flora growing out of the sea like a giant forest. And within those buildings, one tower stood out as it almost scraped the artificial sky. The Tower of Tomorrow, which belonged to the RDA, is named in connotation with their motto, Building Tomorrow. It almost touches the holographic sun in the sky. Gasps of shock with voices of wonder entered his ears as more and more people from the Valkyrie walked out, all wearing plain white clothes with pins on their left breast, telling the more important information about them. And soon, when they were all out, they began to be herded away by guards toward several manta ray-shaped submarines floating on the water, and once the aquatic vehicles were fully boarded, they dived under the crystalline water, leaving him alone and in peace. This place, this city, was located at the furthest from any landmass. It was close to Point Nemo, as with the rising of the sea and ocean, the furthest point from any landmass had changed several times. It made it a city extremely difficult to go to, only being accessible by an extremely small percentage of the human population and by exclusively aerial means, and only with an access or invitation, otherwise it would be shot on sight before having been warned. It's a neutral city-state free from the world's misery such as pollution, disease, natural disaster, famine, war, and poverty. And tax, it was a tax haven. It was a city of science where technologies were developed for the present and future days to come. It was its own miniaturized artificial biosphere sealed off in its perfect cocoon that was the half-spherical shape that formed the outer structure visible on the outside, and even from space when noxious clouds weren't above to block the sight. Every last cubic millimeter was constantly monitored by experts and AIs to keep everything running as it was intended, thereby leading to a place with pure air, clear water, and an absence of germs, viruses, parasites, and any unwanted organisms that might harm the careful balance. It was thanks to this that the entire city was self-sufficient in energy, water, and food. It was a paradise, but not everyone had the key to open its gate and enter it, even less live in it. Master Selfridge, your conveyance is ready to depart at your will. My name is Leonard, and I will be your driver. A noble male voice with a distinct yet subtle French accent called from behind him, snapping him out of his reverie. Turning around, he saw an old-style car hovering above the ground, and a middle-aged man dressed in a butler's suit similar in design to the one of 2 centuries in the last, yet distinctively modern. Nodding to the man, Selfridge walked into the car, the door kept open for him, and took a comfortable position on the real shell cordovan leather-covered seats. A few minutes later, he was standing in a spacious elevator with an aquarium where coral and tropical fish could be seen next to multiple Wardian cages full of plants both from Earth and Pandora as it climbed the hundreds of meters that made the tower. Calm down, Parker. He berated himself as the elevator doors slid open, and he walked out into a large room where the walls composed of glasses gave a sight to the entirety of Utopia, but this wasn't what was taking his focus and making him want to run. But he didn't run. He advanced with an assured pace toward a large desk made of pure black mahogany, shaped in half a moon. Seated on a carefully carved chair of the same wood and deep dark gray leather on the other side was an old, almost decrepit man wearing a suit of pure white. This was Marcus Leroy, the Chief Executive Officer of the Resource Development Administration. His right cybernetic orange pupils locked onto the face of Selfridge as it zoomed in and out, while the left one of pure black with a gray iris looked at seemingly nothing. On time, Parker Selfridge. You can take a seat. We have to talk, Marcus said, his voice sounding young, yet old as it was clear and concise with no pause to breathe, as the thin line of skin and synthetic material cut across his aged face full of scars. Not wanting for the man more of metal than flesh in front of him to wait, he sat on the chair, his eyes trailing half a second on an old picture dated to the 10 April of the year 2027 that showed his sister and her brother in their mid-20s smiling. The founders of the company, one of the two sharing several key features to the cyborg facing him. I will be concise. You have failed in your mission, and this is a fault that will not be excused. You have temporarily shaken our hold upon Pandora, Marcus said, his voice sending chills down Selfridge's spines. But this is a failure. It has happened due to a variable out of your understanding. You have been careless and arrogant, and you have underestimated our employees. You have lost your edge, but it is not in its origin a failure born purely out of your oversight as a head administrator. It is one born out of alien interference. By predictions upon sets of data, this individual is one of the major variables, one that is of such importance only a handful of individuals of which you will soon be part are aware of, he let out, causing confusion, worry, and relief in Selfridge. Lifting his left artificial palm, a holographic screen materialized in existence. It was of a zoomed-in picture that showed a man in bronze armor standing in a plain of vibrant grass. His unnatural silver-gray eyes through the helmet I slit for all to see. "This bitch," Selfridge snapped, banging his fists on the desk. He didn't care about the pain or his body language as realization dawned upon him. The date of the picture, the location, and to whom this was given first. It was from the Great Plain of Pandora. The date correlated to when Grace had begun to pester him about wanting drones to explore those said plains, the various moments when she asked for free time, and the like. It all made sense, and it made him feel as if he was the laughingstock. He was played like a fiddle by the xenobiologist, and he wouldn't have been able to stop it. The worst was that there had been a report of a SEC ops having seen a man in armor in that location, but it was ignored, laughed off even. Dr. Grace Augustine is a brilliant and cunning woman, but she is not all-knowing. With all of her writing and speculation about this individual up to the point of a message written in English on a tree. Here all is but corrupted and encrypted data. Interior to this point, however, all is but to us. Marcus ignored his employee's outburst of righteous anger, only acknowledging it as another tool to be used. But she is not on the level of this silver-eyed alien of unknown origin and purpose, the cyborg said with something nearly akin to respect, but it was almost illusory. It is aware of the threat we represent. It is afraid of us. It is paranoid. It is careful. Yet it is dangerous. It wants to survive. It is the main reason Hell's Gate has been hacked from within, the main reason as to how the Homo Pandoris won. Yours and Miles' quartic arrogance only aided it in its endeavor. It was lucky, Marcus said with a minute amount of frustration and excitement about this variable that created chaos within his plans. Is it tied to this planet disappearing phenomena? Having calmed down, Selfridge asked as he massaged the pain away from his hands. His question was a wild guess upon wilder supposition, but he knew that what his superior spoke about was very much true, and the signification of an alien unknown to humanity suddenly appearing in a controlled space opened all possibilities. What was talked about referred to an unexplainable phenomenon known to be true to only a few that described the apparition of powerful gravitational compression and dilation and its relation to the sudden destruction of astral bodies, almost exclusively on telluric planets and moons close to. The most bizarre fact about this phenomenon was that it suddenly stopped existing around 100 years away in a spherical shape from its epicenter located in the binary star system Alpha Centauri A. One of the theories, if not with much credibility as to why this was happening, was that it was an alien civilization or several. The most followed theory was that it was gravitational phenomena that led to celestial bodies suddenly collapsing on themselves and becoming short-lived black holes, but there were several problems with this as well. Probabilities are extremely low and data insufficient, but it is a possible hypothesis, and one that is to you to work around as you will be sent back to Pandora, but you are familiar with and knowledgeable about the terrain and the people living here, particularly the one to capture or eliminate. As such, Marcus paused as if to take his breath, something he did not need with the artificial lungs in his chest. You will be sent as a counselor in third in command of Charles Stringer for the rehabilitation of the RDA on this moon. You can go. Details of what is to come will be sent to you. Do not disappoint me this time. The cyborg finished with a faint smile, a soul drive flashing in his mechanical fingers from his sleeve as a warning that didn't go unnoticed. At the same time on the personal island, the silver-eyed individual spoke about light years away, a lone tree of white bark and scintillating purple leaves growing atop a water cavern emitted an omnidirectional powerful psionic blast as a side effect of what was happening within its roots. This blast would travel in a 200-kilometer radius and result in the most sensitive to its essence living in it falling into a short but deep coma in which they will all wake up and for the most will begin the journey toward its source. But the most affected of all was none of them. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance. Patreon.com/user?U=60424165. 78. I was surprised. At the top of an island born of a long-dead volcano within the main chamber of a house, the owner and master of the place violently woke up, his specimen implant banishing the darkness, such was the intensity of its light. What the fuck is happening? Liam mumbled, his eyes wide awake, body tensed up, his breathing heavy as his head instinctively turned toward the area where he planted the Tree of Souls, which translated to him looking down at the corner of his room's left wall rather intensely. The empathetic bond was enhanced to new heights as the psionic blast that awakened him turned into a constant stream of emotion, all in a similar spectrum. It was an immense amount of joy, excitement, and anticipation from his other half, Iwa. It was overflowing but not overwhelming, yet it still affected him greatly, creating a sort of feedback loop. It was getting closer to those times when they simply embraced after he drugged himself unconscious to be able to speak to her and be with her. A meeting that had become a hard task to do, as the venom of his slinger, a compound in it more precisely, had lost most of its effect on him, and no other chemical had a similar result, or at least one of equal potency and clearness for those special face-to-face that if not for the lack of a physical body would have evolved into something more physical and not one-sided for who could touch who. The All-Mother wasn't exactly shy about taking very ample acquaintance of his body every millimeter when he was unconscious, or not for that matter. Not that he complained. This problem leading to the rarefaction of those meetings was aside from his timetable due to his biology. His body built tolerances to toxins and other foreign chemicals at an exponentially faster rate than any regular organism did. Normally it would be excellent news, but for this, not really. He was suffering from how good his adaptability was. But the one who suffered the most was Daisy, his slinger and the head of the strange animal in particular. At the end of the day, as it was who was the one who produced the venom. The head could alter the concentration of the venom compound such that the one that could let him enter that dreamlike state was the one that exhausted his slinger the most when produced. He knew why it was the case. Iwa told him that it was positively charged with psionic, at least that is what her cryptic words mean in their essence. This act was very taxing for the slinger as well. The compound wasn't made for this specifically, the task of communing with the All-Mother. Its purpose was to put the envenomed target in a type of sleep beyond the physical body to a degree, and this facet of the venom was what led to everything being possible, to begin with. It was a very rough start of a relationship between them, but he guesses there wasn't that much other option than this with how paranoid and jumpy he was at the time. She didn't have any other option but to speak to him and understand him. He was an alien being having popped up in existence in her garden. He forgave her acts but didn't forget. Is that the surprise you have been talking about? He asked himself more than anything. An excited, almost childlike smile grew on his face as he stood up to his full height of 2.45 meters, 8 feet, from his bed, his body having left a deep mark due to its sheer mass, but the mattress rapidly shifted back to its original form. The surprise was what Iwa had been refusing to reveal to him for more information for 7 years. Not for his fault of not having tried at several points to know what it was. All playful and in good sport, of course. It wasn't some grand mystery that would lead him to lose his mind. But he wasn't witless. It was related to the Tree of Souls he planted what was going right now, and only confirmed it. But those trees were an enigma. So what was going without doing deeper and invasive reception that might have negative effects was the only way to solve this mystery. So he decided to stay in the unknown. And the surprise was related, at the very least partially, to the problem of communication between them aside from emotions. Something had been brewing within the roots of the tree, This part of the tree being the point of origin of the psionic blast, only affirming that it wasn't just the result tree growing weirdly for no reason, which he was sure wasn't to begin with. But you never know. Not bothering to don on his armor, he walked with a brisk pace straight out of his room. Passing by Miles' room, which was no different than any others as such it was filled with unfiltered and unpressurized air from Pandora. It didn't need to be made for human life. It meant that Miles wouldn't be able to live in it, but that wasn't a problem. 2 years ago, when he adopted the boy and took him under his wing, he redesigned his entire house for it to have a system letting him filter and pressurize the air by his will, the doors having been modified too. This functionality was only of use for particular occasions that were for when Miles was here. Usually, his son would be sleeping in his room at Hell's Gate with Coppola or with Kiri at Grace and Tsute's home. It wasn't that Liam wanted this situation, it was that it was the best option available for the two of them. Neither of them could have all they wanted. Miles couldn't stay year-long on the island. There was school, and he needed to interact with others, adding that he was 8 years old. His tames wouldn't be enough, and the boy had friends. It would be cruel to separate them. And the main reason, Liam was oh so very busy, working constantly at standard beyond what was safe and sane for humans and even for him. But he didn't crack, he didn't have the right to. That didn't mean he couldn't spare time, but his daily life was full. Sometimes he was on other moons or in space helping in the mining operations for materials of all kinds, or alone cultivating and harvesting element. A process that needed extreme care and couldn't be risked to be automated. Or working on TechRam during the travels, testing technology or training, or a plethora of other aspects that took his time. At least infighting has ceased, at least the one that was grave between humans or between humans and Nexus. It wasn't perfect and won't be for many generations to come, but it was infinitely better than the first year after the RDA was evicted from Pandora. When he was on Pandora, he had very little time as well, and it was used mostly for building his tech replicator, which was not yet finished. One ring remained to be completed, and a few parts for the powerful machine core were to be built or fine-tuned. All of it was complicated, unpleasant, but it was life. Sacrifice needed to be made, and the boy understood this. He didn't tell Miles what he was precisely doing, only that it was for them to live happily. Being a father, even not a biological LM to a human boy, was not an easy task, but one he was delighted to have. The free time he had was spent largely with Miles when the boy had free time such as the allocated vacation, and it was in person. Otherwise, he spoke to his son nearly every day, even if it was not face-to-face. They didn't lack interactions. It felt great and was another great motivator beyond that of his survival. Everyone is awake. He noted all of his tames, even Gladius and Aegis in the sea below, were wide awake. It didn't matter the distance, as Coppola at Hell's Gate had awakened, almost waking up Miles, whose body was entangled in his hammock that served as a bed. The empathetic bond didn't spill over to the links with his tames directly, but it affected him, and as such made him experience a similar feeling to Iowa. As such, it was inevitably shared with the ones linked to him. And it had such a strong reaction, because usually he wasn't this way, at least not out of nowhere and this early in the morning. Mentally commanding the large glass window of his room, it started to slide to the left, and the fresh air of the night entered his room, not waiting for it to be fully opened before passing through the opening. He jumped down the 6-meter void before the ground, all the while fully appreciating the air brushing against his upper body, hair and beard. Landing on the large stone, he felt the shock of his weight with that of the energy brought by his fall in his leg, which was enough to crush an average man to a bloody pulp without much of a reaction. It was a beat of a heart, the first of many. He thought, realization dawning upon him as a smile, enlarged with the flow of emotion amplified as the second blast was emitted. This one was weaker as it washed over the island, which lit up in its entirety as if a wave had passed reality, and it continued beyond. It could be seen from outer space that he knew with the many satellites he put in orbit. It was akin to a giant and infinitely complex spider web that pulsed an intense blue-pinkish light with his island at the epicenter. Then, as his heart beat, another wave washed over him, then another in rhythm with his heartbeat, the following one stabilizing into their power, not going lower or higher. The first blast was the first best of a heart residing within the Tree of Souls. His four tetrapterons landed on branches around him as they gazed upon the general location of the Tree of Souls. The questioning caw of his great ostropede walking to his right, prompting Liam to speak to diffuse their confusion. It's not a danger or an attack. Do not worry and lay to the side. You can observe, but do not intervene unless I order so. Understood. He warned his tames present on the island via a dual message by voice through their links, and what he got in response was utmost acknowledgement of his words. Good. Bonus snacks would be given to the ones who heed my words. He nodded and proceeded on with a brisk pace. The feeling of the moist grass of night, flowing water, and smoothened gravel below the sole of his bare foot accompanied all of his steps. He arrived at his destination in a few short dozen seconds, and his silver iris dilated at the surreal sight. The clearing from where the Tree of Soul grew was a constellation of bioluminescent light. Those lights formed a kaleidoscope that pulsed to his and Iowa heartbeats. It originated from a singular spot within the Tree of Soul's roots as it spread in complex, chaotic, and natural patterns to the grass, trees, flowers, mycelium, vines, and other organisms of all shape and size, from arthropod to the fishes in the rivers born out of the water cave. Each of his steps created a counterpulse which melted into the ones originating from the flora and fauna. This continued until he stopped moving a few meters away from the tree. He stayed here in awe at the sheer magnificence of the scene, and then white, glowing, furry tendrils grew from the closest roots toward him. Noticing this, he put himself slowly on one knee and dipped his left hand in the crystalline water. He remarked that it was warmer than usual by a few degrees Celsius. The filaments reached his fingers and with quickness climbed up his hand to his implant, and after a prickling sensation was felt, his eyes closed, but he continued to see, and he saw so much more. He felt the breath of life on the island, from the heart beating with his own in the tree's root, but that wasn't all. It goes far beyond in the reefs below and more, all following a rhythm that was his. It was mind-blowing, but the most intense part was the raw emotions. It felt good, great even. He felt accepted, cared for, and loved, which were reciprocated by him for her. Saying it was addicting for the both of them to be in such a tie would not be far from the truth. But he was in full control, and as such, when a few minutes later he received a call from the bracelet around his right wrist he had when he didn't have his armor, he answered. "Yes, Grace. What is the matter?" He spoke, his voice dripping with the emotions he was feeling, making him sound almost as if he was high due to having overdosed on drugs, but still articulated. It was a strange mix, and there was a slight grumpiness as well. I was with my mate at the Omatikio when Kiri had a seizure, and then kept babbling about you, and Iwa, we had to put her to sleep. Emoet had a coma, then woke up and spoke about the same things. Nay, Tyree is speaking dash. Distress was clear for him to hear, which as she continued, he waited for her to tool a breather. Calm down, Grace. There is nothing to worry about. Nothing that will affect anyone negatively. Kiri is fine, right? This concerns me and Iwa alone. Your daughter and Emoat and her daughter are correct as well. It's related to the two of us, he stated calmly. The dreamy nature presently added to his deep bass voice a stark contrast to the seriousness of the situation. I'm sorry to have him be slightly out of touch. It's fucking bizarre. All of this. You're insane, frankly. But I will trust you on that one. Not like it will go any other way, right, Liam? Grace said with mild exhaustion and relief. The fact he was calm helped her greatly to settle down, and after that, both said goodbye and ended the call. But the time of peace after was short-lived, as his giant armored shark, who was swimming far up in the deep sea, noticed several dozen of massive tapered bodies moving toward the island. With this information, Liam observed the location from outer space with the help of a satellite telescope, and a heavy frown appeared on his face. Tulkuns and the reef Nasics, their Tsahics, and those whales must feel the psionic. Liam muttered. It was to be expected after the psionic blast. Emoat felt it, and she was farther away, and he was sure it wouldn't be the only impromptu visit he was going to have for the following day or weeks. He will see if curiosity kills the cats. He isn't going to let everyone go up here, that he was certain. It was his place no matter what others might say or feel. It didn't matter if some of the most extreme and xenophobic Nasics felt it was a sacred place. And he shouldn't be here then. That would be their problem. At worst, what are they going to do? Speak loudly in outrage and not do anything. His island was far from defenseless with him on it or not. However, he wasn't going to underestimate anyone or be aggressive for no reason. That didn't mean he was going to be passive. But at their speed of travel, they won't be here in at least 2 good hours. That's better than anything, I guess. He said he didn't deem it worth it to order Aegis to slow them down, as from Iowa, he knew the Tulkun's capabilities, and they would be able to tell the strangeness about his Nalutsa with but one glance, and that it was connected to him as well. His focus switched back to the Tree of Souls, his heart beating faster and faster as excitement rose, and the light of the island did the same. Then the tapestry of bioluminescence amplified to a point where the entire area was lit. The flow of psionic suddenly ceased outside of his bond, seemingly getting sucked back into the Tree of Souls. Then his eyes widened as down before him in the hermetically sealed knots of root underwater, 3 feminine fingers of a soft pale, bluish-purple skin ending in wickedly sharp obsidian black claws tore through its pure white bark from the inside to the outside. He knew who this thing was, who she was, or a fragment of her in physical form, and his joy reached an unprecedented level as 3 other similar fingers of another hand tore through the bark, as if what was inside was trying to escape a prison. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance. Patreon.com/user?mark=60424165. 79. Avatar of the All-Mother. The clawed hands that were Gnostics yet weren't pushed out more and more as Liam stayed in place. His silver eyes almost glowing as he observed, heart hammering powerfully in his ribcage. The fingers curled as their sharp end dug into the white bark. Then where the tip of the fingers touched the wood seemed to bend as if it was clay, and the forest beat of bioluminescence intensified. Then with ease, the roots parted ways like the curtain of a theater revealing the creature within. A naked Gnostics female, yet not many physical differences were to be noticed. An athletic body of perfect proportion from both human and Gnostics that was protected in almost its entirety by a cocoon of long flowing white hair, a stark contrast to that of the usual dark hair commonly seen in Gnostics. But that was only the beginning. Her Q, whose shadow could still be seen behind the hair, was disconnecting from the tree as many other filaments on her were disappearing in the roots. Another shadow could be seen. It was a thin yet muscular tail longer than her body, ending in a tuft of a similar white of her hair, who was slowly waving in the water. Her feet ended in the same claws as her hands, obsidian in color and sheen. The sharper and longer ear, almost elfish, yet remaining distinctively Gnostics, poked out of the sides of her hair. Her skin was of a healthy, soft, pale, bluish-purple that was cut through by elegant midnight purple stripes and constellations of bioluminescent spots. Those spots followed what seemed to be the vascular system, with its brightest points the heart, and a few more above her cat-like nose and around her white eyelash in the form of natural tattoos, mimicking the 3 more eyes and light present on her metaphysical appearance he was habituated to. But what took his focus and breath away was her small smile, showing sharper canine than usual, and her enchanting eyes with pale pink irises that locked onto his ethereal silver ones as a smile of honest joy formed on his face as well. The staring didn't stop, as with a simple and minimal push of her feet, she propelled herself through the crystalline water, her hair and tail flowing suit. This small action gave more movement than it should ever do as she glided effortlessly with grace toward him. It was as if she was gliding. She moved up the deepness of the cave, as if an exterior force was acting behind what could be seen. Then, as the distance became so insignificant that both could touch the other finger, the first contact led to both smiles growing. And as it happened, the filaments that were until now coiled around Liam shifted back into the roots at great speed, the deeper connection with the biological network severing it as it did so. Yet this didn't affect him. Aside from giving him more room to feel his own emotions, he plunged his outstretched hand slightly deeper, and both grasped the other hands. His left hand held her outstretched right hand, for fingers and a thumb, entrelacing 3 fingers and a thumb, his callous skin against her soft one without any blemish touching the other, feeling the others. The hold never wavered as he stood up from his one-knee position, hoisting her up with him to the surface in one fell swoop. The water slipping off her body and hair, as if she were a hydrophobic object. As such, she was not in any way drenched due to her having been fully submerged. Awa didn't even have a foot on the ground when her other arm had snaked its way around his neck, the other slipping out of his hand, and going on his back, feeling the defined muscle on taut skin, while her tail did the same around his left leg. But that wasn't all. Her eyes at the same level as his had only his as the world. And without so much of a warning aside from a burst of emotion in the empathetic bond, she closed her eyes and immediately kissed him on the lips, his bushy yet soft beard tickling her skin pleasantly as she approached her body to his further. Liam's reaction was instantaneous and without any ounce of hesitation. He reciprocated the kiss, his eyes closing on instinct as well, and he placed her on the ground while his unused arm held her solidly and carefully. He fully took in the feeling of her lips on his, that of his bare torso against her own, just as bare, his burning emotions for her, and her reaction to his own. And she was doing the exact same thing. One had dreamed of this impossible moment for nearly a decade, and the other waiting for the same amount of time for it to happen, as she knew it was but an inevitable fact about reality, an event set in time to happen, and none being able to tell her otherwise or deny it to her. A fact that in all of her untold years of life, she had never experienced for herself. It was a new experience for her, and it was beating all of her expectations. But good things weren't eternal, and the kiss couldn't last forever. It needed to end, and if they didn't stop right now, chances were they wouldn't be available for the next few hours, if not more. Liam didn't have as much sex drive as others, but he had tested when the rare time he was in the mood and knew his limits were far beyond what was human, and he was certain for Iowa it wouldn't be different. A surprise indeed, he said mirthfully as he parted his lips away after nearly 5 minutes of lips against lips with evident difficulty, both not having difficulties breathing. A large smirk growing as he gazed on the visage of Iowa, or at least the body of flesh she crafted for her to inhabit and control. We are as pleased as you are, this body. It is something that we have done before, but not in this way, and certainly not to be with my mate. A mate, my mate, she said calmly, her crystalline voice echoing as she placed her forehead against his. A few seconds passed in silence as both of them profited from the moment to its fullest. You mate? We are mates, he repeated after her softly. It felt beyond incredible, there were no other words for it. This entire situation was quite frankly magical for both of them. It didn't matter how alien it was. Parting their head away after a dozen more minutes, Iowa smiled brightly and said through words with her mouth and emotions via their empathetic bond, I see you. Looking at her, he answered in kind, fully knowing what these short sentences in that context entailed and fully acknowledging those entailed details. I see you. I see you. Those 3 words can mean many things within different situations in Gnostic's culture, from a simple greeting between individuals of the same status to a sign of great respect, and also to express that you can see in the other, see their heart, understand them and what they truly are, and that you accept them fully. It was essentially an I love you, but with a deeper meaning in a direct, spiritual, and philosophical way. And in Liam and Iowa's case, it was factual, their very being connected through a bond beyond physicality that let each know what their significant other feels and experiences. As both separated their bodies, her tail still in contact with his leg, Iowa lifted one hand from the ground as it glowed brightly. Thousands of hair-thin filaments originating from the tree of soul grew at her feet. The filaments of the roots weaved themselves together into an immaculate white textile as they reached her pelvis and began forming a body-fitting dress of thin white rope, the filament growing more and more, forming crossroad of tissue as they climbed up, covering most of the chest, ending at her neck, as they formed a necklace-like formation, keeping the whole masterfully made dress in a few seconds set in place. It was akin to the finest of 3D printing, but purely biological, and on someone that didn't even try to act the fact, it was quite a sight for her other half. That's impressive. I suppose it makes sense that you have total control over what is but yourself, Liam said honestly at the sight, and she nodded almost lazily. Then he looked at her untidy hair and frowned slightly before he asked, would you need help with this? You will need to be presentable when your children arrive. We would appreciate the deed. We are excited about this as well indeed. Communicating to them in such a way that we did between us is an impossibility. They're simply unable to do so without me endangering them. They're too weak or lack in perception, and that is the way that it should be. I'm the balance, not their guide. For me, their life is equal. but seeing them from their level could but prove to be an enlightening experience, she said with melancholy as she grasped a strand of her hair that obstructed her left eye between her clawed fingers and sat on a stone nearby, her tail still not having left his leg. Moving behind, Liam began to work. He was no trained hairdresser, but he had quite a lot of experience nonetheless. He took care of his hair himself after all, and he worked with types of materials similar to hair. It wasn't rocket science either. Not that it was remotely a complex subject for him either. This body that you have engineered, it is faster and stronger than any Gnostics I have met. He spoke as he carefully worked on her hair. He didn't even need to put work on straightening it, as they were unkempt yet flowing, and silky smooth in his finger, letting him do as he pleased, such as braiding several plaits to form a bigger one that was going to be around the queue. It's an organ at the back of her head, full of nerves that for Gnostics let them connect to their environment and other creatures. It is a very sensitive and important body part, almost a vital organ. Even losing or damaging will drive the individual to shock, suicide, or worse. She hummed pleasantly with his touch full of care over her scalp and answered, "It is correct. This body is an avatar. It was created to be as close to yours. As such, we have taken inspiration from, for example, your muscles' internal structure. But as you can see, we are neither the body of a Gnostics, human, nor that of a hybrid between the two, or any life forms I have birthed. This body is unique. It is a catalyst, a focus point capable of bearing a fragment of my consciousness, an extension for me to interact with the world directly. It is something that breaks the cycle that we have built, but as you have said, we must adapt, and adapt we do, and we will. For our survival and more," she explained. "This like the tree of souls, but in flesh and bones, huh?" "Can't say. I don't prefer you this way in more ways than once," Liam said with a bit of amusement. Then in front of his eyes, from the roots, a large, ovoid metallic blue crystal came out of the ground. It looked almost cut, such as how perfect it was for its natural state, that didn't burrow much of a reaction from him aside from curiosity at what she had just dug out. The gemstone before his eyes then began to float, and his mouth opened by a small amount in disbelief as Iwa flicked her clawed fingers nonchalantly. His mind filled with questions at the unreal sight he didn't anticipate. The crystal then, with another flex of a finger, moved toward her the ropes that made her dress shift as she placed it in the middle of her stomach, and thanks to the dress it stayed perfectly in place. Surprised? This action, what is the term in English for it? She asked, innocently amused by his reaction. It was cute, and this snapped him out of his daze at the surreal sight as well, his mind immediately going over dozens of hypotheses as to how this was possible. Telekinesis, the manipulation of matter with the mind. This is due to psionic from you and the gemstone material, he said pensively as he was back working on her hair, waiting for an explanation, and he didn't have to wait long for one. That is close, I presume, but that is not exactly how it is done. This gem is made of the metal you call Pandorium, as you must realize, one that has been basked in my psionic, and that is this that I move, its resonance toward this same metal in this body amplifying the effect as I canalize them. It is close to your magnetic technology, at least in shape, Iwa said. He could feel her smile through the bond at those words. It correlates to what I have been observing with the Hallelujah Mountains and other locations where psionic is dense with Pandorium. Many of the objects are not magnetic or not enough, yet they defy this moon's gravity. So it was truly psionic you emit. Fascinating. And that means you are very powerful. Pandora with this body is yours to mold, he added with a hint of pride at the added power his mate possessed. We are, and this statement is not incorrect, but this avatar is a point of focus and one that has set boundaries it cannot go past without risks of great wound and even demise. We are not all-powerful, and this power would not safeguard me, you, or anyone from what the RDA could potentially do if they so desired. Only you can, and this is why you have my utmost support and assistance. If none is alive, what is the point of staying neutral? She corrected his overestimation of her capabilities with a faint smile, her tail curling tighter around his leg. The coiffure had progressed to where he was working on building a thin, yet complicated braided crown connected to that of her queue. What he was doing more many similarities to how his hair was currently put in, as such very much inspired by Viking's hairstyle. He loved the aesthetic as simple as that, and there was no need for further reason to do it. Humans in their vast majority are not gifted enough to be affected by psionic without direct connection to any great extent. They are blind, and death a curse for them, and us, yet a blessing for them at the same time. She answered one of the other questions that popped into his mind without even him needing to ask. The implication behind such a statement was cold and insinuated that the Homo sapien species was lucky, very, very lucky. She was Mother Nature here with all of her qualities: default, danger, boon, beauty, and ugly. If she felt that her existence was threatened, she would have lashes out, and the damage would have been larger than any mortal could understand. Any being capable of playing with the mind was not to be trifled with. Less so when it's one older than the dinosaurs themselves. And it reminded him of the giant shredded piece of the spaceship he localized yet didn't begin to explore on the moon he had the Element Nexus facility on. But speaking of that was for another time. He would ask when he took her to explore it after he built tech armor for the both of them with inbuilt teleporters. And he knew she knew, but she played along, so it meant it wasn't a danger or one as imminent as the RDA and the United Nations. He trusted her judgment. This makes perfect sense. It must be akin to the albedo and a body's capacity to absorb or reflect incident radiation. Human being close to the one of this scale, and the Tulkuns, for example, closer to zero. He spoke his words at various points not understood by the All-Mother, but she didn't ask as the concept was one she was most familiar with. Time passed as both spoke of great and many things. He made his tames present meet her all with extensively positive results. As it should, then he walked her around as now their home. This continued until Liam's scanners placed all around the perimeter of the island blared informing of the arrival of their guests from the sea. But not only. A large flying creature was above in the sky and on its way to land close to where they were. It was a great Leonopteryx. How I imagined her. https://pin.it/6r0wkmv. My Patreon if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance. Patreon.com/user?mark_60424165. 80. Chasm between mortal and immortal. A toric. Liam said in Nexus, looking at Yuya, whose relaxed smile enlarged, showing sharp canines, as the beast in question could be seen in the sky approaching them. It was a brilliant orange with blue and violet mixed at its tails and wings extremities, creating patterns akin to flames with a bit of imagination. He deactivated the targeting system of his many turrets around the island, not wanting to turn the majestic creature into mincemeat, but still at any wrong movement from it death would rain in the form of anti-tank rounds from all sides. Do not try to attack it or worse to kill it. He also ordered his tames at his side through the links, and they could kill the great Leonopteryx, Orion, Septen, Oxyden, Mary, and Gladius. The 5 present on land could do this much, and Aegis, now back around the island, could bite the giant dragon-like animal in two in one chomp if given the opportunity. A Nalutza is not a great Leonopteryx predator per se, preferring smaller, less dangerous prey like sea banshees or medusas, the giant floating jellyfish. But they won't say no to a bigger, arrogant slab of meat if given the opportunity. It rarely, if ever, happens because great Leonopteryx don't live in coastal areas, preferring mountains, be they on land or floating, and even in case of travel, to find mates they know of the danger hidden in the water below. The ones who don't and fly too low are to never be seen again. As big, strong, and menacing as great Leonopteryx is, it is still an animal, a very smart one. Some would say on par with Nexus, but still one in its essence. There was a chasm between potential intelligence and the collective one cultivated by a civilization several thousand years old, at the minimum as primitive as it is on the technological front. Nature and nurture are inseparable from the others in how they influence individuals. In any case, it wouldn't change anyone's reaction from having their eyeballs clawed and eaten out by 4 hyper-trained, perfectly coordinated tetrapterons, all the while being deafened, stunned, and possibly wounded by the controlled scream of a great ostripede, would lead to a very bad end. And this was without any of his tames being equipped for combat. The creature was still a fantastic animal, but as smart as it was wild, and had not worked to the bones from birth to be the best it could possibly be. Individually they would lose, but they are not functioning on this wavelength. The great Leonopteryx flew down and hovered above the rocky clearing right in front of them, the beats of its 4 massive wings generating powerful gusts of air that blew dust, branches, small plants, and their hair with the force behind the artificial wind. Its wings slowed down as it landed, the few plants below its clawed feet crushed as its four-eyed gazes shifted from him to her. No aggression, wariness, or hostility within them. It didn't even dare look into their eyes as if it would be the greatest of affront, and it didn't deserve to look at them as equal. And it was because they weren't. And it translated within its eyes as something akin to curiosity and respect for Liam and adulation to the point of worship for Iowa could be seen. It was a bizarre sight, such an apex predator not having the capacity to even stare fully into two cooperatively tiny creatures that in normal time would be but small snacks in between larger meals, as if daring to even look into her or his eyes by extension was the greatest of sin. Its long muscular neck bent down, and a low, powerful purr mixed with a click escaped its throat. It was a cry to show its obedience as it put its neck and belly in a vulnerable position as its body language shifted into that of total submission. Yet the majesty of the Pandoran dragon didn't disappear. And to think it nearly cost Jake life for a temporary bond with such a creature of your making. One gaze and total submission are earned, as it should, I presume, Liam said with fascination. It earned him an amused glance from Iowa. Indeed, this child is but an infinitely small fraction of a greater whole, the all-mother me. This but for me a mere thought, she acknowledged and spoke further this time in a hard-to-read tone. But in the same line of thoughts for bonding with one of my children, you are not entirely different, and it is what is beyond praiseworthy. You have taken and will take risks, calculated and controlled as they may be that we would not dare to. I appreciate the compliment, but I will not stay here and hear you say you are incapable of taking risks. You decided to give me a chance, and gave me your full trust by becoming my mate after all. For all intent and purpose. I could have nefarious goals and be another invader who cared only for getting the most benefit out of you and Pandora. All my actions made to fool you. This aside, what is this toric name? He asked, his hand over her back tightening possessively. He didn't like how she tore herself down, and he knew it was an equal feeling for herself about him. Her name is Tun, a young one freshly out of the nest, by force just like her brother who didn't manage to fly until it was too late. She announced both offhandedly like it was nothing and with sadness as she walked toward the submitted toric. Her steps were nonchalant and very relaxed yet elegant, her long tail flicking behind her, letting go of the loving snare around his leg. Her body language, if extremely confident, was also almost lazy in a way, accentuating the earlier factor further. But each of her movements was optimized and controlled perfectly, creating a deep, uncanny feeling for anyone that wouldn't be him. It was not normal for any biological being to have such a degree of control over their body. It gave him an impression of how others must be seeing him, as it was even more pronounced in his case at times, as in his case he wasn't fully organic. She patted the tip of the great Leonopteryx beak, full of almost human-sized teeth, as it froze, and with a tilt of her head toward Liam, she stirred and jumped. And she jumped increased, impossibly so. 3 times her height, in fact. Then she spun in the air, using her tail and limbs doing several figures that would put to shame any athlete in human history. Then she landed with the very tips of her clawed toes atop the blue upper crest of the flying beast. Her eyes into his own and her body in a natural, elegant, innocent, yet sensual position, challenging him. Show off. He scoffed with a smirk at the more than impressive show of a fraction of her capabilities as he began advancing toward her. She was the will of a gestalt composed of trillion upon trillion upon trillion upon and upon trillion of being, from simple unicellular organisms to more complex ones like Gnostics. All of their knowledge, experience, talents, instincts, intuition, creativity, and imagination were hers, no matter from whom, age, species, or sex, no matter how insignificant the being came from or how useless it might seem. And she possessed the best of all of her children since her birth as the All-Mother. It was hard to describe her as any other thing than a goddess, because that was how mortal beings would call something like her, and by many metrics that would be true. That is what he understood from what he glimpsed, and that she told him with various educated guesses. But understanding a hive mind was no easy task, even less so when she was his equivalent of a wife. Yet no matter her knowledge and everything after she was not omniscient, she was lacking greatly in a deeper understanding of the greater world and ignorant of many things. But that was where he came in. He lacked what she had and she lacked what he had, both parties bringing something to the table, both compensating and helping their other half. They were a team, two being in a symbiosis beyond the simple primal need of life to continue. A collar of synthetic fabric and metal appeared in his left hand as he threw it at her. It was a microphone for them to communicate at a distance. She caught it and put it on, fully knowing what it was and its purpose. Right after he took a running position, his feet pushed the stone and gravel away before he began running. He passed from 0 kilometers per hour to speed far beyond human, faster than the first day when he ran for his life. Thanks to longer legs, great bodily control, and a lot of exercising, his maximum speed is almost doubled. Running at around 70 kilometers an hour, 44 mph, was still extremely slow compared to what he could achieve with tech. Her pale pink eyes, similar to ones with albinism, feasted on his every movement as he ran with what anyone would call suicidal recklessness toward the 150 meters, for 92 feet, tall cliff that led to the sea down below. "Take off, my child. Let us see what ingenious idea my mate has in mind," she said. Her words were laws the female great Leonopteryx obeyed immediately, following the will of the All-Mother flying above the sea, and once above the void, she kept her position with mocking simplicity. She even hunched over to have better sight. At worst, she was no stranger to diving, having bona fide millions of years of experience from literally millions of species. A few injuries were no problem either, as long as not too crippling. This body was certainly more valuable than an old tree of souls, and would be unpleasant to lose, but it would be more of an annoyance than anything else. Liam saw what she had done with his eyes, and the empathetic bond that gave him awareness of where she was, flashing her a grin and then pushing strength into his legs, the vein popping as he leaped into the air. The sensation of not having his feet on the ground, well known to him, as jumping from a cliff, was a pleasant experience, more so with Miles when the boy was evidently piloting his mecca. Several dozen meters was no problem. Pandora had lower gravity and a dense atmosphere, making it less dangerous than on Earth if the planet was livable, but when going higher at some point, no matter the position or technique, at best fractures were to be expected, and at worst it was death. For regular humans, that is. Spinning on himself, he felt the air against his body as he stared into Iwa's eyes and took several poses typically seen in bodybuilding competitions. The point being to amuse her and give a unique aerial show, of which was a first in this universe. He knew she loved this physical aspect of him for some odd reasons, considering what she was, a sexless ancient consciousness of the moon's biosphere, not that he complained. And if there was a weird one, it would be him in the equation. Doing one last pause, he placed his left hand on his pants, and in a mere microsecond, it was switched to the bulky pants of his armor, a time that was enough for Iwa to see in between. The armor then began unfolding over his body as he shifted to a diving position. Then he broke the surface, his momentum still here added with his weight. He moved without anything he could at great speed. He descended nearly 100 meters at such an accelerated pace that it would be fatal for anyone, be they Gnostics or humans, well before arriving at this depth. But the pressure was not a problem, at least for now, nor the fact he was sinking like an anchor made of lead. His helmet was not over his face, but there was no need to, as a large shadow was arriving below him. This was Aegis, and the Nalutza was creating powerful upward currents that didn't change his sinking situation, but his tame was approaching, and when it was close he acted. Extending his right hand, he strongly grasped a metal handle that was part of a semi-permanent miniature platform placed atop the giant armored shark's exoskeleton he used mostly to carry raw uranium safely. Up and put as much effort into it. And don't go chomp on the big chicken, Liam ordered, the discontentment of the shark at not having permission to nibble on the great Leonopteryx amusing him. From the surface, Iwa had made the great Leonopteryx fly lower the moment Liam had disappeared in the depth. Then the water burst upon, scaring her mount, and if not for her taking control, it would have slammed against the cliff in terror. The terror was caused by a massive creature with her mate attached to the contraption on its back. Both had a short eye contact, one with a massive grin and the other a thin, pleased smile. Then the huge Nalutza fell back, heavy drizzle raining after. After this little interaction, the two with their mounts at their beck and call began the short travel toward the many that began their travel to their location thanks to the psionic blast hours ago. And those were currently gazing at a small archipelago of islands protected by a steep barrier of corals with few accessible points. The gigantic shapes of whale-like creatures dotting the water, and more kept on coming. Those were tulkuns, and they were of many different pods. Between them were smaller seafaring animals and small green-blue dots that were bulkier than usual nasics. All were adapted for an amphibious life between land and sea. It could be seen from their flatter, more muscular tails for swimming, larger shoulders, and flat cartilaginous outgrowth serving as fins on their arms starting at their small fingers. Is this the place of origin from the All-Mother's heart song, Ronald? A female Nasix with pale turquoise skin asked with trepidation. She was riding an Ilu, a friendly creature vaguely resembling a certain species of extinct sea lizard or a once exceedingly popular cryptid. This island, it is the point of origin. My spiritual sister, Roe, had spoken to me earlier, confirming it. Close your eyes. Do you feel it? We are gazed upon, gazed beyond the layer of our flesh. And the All-Mother is coming to meet us, but not only. Ronald Tsahik of the Mecca clan answered her younger fellow Tsahik of a weaker clan with fervent passion in her voice, her eyes lost onto the horizon. She was sitting on her knee atop her spiritual sister's massive hammer-shaped snoot. Roe was a female Tulkun, Ronald's closest confidant, friend, and so much more. They were with each other since they could swim, and as such their bond was deep and intricate. Sitting on the head of a young Tulkun's head, the calf of Roe, was Ronald's 5-year-old daughter, Cyria, a Tsakaram in training, and just like her mother, she was focused upon the distance. She didn't understand what was happening, but what she knew was that it would change her life and that of everyone present. She is in the sky, the young Nasix girl said suddenly, as she was one of the first to notice a large creature flying in the sky toward them. Her round eyes widened in amazement, completely oblivious to the massive creature approaching them from under. My Patreon if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance. Patreon.com/user_u=60424165.